Welcome in, guys, with the Broadcast Braddahs. I'm Justin Faisongo. I got Kevin Olds here with me starting off the feed this morning, and really excited to get this going. Kevin, how you feeling this morning?
Fabulous after the Halloween
Get close to the mic.
evening.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was good. Calm.
Good.
It was a calm one for once.
There we go. Calm one for once? Not too wild?
Not too wild.
Okay, good.
Couple beers.
Hey, while we have the opportunity, we're going to bring in Johann Bouit from Tahiti right now. He is at Taha'a, and he is checking out the race and getting started. Johann, can you hear us? Oh, we had him. I think he just dropped off. No worries. We'll bring him back on. So, Kevin, today's race, we're going from Taha'a all the way to Bora Bora.
Roger that.
Right on, man. Right on. Let's take a look at some of the finishes in stage one. We had Team OPT winning stage one and 3 hours and 18 minutes. Shell or Air Tahiti was a minute 25 behind, and Shell was a minute 44 behind OPT. You can see on screen there we have the top 24. Team Hawaii finished all the way down in 23rd. They had a little bit of an issue, apparently, according to what we're hearing from their crew. They had a couple bumps in the start, which I think happens quite a bit, huh, bro?
Log jam.
Yeah. Little log jam.
Yeah. Get out of the way or get in it.
Yeah. Day two went a lot better for Team Hawaii, and it also went a lot better for Shell. Shell finished the second stage and broke the record, I think, by about 9 seconds from right here, and they actually closed the gap on Team OPT. But Team OPT in the overall, it still has a 7-second lead going into stage three. So this is a really big strategic stage for Team OPT and Shell. Air Tahiti is still in the mix there, and Huahine is only about 8 minutes behind the leader there too. So kind of the same as it was last year. We did see these top four battling it out. Last year, Shell actually had an issue with some personnel on board. They ended up finishing the race with only 5 paddlers last year.
5 paddlers.
Yeah, they got I think a couple guys got dehydrated. They tried moving them around, and it just didn't work out, so they pulled them. And so this year's going to be pretty fun watching them go downhill. This is the longest stage here, Kevin.
Yep. This is going to be the main drain. The main focus is on every crew or the top. A lot of the top guys putting it together and hopefully picking that right combination. And with those top 3 teams just all in the mix, and even teams that are a little bit back farther, they can still, all it takes is one little mistake,
Yeah.
And then the tides turn, things will change.
While we're waiting for a race start here, we race start in about 5 minutes. I'm going to read a little bit of information that Johann was kind enough to send us from Tahiti after day 2. And going back to the Wahines, I'm going to see if I can play this for you guys while we are okay, so from Johann to it, Hawaii is the Hawaiki Nui Hawaii showed world race another impressive performance on race day 1. The 2-mile course between the islands of Manuia and Taha'a was all the good affair, favorable wind at the start, and an upwind battle in the last third of the race. Here we have Johann coming on with us right now. Let's go back to him and let's see if we can get him on and get him while he's got some service. Johann, there you are.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think I lost Kevin's camera. I'm going to move him here in a minute. But how's the race looking this morning? I heard a little bit of rain maybe there in Taha'a.
Yeah, that's what we call it, Toridi. It's a little blessing for us today. But we're going to have some surf today. It's going to be nice. Outside, it's just moving. So the guys are going to have a lot of fun out there today. So as soon as we get out the lagoon, that's about an hour to the race, we'll start heading out towards Bora Bora. And there should be some swells coming from the...
Nice. That's that right turn coming out of the lagoon and headed towards Bora Bora.
Exactly. But they gotta wait a little bit as we clear the island of Taha'a. And then, of course, here we're at the starting line. Check it out. This is our good friend from Singapore, Xavier. Here's the president
right.
of the organizing committee. We call it Tutu,
Okay.
Elise. And then you can see this, the starting line. We're right on the starting line, guys.
Very
So
cool.
yeah, hopefully
Very,
we'll
very
get
cool.
connection. And then all the other media boats behind. And then yeah, just super stoked to be part of this. It's been a few years since I came back, and organization is much better. Especially on the second day, it's always pretty hectic with all those boats. You know, we got about 400 boats on the water following the race.
Right.
So, you know, having the starts at different times, you know, pretty much stretches out to everybody. So that was good. And then yeah, just in a few moments, of course, you have to start. And like I said, it's beautiful today. It should be sunny all day. And then yeah, it rained just a little bit this morning, just enough to bless us. And of course, Hawaii. Yeah, we're gonna follow Team Hawaii as much as possible. And of course, yeah, the first part of the race is gonna be the Lagoon 1 hour. So black bag. So all right, oh, you guys have it on TV, of course.
We're lining up for a race start here. Yeah. Okay, Johann, thank you for checking in with us. I'm kind of breaking up a little bit there, but looking forward to hearing from you a little bit more throughout the day. And again, thank you for calling in. And we are going to we'll check. Yep, when you get opportunity, you want to pop on, we'll bring you right on.
Okay, sounds good. Talk to you later. Okay, bye.
Okay. Thanks, Johann. Okay, so while we're waiting for this race start, I'm going to go full screen here so you guys can get a look at this. I'm going to actually go fix the computer real fast, and I will be with you guys in 1 second here.
À 7h40.
10 minutes alors.
Voilà, 10 minutes.
Il est 29, moins d'une minute.
C'est décalé mes batteries là. C'est décalé mes batteries.
Regardez bien le bateau starter au milieu. Faites attention.
Tu vois des drones, hein?
Tu peux reculer un peu, s'il te plaît?
Il y en avait un peut-être tout à l'heure, mais...
Je répète plus, top départ. Allez, pas de dos.
Allez les boys.
Bon courage à tous.
Vraiment à l'heure, les gars. Elle est partie, là?
Ouais, je suis avec Shell.
Quel champion.
Le deuxième départ, les seniors hommes. On attend que le bateau starter se positionne, s'il vous plaît.
Okay. Sorry, guys. Little technical difficulty there. We're going to bring back in. Where are we going here? We're going to get out of this full screen. Sorry, guys. We're working through this stuff real quick here. Okay, we're back. Kevin, you good?
Good, my friend.
That's
good.
better.
Beautiful. Here we are.
Trying to do this with a bunch of old laptops, it doesn't work, bro.
Options. Gotta have options.
Gotta have options.
Yeah.
So talk to me about this race start. We're going through Lagoon and we have a hard turn, right?
Yeah, there's going to be a hard turn. Well, it's you're going to get to the pass and then you're going to be taking a right and basically skirting the edge of these ginormous waves that come in. And if they say they have swell today, and it looks like it, there'll be some nice little breakers on the inside to your right. Then.
Yeah, we don't really know what the conditions are down there right now. I mean, obviously, Johann said it's going to be sunny all day. It looks like they're getting, they got a little bit of rain this morning. Kiss from the gods, as he said, and hopefully keeps the temperature and the humidity at bay.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Well,
Yep.
downhill always is going to be, it's a vacuum, right?
Right.
It's kind of sucking a little extra in, but the rides are what's going to make it happen.
Yeah. Yeah, very cool here. So here we got a hot start, and this it looks like somebody missed the start there coming in the background, but
yeah, still on their way.
yeah.
Hard left, buddy.
So this section right here through the lagoon, how long is that distance to before we get to the pass?
That's probably about 6 or 7 miles, as I can remember. It's about an hour before you get out. So, and when the wind comes up, right now it doesn't look like that much wind, but when the wind comes up, like yesterday, the finish, it was behind them, right? Now they're going directly up that direction, and then into that for the most part. And beautiful scenery, of course, all around.
Mm-hmm. They're going to push pretty hard through this 6 mile section here.
Yeah, they're gonna want to get ahead. They want to get outside.
Right.
This is all for the people. They get the view. The locals that live on the island, they get to see what's happening. It's close, and it's their thing. It's their Super Bowl.
Right.
This is that day.
All right. I guess you know what? We got a surprise here coming on. I don't know if we're going to get him or not.
I'm trying.
Will Reichenstein, are you there?
I am, but I can't.
I got you on audio.
Well,
I might just be audio, and then you guys, they don't need to see my face. We're watching
That's
the race
okay.
anyway.
Okay, we'll bring you up with audio. That sounds great, man.
Well, what's
How
it
you
looking
doing?
like? We just got the veterans going. We're still waiting on the seniors. 10 minutes.
Yeah. So veterans going right now. Still got gonna be waiting for the seniors to start. And we were on with Johann. He said that he's got a little bit of rain this morning. It's looking really good. They're expecting a decent amount of surf.
Yeah.
And so it should be really entertaining here in the next hour or so.
Man, how about that day yesterday?
Oh man, wild.
I'm really curious to see what lineup Shell puts out there today, because that was a tale of two different crews. Watching the 6 guys they had in the boat yesterday, with Sly stroking, and they looked so much more together yesterday, and it showed, man. That was a brutal beatdown.
Yeah. Well, they got the record about, I think, by 9 seconds is what we heard. So that's pretty amazing for them to do. Yep.
Do we know if the Tahiti Nui, that big barge, was purposely put there so they had to go around that to avoid the wakes, or did it just happen that way?
That's a really good question. I haven't heard any chatter about that, and I'm trying to pay attention. I got Kareem with us today, so he's going to help listen to some of the banter in the background and get a little bit more context of what's happening, and help us out with some of the on scene commentary and what they're actually seeing and what they've been hearing.
I'd be real curious, because that whole race seemed different. Usually that point where they hit the escort boats, they suck up to them and just surf. And this was kind of one of the first years where it looked like they stayed pretty far away for the most part until they got around that boat. And then you saw some guys kind of cut left to get in the wakes.
Right.
But
true.
Well, I really appreciate you calling, Will. I know that you've got I know you're on a limited time schedule, so I'm really, really thankful that you were able to get on, and tell Bobby thank you for allowing you to jump on.
Are you kicking me out already?
No, I'm not kicking you out. I just want to make sure I say thanks ahead of time before you go. All right, I got to get on an airplane. Bye.
Got that in.
We're leaving in like 3 minutes.
All right. Okay.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we wish we were down there, don't we all?
I know.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah, I remember that 10 years ago, Will. We were down there together.
Yeah.
I was your drop boy.
Well, that's been a long time.
It's a long time ago.
Hey, do we know how this veterans race is shaping up? Like, what's got to happen today? I haven't paid too much attention to the veterans. I apologize to them.
Yeah, I haven't been able to either too much. I think Rail was the one that I think
now, was that actually, were they actually a veterans?
I thought they classified him that way, but maybe not.
I saw it that way, but I was wondering if it just got misclassified or what.
Me too. I'm not sure, but they definitely finished really strong on day one. I mean, literally in the mix top 5 with the open men or the senior men, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. I haven't, again, and I apologize too. We're kind of coming on this thing on the heels of last minute, just like everything else we do.
Yeah. Last minute's the best minute.
Yep. Pulling the rabbit out of the hat, so to speak. But,
right on.
But yeah, we're really, really stoked and thankful to Polynesie Premier One for allowing us to do this with them. And and we're kind of doing this a little bit different. There's a lot to say. We can say the water's wet and do all that stuff, but kind of cool to get a little bit of insight from guys that have the experience, like you, Will, and then obviously having Kevin here too is great.
Well, man, today's this is the day where everybody has to come to play. I mean, you basically got nothing separating Shell and OPT, and then
7 seconds.
These are the days where you never know.
I know.
What's that, a boat and a half length?
You talk to Tupu if he comes on today about that year. I think it was 2016, I want to say, when he was with Paddling Connection.
14.
And those guys just came out of nowhere and won stage 3.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, you never know what's going to happen today.
No.
Oh yeah.
Right,
So
it
is
legit.
Wow. Yeah. Yep. They are.
It's
they
a
are
tight
first.
one.
It is a tight one in
minutes.
this class. Yeah. Yeah, anything can happen. We saw with Shell last year. They had some hydration issues and they had to pull the paddler and then lost the race. Yeah.
But man, I'm real curious. I'm not going to be on in time to see the lineup, but I'm really wondering what team David puts out there. If he goes with something similar to yesterday, versus what they had on day one. I think that was it's going to be an interesting one. And then Kevin and the Huahine guys, everybody's rooting for them as well, because that's, you got Roberto from Brazil, did all 3 days last year. Really cool to see Kevin bringing in guys from, international as well to come join out his team. And everybody likes those guys too.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, and Team Hawaii yesterday, they crashed.
I know, they crushed yesterday.
How was that?
Yeah, they got a log jam on day one. I saw a little interview with Ryland. He was talking about getting bumped up a little bit, and so, but yeah, yesterday they sure did show up, and it put them in the top 20.
Yep.
Well, it's crazy when you see how consistent these top teams down there are, when it is so easy for anything to go awry on day one.
Right.
It's like a Taito beach start. Like anything can happen and ruin your entire, overall classification. But these top teams, they always seem to stay so consistent. It's crazy.
Yeah. Jim Fody did mention that. He goes, day one, we're used to getting beat up a little bit. Day two, we find the legs. And day three, he's like, I'm not going to say anything about day 3.
Smart man.
Yeah.
So, all right, guys, I got to get to the airport.
Okay. Well, thanks again. Safe travels, brother. We'll talk to you soon.
Right on, Will.
Aloha, brother. Thank you. All right. Bye.
Right on.
Yeah, that's cool. Right on.
Yeah.
Thanks to Will for coming on there. That was really, really awesome.
Yeah. Yesterday I was going through some old photos and pulled up one of his mother.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, in our house, reading the previous day they won the Molokai race. I couldn't tell you if that was number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10.
Yeah.
But she's looking at the front page, and there's a picture of the offshore women. And Will's mother was one of the ladies reading it. So that was cool.
Yeah.
That was cool.
A lot of history in that family in paddling.
Yes.
And a lot of championships, a lot of medals, a lot of all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Will, obviously, didn't really get a chance to talk to him about it when he was on, but Will has designed and hand shaped and hand built his own unlimited style canoe. It is, I was fortunate enough to buy the first one out of the mold, and I will say that it is one of the best and funnest paddling canoes I've ever been in. And for me as a recreational paddler, like it's fun because it makes you feel really fast. You don't have to work so hard.
Don't have to look fast.
Yeah. But as we saw in the score season this year, they sure did do well in the score races this year. The Malama. Yep.
Yeah. The more and more he came out, and the more clubs got in one, and they enjoyed it. It's an option. It's a little bit different than Johnny's boat.
Yep.
But I like a lot of the attributes that the boat has.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm happy. I was in it. I liked it.
Yeah.
Loved it. Yeah. Great time steering it. And paddlers, they're newer paddlers, so they didn't really know the difference, but you can tell the difference between the Puakea and the Malama.
Yeah. Well, and the Montahina too. Yeah.
And the Montahina. Yep. Every boat's got its character.
Yeah.
And it's just every day is a different day. And, the ocean is one of those things that's so consistently inconsistent.
Yeah.
In the conditions that it's going to give you. And, one little angle of the wind and it changes things around, and, the swell's not going to be to your advantage or whatever. It just, each boat has its thing.
Yeah. Looking at this, we see the senior start. So the open men are on the move, and Shell looks like they're out early.
Yep.
I've spent a lot of time in the Matahina in our lifetimes, and they're great canoes. They're fun. You know.
Yep.
I think that the design that they have here, they're designed to race at 150 kilos, and I think they run the best at 150 kilos.
Yep.
We tried lining them up, but it just does. You can't just take weight out of a hull shape that was built for a certain specific race or a certain specific design and weight displacement. You can't just take weight out of it and expect it to do the same.
Yeah, no, it's not the same. It's like basically the Olympic canoes and kayaks. Those have to be directly on pound, on length, on width. I don't even know if there's a width restriction anymore from the days I was doing it. But today, with the exact amount of weight, it's not the same as an ocean going craft. It's got a lot more things that are happening to it, the torsion, torque, you got drop, you got different directions, K1s and C1s, K4s, K2s, all that stuff. It's straight racing. That's straight ahead racing. Our boats are designed to get around and move around and give you options in the ocean.
We just saw kind of a close-up shot of Toa Amuk, which is from Bora Bora. Is that correct?
Yeah,
so
Bora Bora.
they're gonna be a little punchy in this stage, I imagine. Right?
Yeah, they're fired up. Yeah. I was fortunate to one of the paddling connection steersmen, Heimana, that steered back in 2014 and a bunch of the years, just legendary steersman. I saw him in Molokai, and he's with these guys, so he's one of their coaches, one of their advisors, council. So.
Bring up a little volume here. You get a little bit of the chatter in the background below Cameron and I talking. Again, we have Kareem with us to help us. Being said, if there's anything exciting that they're saying, we'll bring it to you. And thank you guys for joining us today. This is Hawaiki Nui 2024. Thank you to Polynesie Premier One for allowing us to do this with them. And this is going to be a lot of fun today. We got probably 4 hours of racing ahead of us here.
We got 4 hours. Yeah, at least 4 hours, if not a little longer. Just how long do we want to play?
Yeah.
I'm good for the day.
Yeah.
So
well, I think depending on how long my coconut milk lasts, we'll have to
and my coffee.
I have a special one for you too, bro.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's like
gotta have reserves.
Huahine right there in that third slot in that green canoe. Hard to tell. It's a little blurry, but
I believe that's them. Yeah. Yep. Toa Amuk.
Yep.
Shell. No one's letting anyone go.
No. Looks like OPT right here in the front.
OPT.
Yep. 360.
Yeah. 360.
Yeah,
I
OPT
love that
360.
number. I love that number.
Yeah. Something I learned. I didn't know this, but OPT is actually the acronym for Office Post Telecom.
Yes.
Right. And so, they, it's a lot of money and commitment for public service to have a team that does this. But they sure have been fast the last and regrowing. Rebuilding, but they sure have been fast the last year or so.
Yeah, they've always been one of the players in the game, and you'll get your people that go and they get into it, and then they have a family as they get older, and then what's more important at the moment, having the baby, taking care, and then coming back to paddling a few years later. By that time, the team's redeveloped and they've moved on, and so it's always switching. Those teams are always switching. Shell tries to find their base. They bring in a few guys, and sometimes they just got to wipe the slate clean and start all over again.
Right.
But they do have core paddlers that they keep until they want to go home and have babies.
Right. Well, some of them start early, and
some start early.
Get through. Yeah.
Right. It's awesome. It's awesome to see these guys. And some of the veterans and some of their fathers are, guys that I was competing against many, many years ago, and to see the family still carrying it on, it's the tradition, it's their culture. I love it.
Yeah. They're talking about tradition and culture, but these guys do have a shelf life to them, right? As paddlers.
Yeah.
And they reload so well. These clubs do.
Yeah. And that's one of the things that clubs that have a solid base of paddlers they can do. You can choose, you can pull people out and insert people as necessary. Hey, so he had a bad day, let's try somebody new, someone else get up on the mound, your turn to pitch.
Right.
and you're going to be, you're going to be evaluated, and they're going to look at you and criticize and analyze, and they'll take what they like and let you know what you didn't do right.
Yeah. You can see the couple teams here, the big Hutiroa stroke that they're doing.
Oh yeah,
trying to maximize that whole speed and maintain a nice glide through the lagoon here without burning up too much, because when they get into the surf, they're going to need that.
Yep.
They're going to need that pop, that speed.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm watching these guys right now, and they're just so clean. And they all know they got a long day ahead of them, but they're just going to stay. They're going to hold. Looks like everyone's just going to play with each other for a little bit till they get out. And the first one to get on that first bump, they're not going to give it up. I wouldn't.
Yeah. You see sneaking in there in the middle was Enviropol. Enviropol's got interesting kind of mix up. And Joe, I'm going to save it. Well, I'll mention it, but we'll save it when Joe comes, because Joe really wants to talk about that. There's a couple, what do you call them? Phone-in paddlers in there from Hawaii and from other places.
Yeah. And
we kind of noticed them throughout the day, last couple stages. But seems to me that those guys called in some really, really fast paddlers to come get them kind of stay in the top 10.
Right on.
Yeah. Enviropol being a waste management company, I learned that the other day.
Yeah. So it's all the big guys up in the front. They can. And it's very fortunate the government of France helps a lot with the culture in Tahiti, and you can see it's evident in the OPT, EDT, and these are government, and I don't think they're private. Not sure how that all works, but I know that they do help their paddlers. It gives them that professional, semi-professional aspect that a lot of people are striving for, but these guys are so dedicated. Justin, these guys are just dedicated. They're all in on every day of paddling, and they know attitude's got to be checked. They got egos got to be checked, and they get up at 4:30, whatever their regimen is, and they on the road running.
What does a training schedule look like for some of these guys? I know you've been around it. I know it's changed probably recently in the last couple of years, but
it's changed a lot.
But from what you remember, on a day-to-day basis, how often these guys actually training?
Well, I mean, when we were serious, there'd be at least 2 to 3 days. We'd do double days, and then we'd get at least 5 to 6 solid days of paddling, and then like I said, a couple days we'd do double days. So that's a lot of time on the water, and then some teams would do more. We used to throw weights in the middle of that. We used to throw, in the running or riding a bike or swimming. But these guys are so regimented now. They're so detailed on every aspect. They're taking heart rates. They're taking all these things, and even the diets. Fortunate to be with Shell during the Molokai race with Uncle Sonny, and just watching what their dietitian was preparing for them, and have this to drink. They have certain things. They want to make sure everybody's on the same game. So as far as the training, they do a lot more than what we do, right? And that's why they excel in what they do, and they're so strong in their culture. It's a beautiful thing. Yeah, and these larger program teams allow them to be together and actually do those kind of things. And I mean, mind you, we hear it volleying back and forth between professional and semi-professional and non-professional, whatever. But these guys do work. They are working. They maintain jobs. They have to, and but they also have the opportunity to. They have the support and the understanding that they're going to go out and train because they are the top and the elite guys. In the paddling world for sure. The travel team. Yeah. Get to go places.
Right.
That's what they really want. They really want to be able to go and express their sport around the world. And as we're doing today, people are starting to see this, and they're starting to catch on. Like, this is intense,
right?
It's a marathon with your arms and your body. 26 miles running. Your feet are intended to walk and run. Your arms aren't intended to paddle, but it's become a part of the culture. And we've gotten around for thousands of years with this, and the equipment's changed.
Yep.
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Although, in something that I want to talk to Uncle Walter Guild when he comes on later today. But
Wally,
you guys, we got a little hook up there in the inside corner.
Brah.
Yep. Kevin CJ just threw an almo right off of his back there.
Oh
yeah.
Whoa, is that Toa Amok?
Yeah,
They came up on them.
Yeah. You know, you guys having paddled through the years and being in a Bradley spec design, you know, having get down there to Tahiti and seeing wave piercing bows
Mm-hmm.
and lagoon style waterline.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So Tahiti's always had wave piercing, like lagoon canoes. They've always had every village around those islands had their kahunas, the kalaivas, the ones who built the canoes. You know, they're sacred guys that they knew design, they knew what type of wood they could get, and they all built their canoes. But there were certain groups that had the design and the knowledge, and you know, I was fortunate to be part of that family. And but these guys, at what they did in those days, and then when they started coming back with the Renaissance, with the Hokulea and the reconnection of Hawaii, Tahiti, and the rest of the Polynesia, Melanesia, Australia, all of that, right? Once they connected, they are doing stuff with those boats that, you know, took generations, and they have these boats that they then developed with a higher freeboard and more of a piercing bow at the front. So wave piercing bows have been around in a Tahitian design style for a while. They're different than today, but in the purest sense, they were really cutting through water. Then they got outside the reef as they came to Molokai, as they got more involved with open ocean racing, where they had the Morea race. So Papeete, Morea, back to Papeete. That was back in the early days. And I think one of our California clubs, Imua, may have won the inaugural race. I think, I don't want to say they did, with Yurka Batlick. And I think Dennis Campbell may have been a part of that also. But they had a strong team back in those days. And yeah, people were blown away that the Californians could beat Tahiti, you know, in a long distance race around their island. And that changed once again, it changed the way paddling is today.
Yeah, these are a couple scenes here you're seeing. You got Shell, Huahine, and Air Tahiti, looks like right in front of that spear tip that's kind of forming. And they're all making a push. It looks like Enviropol is sitting right behind. Same with Toa Muck still sitting there. And as we zoom in here to this lead pack right here, these guys aren't going to have any interference with media boats or chase support boats until they get into the open ocean. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, they're out of the way. Stay out of the way.
Yeah.
You can't let that as you saw yesterday in some of that footage that they sent out. Oh my God, how crazy is that? And everyone's head's on a swivel. You know, boat to boat, canoes and boats, and you know, later on when you got people dropping in the water, you got to make sure they're visible and they have their life preservers on, and you know, but they're going to go up to that point there, the point around that, then they're going to be headed out
through the pass,
around that corner. There's maybe another point or so or two, and then but this stretch you saw in the afternoon yesterday afternoon, coming down this section where there were just runs, and you could kind of see it where the little swell that's coming into them as they're punched through those little guys. Those will increase during the day, but that's later. We're going to be outside and around the corner and down the hill.
Looks like they got in four there. They got Poporo Te Hoi Mamu, which I believe are they from Bora Bora as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they got Bora Bora stepping up.
Yeah.
You know, the juniors came out. They won an event a few years ago, and they came out to California, and our club hosted them. And they were just solid little legends. And now I'm finding them. A bunch of those kids are in Toa Muck's crew and some of the other teams. So it's good to see the kids still doing it.
We're gonna bring on Johann here. He's calling in real fast here. Johann, can you hear us? We got him on screen there. Johann, can you hear us? Okay, we can. He can hear us, but we can't hear you, Johann. We have boots on the ground there, brother. Boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground. That's awesome.
Johann, I think, is working on his audio right now. He's trying to jump in here for a minute. He's live down there following the lead pack, and I still can't hear you, Johann. I'm sorry.
Technicals.
Yeah,
it's crazy. It's just awesome that we could still get this.
Yeah.
And we could present it, even if we got little glitches here and there.
Yeah.
It's still being able to see and talk and introduce to a lot of people that have not really been introduced to this sport and the pageantry,
right?
Colors of these and the leis. The leis, oh my God! The flowers of Tahiti is incredible.
Mm-hmm. Well, we got a special guest coming in right now, calling from Hawaii, our broadcast Braddah from Hawaii, the Styron himself, Brad Styron.
What's up, fellas?
How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Doing fine. We're working on a little bit of technical stuff on this end too. I had a computer that just took a dump, and so I had to move Kevin around a little bit, but we're working our way through it.
Yeah, I can hear him talking.
Yeah.
I could talk this time.
I know. It might actually be better for the viewers. Just take him off camera and just let him talk.
Oh God.
That's how do you say there's no damaging criminal evidence if they can't see you, right?
There's no witnesses. Yeah. Get rid of the witnesses.
Brad, how's everything going in Hawaii? How's everything going over there, Brad? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it's like I can't decipher. There's too many things going on.
Oh, sorry. Okay, let me drop some of the stuff down a little bit. How's everything going? I know you mentioned you're going to be going on a Hawaii run here pretty soon, huh?
Yeah, I'm trying. I can't.
Oh, I lost your audio there, Brad. Hold on.
Oh man.
There you go. Can you coming in now?
Yeah, I hear you now.
There you go. That's better. Okay. Sorry about that.
How about now?
Yep. Good.
It's like a delayed reverb going on.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Huh. Have you been watching the feed? Is it through the feed too, or no?
Everything. Yeah, it's like way delayed.
Oh, no way. Well, that's not good. We were pretty good with Will there, but I don't know. He wasn't on video either. Maybe you got too high-tech stuff, bro. That's probably it.
Yeah.
You got to dummy down with us. you got to go back. You got to go back to the 64-bit setup. Yeah.
Right. Hey, Brad, it was good seeing you in Molokai.
Oh, he just dropped off. We got Johann coming back on here. Let's see if we got him. Johann, can you hear us? I'm not picking up his audio either. Not getting you, Johann. Yeah. Well, Johann smiles and excited, that's for sure. I don't get any of your audio, Johann. We can't hear you, but excited to see you nonetheless, bro.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
And I love the excitement and the way they commentate and their exuberance.
I know.
It's incredible.
Oh, somebody's calling. Oh, I don't know whose phone that is.
Let me check.
Okay. We're going to bring back on here. Brad, can you hear us now?
Hey.
That's better.
Yeah.
Still can't hear Johann. He's on with us right now, but I can't hear him right now.
How's it going, man?
Good, man. How are you?
Doing good.
Yeah,
good
right on.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, for sure, man. For sure. Thanks for coming on. I know you got a lot of other things you got going on today, so I appreciate your time for sure.
Yeah, we more important, we got a paddle.
Yeah, right. No joke.
Yeah, the winds have been cranking all week.
Have they really?
Yeah.
All right, on, man. That's great. Are you guys are going to be doing a Hawaii run today?
Yeah, we got a couple guys going.
Cool.
Yeah, got to practice for the second race this week of the Baja.
Right on. How's this race footage you got? You checking it? Been watching?
I haven't had time to check it out, but man, look at them go now.
I know, man. These guys are making a move here.
Gear.
Yeah.
I wish I've been wanting to watch it, but I just hadn't had time. I've been so busy.
Yeah. I know. Same with me. I've been running around trying to get stuff done. I've been trying to catch up at night and trying to, build a presentation for us to go on and do this. Like again, we've been very fortunate that Polynesie Premier has allowed us to air out their footage with us and get to have a fun day watching and sitting around with friends, talking stories and doing all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. What's up, Kevin?
How's it, bro? How's
Good.
it?
How are you doing, bro?
Doing good, man. Hey, it was
Good
great
to
to
see
see you.
Yeah.
Great to see you on Molokai. It's like, hey, I see a Styron
Yeah.
little decal on a canoe, and there you were.
I didn't even recognize you with the beard.
I know,
Like,
I
this guy.
do that, man. It keeps the post office.
No, I'm starting to grow, and now I gotta look like you guys.
You keep them guessing, and
I
change the
know.
voice every now and then too helps.
I know. That's what
the AI stuff.
we're all going beards for today.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the way to make, like Kevin said, you got to keep them guessing.
Keep them guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stay on the move.
Makes it harder for them to serve you papers.
They can't find you. They can't serve you.
Okay, I think we got some volume with Johann here. Let me bring him on again. There we go. Johann. Oh, we had him. I don't know what happened.
There he is.
Oh, I had him. We had volume with him. And I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Johann, again. I had you for a second there, and it just dropped. So, Brad, you got any photo gigs going on here anytime soon?
Not that nothing coming up other than just some races. The OC1 season's about to start.
Yeah.
So,
how was your experience with Outrigger and doing Nawahine?
Oh, it was so fun.
Yeah, right on, man.
It was so fun to be part of their ohana for a couple of days and just see how they operate, and everything about it was really smooth and enjoyable, and got to spend the day on the boat with Ryland and listen to him coach, and it was really cool.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Yep.
And the video turned out really well.
Yeah.
Right
Yeah.
on. Cool.
Yeah.
What canoe did they use? Did they use the Leilani?
Yeah, the Leilani.
So 2 times
Yeah.
again. All right.
Yeah, back to back.
Back to back.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, they back to back, right? And won it back to back in that canoe, right?
Yep.
First Koa
Wahine and first Koa men. Yeah. That's awesome. And that boat's gone through a couple transitions since 40 years ago when I crossed the channel with that boat, and it's different today, and it looks nice. It looked nice then, but it looks nice now. Right? Nice.
Yep. I wish we could hear Johann looks really, really excited but we can't hear him right now. Oh man.
Yeah. Looks like Huahine and Shell are just hammering each other.
Yeah, that's short.
Look how smooth they are. They're so
effortless.
Effortless, yeah.
Effortless.
Yeah.
Right on.
Look at these guys coming up. They're just hammering. And
Yeah.
Air Tahiti and Rurutu.
Yeah. They got for at least for the open men, we're about I don't know, an hour. No, I'm sorry. We're about 30 minutes in for them. And so we got a little bit more time before they hit open water, and they're going to really take off when they hit open water for sure. These two are going to really push hard for that first spot through the pass.
Yep.
And get some open water and start running downhill.
It's a beautiful lagoon.
Yeah.
Look at that.
You guys chat for a minute. Jonah Holaw just showed up. I'm gonna get him set up right now on the laptop, and we're gonna I will be right back with you guys in a minute. So you guys keep chatting.
Right on. So you see that on that last shot they had, there was an island like a motu that's off to the side on the right. They're gonna go around that a little bit farther, and then that's where they're gonna start tucking out to the right around one of the buoys. So still got a little bit of time.
how's the surf going over there?
Well, they said there's going to be surf, so it's what's happening on the inside of the lagoon doesn't really show what's happening on the outside unless you're in the pass areas. The reefs are so consistent around that island or those islands that it's really hard for waves to make their way through. And then it gets into deeper water on the inside. So how that all formed in those days is insane. It's just an incredible place.
Yeah, I can't wait to see them in the surf. How they just
Right.
so fun to watch.
Right. So, Brad, are you up for a little ride down to Tahiti one of these days?
Yeah, definitely. I'd love to go.
Yeah, we gotta get some.
I've never been, but it'd be fun to bring the sky drone out there.
Yes, sir. That's the deal. Get it from the sky.
Yeah.
That's a big part of why we're doing what we're doing and how we're doing it. Is those kinds of that type of equipment today. With the it's all controlled, and you can take it right down to pinpointing where you can even follow a canoe, right? Just lock onto a boat and just stay with it and just circle it and get all kinds of video footage, and it's good for training.
Yeah, it's
training purposes.
It's awesome. Like when we were filming the Catalina, like my drone has a cruise control feature. So if I had to make a change in the controller or something in the back end, I could put it on cruise control so the feed wouldn't be jumpy while I'm fixing things in the background.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, the technology is amazing. Yeah.
It's technical, man. That's just above beyond me.
Yeah.
Like I said, they dumb it down for me. But I understand the process and what it takes to get these things going. But watching these guys just jam here, and their techniques and their efficiency is what I've always keyed on. How efficient and how connected are every stroke, and that steersman to add to it and nail it, right? And plus, right, like it's a positive. It's never a negative. Everything that the steersman, right?
Yeah. And since I'm a stroker, so I'm always watching seat one and just how they're setting the pace and they're picking it up a little bit now. And man, it's so fun to watch. Look at them go.
I know. It's those kind of things right there where, you're at the front of the boat, and it was so different in my earlier days. I was at the front of the boat, and I've sat in every seat, and I loved every seat. Every seat has a purpose.
Yeah.
When I finally got back and started steering again, that's for me, that's the essence. I love that place, to be able to, pick your lines and basically commute and get the club and get the program in line, straighten it up. And we got to do this to get this, this kind of result. But
a lot of anticipation goes into steering, and I'm in the very beginning stages of learning, and I've really enjoyed what I've gotten so far, just a couple runs.
Right on. Yeah, that's the stuff right there when you start getting in, and if you get into a V1, and that's where the V1 is so awesome to, as an educational piece of equipment. In the beginning, it was really resistant. A lot of people really didn't want to transition into that in the early days in the 70s, and then surf ski was a big thing. And that came in, and that came out of Australia and their life-saving programs. And then we started racing them across the channels, and that got really popular. But now it's the V1 and the OC1 and those types, and that's a purist thing. The V1 is someone who is pure into the feeling and the control and the technique and the direction and the power, and knowing how to phase that in and over the length or term. And how to realize that,
I entered a V1 race with the Chinaman's hat, race around the hat, and that was like my first time in V1, and man, that was really fun. It was really challenging, like to go around a turn, and the way the wind affects the nose and the tail of the boat was. It blew my mind. Like I was locked in one position, and you have to learn the techniques of how to steer and move the canoe.
A lot of angles to that blade that people don't realize until you figure it out, that where you place that and where you go in and come out, not different places. So it's a tough one to and then for me to learn by myself pretty much in Hawaii, because there wasn't nobody else doing it. So I was very fortunate to be able to get a little idea on how it worked. And that was a glorious days, paddling in the lagoons and on Oahu and wherever we went, to Kauai, Big Island. But it took a bit, but now people are understanding what it really takes. To use those boats. But as they developed, the OC1 came in, and then that just stepped up. That just stepped up everything. How's it, Joe?
Brother Joe in the house.
Brother Joe's in the house.
Nice shirt.
Hey, right?
Nice shirt,
Call
bro.
it styling Styron. So, but yeah, we're just getting stuff together here and watching. So we got a few minutes of some racing today, and
Yeah, a few hours.
So a few hours.
You got a few hours.
Hours. Yeah, how many coffees can you have in that time?
I know.
Yeah, it's so awesome. But the way these guys are rolling right now, and you can see they've dropped back a little bit, and they've got I don't know, but in the veterans, I think it's Hinaraurea and then Manuia, I believe, in the first and second is what we heard so far.
Yeah, look at that swell they're on.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to
It's a
start
small
now.
bump. Yeah.
Small bumps, right? And that's when you start getting to little openings in the reef where stuff does come through.
Yeah.
But yeah, once you get around that corner, it's going to be glorious. That was just the funnest day when we did this back a few years ago with the Newport Aquatic Center. Will Reichenstein and I think Tyson Poplar was in there, and so it was a Dana Point guy and mostly NAC, Micah Scott. Yeah,
we're gonna bring him on, or not Micah Scott, but we're gonna bring on the Broadcast Braddah. Jonah Hova.
What's up? Good morning.
Good morning.
How's everybody doing?
Awesome.
Okay, I gotta go back and help Kareem a little bit real for a second. So you guys keep going.
Oh, we don't have no audio for Joe. Or
Hoping to say hi to you too. Oh, there. Oh no, that's Justin. Justin's on.
So Polynesie Premier is mentioning us. If you guys want to watch in English, thank you, Polynesie Premier, for tying us into your broadcast and letting us have fun with it.
Yeah. This is we got a
Thank
fun
you for
little
promoting us. Yeah,
fun little watch party we got going on, huh, boys?
This is awesome.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Hey, what did you do for Joe? What did you do for Halloween last night with the new one?
We're just horizontal.
Hunkered down,
man.
Turn off all the lights. No candy.
Yeah, my wife dressed her up like a little mermaid that my mom gave us a costume and
Beautiful.
small kind photo shoot, and that was it.
That's good.
Yeah,
You cherish it now.
we
bro.
watched Hawaiki Nui. That's what we did for
There you go.
Halloween.
There you go. Yeah, what else are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Wishing we were there.
I'm gonna bring up a little bit of the French in the background so we can hear it, and Kareem's gonna help us. Anything that's important, we're gonna go with. Hey, so how's the baby? Baby sleeping good?
Yeah, not bad. Yeah, she's we just had the 2-week checkup, and I was talking to my mom about it, because actually they're on their way. They're gonna be heading our way here soon.
When do they land?
They don't know yet. Flying
no
standby, so
Yeah,
it's kind of up in the air, but yeah, baby's doing good.
Yeah,
feels like a victory keeping a human being alive for 2 weeks so far. She's
Preserving life.
Yeah, she's weighing out good. She's filling out nicely, and
good.
Yeah, no, we're stoked how that went.
Right.
congratulations, man. That's so awesome.
There you are.
Oh, there you are, Brad.
I'm back.
Man. Thank you. How you doing?
Doing good, bro. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. What do you think of this whole Hawaiki Nui experience?
I haven't had much time to get into it, but from what I'm seeing this morning, it just looks amazing. Like, I definitely want to go check it out.
Is it something that you have you heard of the race? I mean, I know you're still kind of new to paddling.
Yeah, I've heard of it a lot, but I just, like, this week I've been wanting to watch it, but I haven't had time. It's been a busy work week.
Yeah.
And then I'm getting ready to go paddle, so I got to do that.
Yeah.
You got to work first, and then you can go.
You got to work first. And then
paddle first, then go work.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hawaiki Nui is something that, I've always looked at from afar, right? It's like, even growing up, back home, it's for us, Molokai Hoi was the big race. And, as I got older, you hear more about the Hawaiki Nui race, and it's nice to have Uncle Kevin Odes, he's got experience there, and we're going to, sounds like we had Will on earlier, and we're going to be bringing on more guests today that that have experience doing the race. So it's so nice to just kind of get out of the way and hear about just hear about it. I have so many questions about it, and something that I'd maybe aspire to do someday. It's
oh yeah,
but yeah, it's just it's nice to see the as we were kind of experiencing the last couple of years, connecting with the Stevie boys, connecting with a lot of the Tahitian paddlers, them coming to California. And it's neat to see that we can kind of bridge the gap between, Tahiti and California, Tahiti and Hawaii, and it's just, it's an international event, but it's great to see that we're connecting, closer in a sense.
Right.
So
when Tahiti came many years ago, and it didn't fit their program with the races that they had, so they never stuck around for Catalina. And we got to thank Mr. Justin Fasago here for enticing these guys to come down by purchasing some matahinas and then saying, "Hey, we got your boats. Time for you to come to California and race." And he did, convinced, I believe it was Paddling Connection.
No, well, the Paddling Connection setup was through NAC. NAC had that.
Okay.
Kareem actually played a big part in that too, along the way, because But once they connected, and those guys, they've been lifelong friends, the Paddling Connection guys, Sure. Wilfred, I think still, and Teva, they still talk to those guys all the time.
Yeah. Mihimana.
Yep. And I think that after that, we were able to kind of entice some of the working with Ari Tahiti to get some teams in. But yeah, so it was fun. I mean,
yeah, Brian, look at it now. Like, it's one big RA commercial, bro. Like, look,
I know, bro.
RA World.
I know.
Yeah. Look what you did, Justin.
I know. Sorry, everybody. Sorry. I didn't intend to.
Yeah. Hey, so
anyways, the Malama is a really nice family.
You see that, Bradley?
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. Speaking of canoe design, right, Uncle? So, can you see? So like the Bradley Lightning, right?
Right.
I know a lot of our canoes that we're using is all regional, right? In Tahiti, they have their canoes.
Yeah.
Over here, California, the Unlimited design is kind of like our regional. It's kind of turning into our own spec.
Designed for the waters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, back in Hawaii, of course, you have the Lightning, the Mirage. But does the Bradley Lightning or that spec canoe, does that fit the spec in Tahiti? Do you know?
Well, it's not. They have a mold or two that I believe it may have been the Striker.
Okay. That
they took down to Tahiti and they were making. So there's I want to say more than 100 of those boats in Tahiti, so they could practice for Molokai. So they basically took a mold. Sonny took a mold over. I believe he had Carell Sr. building them there for a while. And so all these teams were familiar with that type of a canoe and the handling characteristics if they ever thought they were going to come over to Hawaiian race, or even California at that time. Those were the boats, the Strikers, Class 5s, the Mirages.
So I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
Oh, nice.
We got some feedback. Did you?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I was just hitting buttons. Sorry. I saw it said there's no audio, so I was making sure that there's audio on my end.
It's we're doing the audio through the mixer.
Oh, okay.
So not through the laptop. So if you bring up the laptop, it'll
echo.
We'll get the ping.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, so I guess the reason why I'm asking that, Uncle, is because take a team like, so we got our team Hawaii, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's really star-studded cast of good paddlers, right? But let's say like a team like Wailea or Lanikai, right? They train together all year long, and they consistently on their Bradley Lightnings.
Mm-hmm.
Theoretically, could they just bring a Bradley Lightning to Tahiti, kind of like what Shell did?
I believe
they brought their
as long as the weight's there,
right? So it's just
length.
a weight. It's a weight thing,
weight,
right?
Length. I don't think there's anything else, but then again, there could be. I don't see why they would.
Okay.
But as we watched in some of the races, the wave piercing bows are not always the boat to pick, and there's been a lot of proof to that in recent times with some of the races in Hawaii where they have both divisions, and the traditional hull, as they call it, finished top 2, top 3, 4. Kona, I believe.
Yeah.
And then the Nepali race also.
Well, so let's say the weight class in Tahiti is got to be like roughly like 300 pounds.
300,
150 kilos.
Yeah. So
like 330 pounds.
So if Uncle Sonny Bradley, customized a Lightning, at around that weight, let's say you make them carbon stiff.
Yeah.
Put some foot braces on that sucker.
Yep.
Send it to Tahiti.
Yep.
Let's say like a team like Lanikai who trains together in that canoe could, and we're going to be speaking of theoretical. We're going to be speaking plenty theories today. Like, I'm glad we're here for that. But yeah, I mean, like, could that happen? Like, so for instance, like leg 1, right? A lot of quartering.
Yeah.
You're taking it from, left side.
Yep.
I imagine like a Bradley Lightning would be pretty good in that kind of water.
It would give you the options to run with it and run back. But the guys are so good in steering that Matihina. So it's not much difference. It's only when that boat runs abroad, which these guys never let it run sideways. They never lose control. The top guys won't. And the same thing with a Bradley. You'll never lose, the guys who know how to catch it on time, together, they'll have control of the boat. With the Bradley, you got a lot more maneuvering. So in the Matihina, if it got stuck, it kind of drives that direction until it releases, which that's one of the attributes it has. It does release, and you let it go, and then it can bring it back into your direction. With a Bradley, you'll always have that.
But like canoe attributes aside, let's say like these guys, they train in this canoe like daily, right?
Daily.
They got the timing of it. They got the feeling of the canoe. You go into a place like Tahiti where it's unfamiliar territory.
Right.
I think if you can paddle in something that's familiar, right, that you're used to, does that play a role? Like
that would help,
right? Yeah, I just wonder. I kind of just wonder that if that like a team, like a solid Hawaiian team, right? That guys train together a lot,
right?
Anyway, but that's I mean, again, it's all theoretical. I just wonder, like, and I wonder if the Bradley Lightning is part of the spec class in Tahiti, like if they're authorized.
Interesting. Well, they have strikers there. We're talking.
They have them with a closed cockpit too.
Yes, they enclose.
Okay. Yeah. I've seen training footage, right? Like,
yes.
Like,
yeah.
And it stiffens up the canoe, so they don't lose. They don't lose a lot of power through the mold, through the canoe as it's trying to twist.
The torque.
They eliminate that so they can apply it into direction instead of losing it through the water.
Yeah. Otherwise, you really have to have a stiff hull being open hull.
Right.
So it's got to be well built. But that kind of brings up an interesting thing with the theory is that, if you could have a quiver of boats for this race.
Yeah,
where-
like day 2, right?
Day
You
2, I
use a
want to
piercing hole. Huh?
Yep, same
Yeah,
numbers.
Right, Lagoon Run. Right.
Yep.
Yep.
And that just logistics. Yeah.
But 3 hours downhill.
I'm glad you brought
might,
that up,
You
'cause
might
I was
take a
gonna-
Bradley.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm glad you brought that up, because I was gonna say maybe you don't want to, because it's a stage race, right?
Yeah.
And it's like you gotta pick your
Bring your tools.
Bring your tools.
Yeah.
Bring your tools.
Yeah.
You know, time to work. You know, what's the option? We did that with some of our teams back in the day. And we took and it was always the number one crew had the pick, but it was the day before Molokai where we would then choose, which really irritated a lot of people in the club at that point. But it was up to that first crew to make the decision the night before, depending on conditions on which hull we had or which canoe we took. And then the second crew got the whatever we didn't want to use. And a lot of times it worked out for the better. But to be able to do that, you have to have a real tight club.
Yeah.
Because you could have some dissension and some, they want the boat, they want this, that. And, it's always that, the what ifs right before the race.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the questions.
Yeah.
Did you catch all that, Brad?
Yeah, I got it. I'm sitting here thinking like, hey, surfboard quiver,
Yeah,
long
that's
board
right.
for small days and short board for big days.
Well, and that's a fun thing too, right? Like, so this race format is it's a voyage, right? It's it's a 3-stage race. So that'd be kind of fun if you can change your change your quiver, change your canoe on certain. If surfers can do it on for surf meets, why can't canoe paddlers do it?
They can do it between heats too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So if you got an early morning heat at pipe and it's so whatever
right,
during the day, you're
Makes
gonna
sense.
change board and take a different board out.
Makes sense.
So yeah, speaking of Will and ERC, maybe Will makes a 300-pound Malama.
We've talked
Right,
about different things and opportunities with the lightning hull and accessories. So that's a whole nother thing. But to try and make it a little bit lighter might be a good concept and idea. I think some of the kupuna and the elders, the ones that are still paddling, they like the idea that it's just easy to pick up on the way, when they're done paddling. That you're saving some backs, and not everybody has a set of wheels to roll their boats around. So it's sometimes the clubs are right on the shore, so it's literally 50 100 feet of carrying, but still.
Real quick, guys, big thank you to Polynesie Premier One, and thank you guys for allowing us to do this, and appreciate the comments, and hopefully we can link up towards the end of the race and maybe interchange a little bit of commentary.
So speaking of linking up, I just got a message from my coach.
Yeah,
DC. He says he's free. He might be jumping on in the green room.
We got Uncle
soon.
Walter at 11:30 here.
Head out, guys.
Okay. Brad, thank you very much for joining us,
Brad.
Brad.
Work.
Yeah.
Aloha,
Brad. Have fun.
Go paddle.
Okay, enjoy. Thanks, Brad.
Take care.
So real quick, that church that Shell just passed, real iconic church. It's just one of those things when you come on the way down and you see that, it's just idyllic. You just like, wow, this is cool.
It's iconic. Yeah.
Iconic. It's a landmark. Yep. That guy right there. It's very visible. It's a beautiful steeple on that.
Yeah. That is,
and there's the island. There's Bora Bora, and back to our right, just came out of the frame, but that's where they're going.
They're going to turn and head
They're
downhill.
going the wrong way right now, but then they're going to be turning around and going the right way.
All right. So who are the teams battling with Shell right now? We got
Huahine.
Okay, so we got Huahine, Toa Amok.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Enviropol's kind of in that mix. Air Tahiti's in that mix.
in the mix.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and Kevin, CJ.
Yeah, it's not a Matahina, it's a different canoe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So there's room for it's always been hard for builders to commit to building something that may not work, and then and a lot of guys will go, it didn't work, and they'll kind of pull out of it. But the guys that are dedicated to, like Will and even John Puakea, I saw him cut that hull up 4 or 5 times to create the Malolo. And, guys like that, Sonny over the years, changing his designs, and it's just having that full commitment all in to make something and hope that, it's it's taken by the public, by the paddlers. And, you know, that's where it can cost money and you know, time to try and develop something that, you know, works. Because I know Sonny's built a bunch of different types. He's probably got 5 or 6 different types of canoes in his shed that people forgot about, different types of molds. And, you know, who knows? They might be something later.
Yeah. I know Tiger's had his hand in a couple of these designs too through the years.
Forgot about Tiger.
Yeah, I think, you know, speaking of Puakea, you know, shout out Johnny. I think they just celebrated their 10-year anniversary.
Oh, they did?
Yeah. And I
Cheers,
think,
brothers. Yep.
Yeah.
Right
And
on, JP.
I want to say, like, in the early years of the Unlimited Canoe design, there was a collaboration with Puakea and Tiger. Right?
I think so.
Yeah, and because I remember, you know, we had a up at San Francisco, we had a Tiger Puakea Unlimited Canoe, and
Tiger's been involved.
Yeah,
he's been around for a while, you know, developing and repairing, and
a lot of Tahitian influence too.
Yeah, Big Island. I think he's around Hawaii area or Kohala.
And you talk about being around for a while and involved. Uncle Walter Guild.
Right.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Ollie.
Uncle Walter.
Good morning, guys. Oh, my wife just called me. That's she can hold.
Speaking of honored,
I love it.
Wow.
Sorry about that.
Oh man, that's a big Don. No,
sorry, Auntie.
Yeah, sorry, Auntie.
All right.
We'll just play dumb. Yeah.
Thank you. Do not repeat that if anybody heard it.
To the world.
Yeah. So, so Uncle, thank you for joining us. You know, really stoked to have you back on for a short little spot and talk about Hawaiki Nui a little bit. I know you've been down there a couple times in your career, in your life, and what's been some of the highlights? Like, what's your favorite place in Tahiti? Your favorite island in Tahiti?
Oh God, they're all so gorgeous. Huahine, I think, would have to be probably right up there. Bora Bora is gorgeous as well, but it's a little more mainstream and action packed. They're all so special and so different. That's what makes this race so cool. They're turning. I'm looking here, Kevin. They're turning to go out the pass now. Yeah.
Yep. That's the post. Yeah, they're gonna pass that.
So that's the brain damage. I was thinking. I was watching earlier. I was watching you guys. For the guys that go down there for the first time and you start that day and you're like, "There's Bora Bora's right there."
Oh my!
Then you paddle away from it. You paddle away from it this long, and then you go across the channel. And then you go, there's a finish line right there. And you paddle past the finish line. Well, here's the course right now, right?
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. All the way back in.
Oh, you're looking at the finish line for so long both times. But now the action, now the action begins. Yeah. They're going to head out into the open ocean. And if there's anything going on out there, these guys they'll surf like crazy.
Yeah.
Right.
Really
well,
fun.
normally in this area and just a little bit farther out, you'll see if there's a swell, prevailing swell, you'll see it. So they could see a little bit of white water. So right now it doesn't look like it's all that big. But then it's still early.
Yep.
We're coming into it. You can see it now as they come across it. So that's the reef on the right side.
On the far side of the canoes.
Beyond the canoes, yeah.
It'll take them a little while to clear the reef because it's way outside. And
crazy, Walter, how big their reefs are. Offshore, how distant, and ours are so different in Hawaii. You know, where it's maybe a little bit earlier. I don't know, later in
newer islands, brother. Newer islands.
I guess, yeah.
No. So that's interesting because you see how deep their lagoons are. So. Years ago, and I'm no geologist, but this is the way I understand it, is those reefs were right up against the shore originally, like we have in Kaneohe or that sort of thing. And as the islands have sunk under their own weight, they've receded back from the reefs. So that's something I had heard. Of course, the passes are as I believe, are maintained by the fresh water runoff,
flow. Right.
So the coral doesn't grow. The fresh water's got to go out to the ocean, that sort of thing.
Right.
So, but that'd be interesting to really get somebody who understands the science of it to tell us what's the topography of that, you know, and will Hawaii someday be like that as well?
Well, that's like the northern islands above Oahu, you know, above Kauai and Niihau.
Atolls.
Right? The atolls up there. Yeah, same thing. They're all just receding. Just naturally going back into the ocean.
Man, Huahine right now is like they're charging up.
They got 8 minutes to make up.
They're nipping.
Got 8 minutes to make up in the stage.
Yeah, they got to get it.
You know, I was thinking like, they kind of had their hands full with Hina Raurea, you know, for the whole kind of the whole 3 days, the last couple days, and they're in the mix right now.
Yeah,
it looks like they just went past Shell actually on the outside. There, got a bump.
Yep.
Yeah, they're like what you say? It's 6 minutes behind.
They're eight minutes
behind.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They got to really open up, but I mean they can get podium. I mean they're within, you know, I think 4 or 5 minutes of Shell, or of Air Tahiti and OPT. So, well, OPT and Shell are kind of got a gap there, and then Air Tahiti snuck in there, and then they're about 8 minutes behind.
So what, Uncle Walter? What do you think? Like what's going on in your head right now? Like, you know, especially like these paddlers who know the course. You know, they're about to step into some open ocean water. So a team like Huahine right now. So you got is Kevin steering right now? Yeah, Kevin's steering right now. So is your play to like, hey, try get out in the bumps like now? Is like what's the thought process right now?
It looks to me like that's their plan, right? To see if they can start to surf a little bit quicker. They're chasing bumps already. You can see going out the pass. They were just pacing each other through the lagoon, right? Everybody was just staying within reach and setting it up. But you can see they're going to go out around the reef and keep going right, and stay along the reef for a little while before they break out. So it'll be, as I recall, it'll be a little bit of time before they're out in the true open ocean swell away from the island enough. But it'll be building from here on out. It looks like they're pressing.
Yeah.
So they're trying to maybe have a little breakaway here and shake Shell up out of their game, right?
Yeah.
Shell's got the clock with them, so they can pace and just keep track of everybody around them. It'll be interesting to see.
Kevin's a wave hog anyways. That guy, I mean, that's all he's looking for, you know.
Every day.
You know, we made a point, I think Kareem here made a point to us earlier. He goes, you never see Kevin CJ like this.
Yeah.
You always see him like this, you know.
Sitting
like
upright too, right?
Yeah. So he's making his play. And I think you guys are 100% right. He's trying to surf. He's trying to get in these guys' heads. He's going to rattle them up a little bit.
Wave hog.
Yep.
You know, it's kind of interesting, right? Like the spectacle that is Hawaiki Nui Va'a in Tahiti, how the similarities between this race and the Tour de France, right? Like the coverage, but also kind of the course, right? And like, you know, yesterday you could kind of make a case as like similar to the time trial day, right? Like it's for teams who were slightly behind. Like you take like a Hawaii Team Hawaii that was kind of slightly behind on day one. You use day two as a time trial. It's an opportunity to get back, you know, kind of make up your time. And then seeing the teams kind of go through the pass here, kind of feeling out each other. It's kind of like the peloton. And then, you know, when you watch Tour de France, there's always like that one cyclist that breaks free early. And that's kind of what we're seeing here, you know, with Huahine. It's a team that's not heavily favored, but like sometimes you see like a cyclist that kind of just shakes up the peloton and you just kind of, you know, you kind of change things up a little bit.
Well, the little bit of different with that is you can't draft like they can, right? So you can't take a free ride. So you're going to expend some power to get out in front. And if you don't continue to stretch and surf away from them, they're going to reel you. If they figure out the water and get in the rhythm right with you, although they've got a little bit of a gap there. So it's going to be interesting. It'll be interesting to see if they can make that grow as they start to surf a little bit.
Yeah. There's the armada of boats.
Yeah, the armada.
Boats.
I know.
And it looks pretty clean right now.
Won't be for long.
Yeah, they're going to catch up to the Masters guys. All their boat. You could see that yesterday. Like with the shots of Hawaii surfing yesterday.
Yeah.
That was all the boat wake, right?
Yeah.
But it's
Mr.
there.
Austin. Yeah. Jimmy.
There was a little chatter about Team Huahine getting flagged for being a little too close to the boats yesterday, but I don't think there's been a formal complaint. But yeah, you never know what happens, right?
Don't park your boat next to mine.
You know, if they beat Shell by 8 minutes, Coach David's gonna go. You know what? I want to file a protest.
Oh God!
Well,
Well,
they're
what
going
a
to have to
statement
be.
too with that canoe.
I know.
Yeah, I like it. I wish there were a few more of them to really be able to really gauge, you know, the level of that hull. I mean, Kevin believes in it.
Yeah,
his people believe in it.
Well, there's a couple new designs down there we've seen show up. OPT raced one a couple races ago.
Yeah,
and then there's some video of Air Tahiti in a new design down there too, testing, and they've been really tight-lipped about it. I reached out and I asked that. They've been really tight-lipped about it. So there's some designs that they're kind of put forth, and I think they're looking at how to get a little bit faster, I think.
Yeah.
You know, we just our shout out to our correspondent here, Hollywood Kareem. You know, he said that that canoe has won Hawaiki Nui before.
Oh, it has.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Uncle Walter, so speaking of canoes, so we were talking about earlier, like shortly before you hopped on, you know, the Bradley Lightning, you know, it supposedly it meets the spec in Tahiti. And, you know, I was kind of, this is all theoretical, right? Like we're talking about like let's say like a really good Hawaiian team, like a Lanikai, you know, like guys that pretty deep, you know, win races in Hawaii. Let's say they go to Hawaiki Nui and they bring a Bradley Lightning. Could you see that happening?
So have it be lighter, right?
Yeah, like a 300-pound Bradley Lightning with foot braces in it. You know, perhaps Uncle Sonny Bradley is customizing a carbon, you know, just a canoe for Tahiti, you know, a Bradley Lightning for Tahiti. Could you see like them or any Hawaiian team for that matter bringing a Bradley Lightning to Tahiti to race Hawaiki Nui?
You know, I honestly don't think you'd get much advantage to it. I mean, obviously, the rougher the water got, maybe from the first leg, parts of this leg, parts of the third day, you might get some advantage, but you're giving up so much water line.
Yeah.
And what happens, of course, if you lighten up a Bradley and you take it down 100 pounds plus and it floats higher, you're going to shorten the water line even more.
Right.
So there's advantages to that. There's times when that's an advantage, and we know that you even in your unlimited hulls, right? Will's boat, for instance, possibly. But in the lagoons and the run speed, I just don't think it could keep up in most situations. I take the long water line with the narrower hull, and just these guys know it so well. They can steer it so well. They can surf it tracking, right?
What do you think, Walter? Remember the Manuia and the Kaupico? Remember those days when those boats came out?
Yeah,
that's some old stuff. But what do you think that kind of hull would do? And it's because it's kind of both in length, right? The water line and the way the displacement of that hull at the front. Well, that was a Tommy Connor design, right?
Well, the Manuia was actually a pop off.
Right.
Remember when Tahiti, it was kind of like the Malia in California. It's like, oh yeah.
Sorry, I brought that up.
I'll put it on the boat for you, right? And then all of a sudden there's a skin there.
Yeah, we'll take care of that for you.
Yeah. So, you know, obviously Sonny's designs went a little different direction and started adding width, right? And flatter bottoms and things like that. Although those boats have somewhat of a flat bottom as well.
True.
I think the Kaupico maybe a little less, but
yes,
Manuia, the original Manuia, you know, was a Tahitian hull, different than these. Yeah,
it was. Yeah.
And then the boat, he modified that after it won in the late 70s. When the specs came out, he modified it and he built the Kaiulani off of it. If you remember that boat. So Kevin, when we raced against each other, when you raced the Kaupico in 1980,
right?
And we had the Kaiulani actually.
Oh, okay.
And so that's a trippy story. That boat went up and raced in Catalina, and it got flown up there on a 747 freighter in 1980. So it went to the West Coast and raced, and we just got blistered by Dennis Campbell and those guys. And I think their boat was the Rhino.
A Rhino.
You remember that old beast?
Oh my God. It was the ugliest canoe in the world, but it was fast for some reason.
Well, and the Kaiulani was starting to get a little uglier because Tommy would just slap. In fact, one day when we had they waterlined the boat up. We're getting so off topic. I'm sorry.
No,
they water.
That's what we're supposed to.
None whatsoever. This is
perfect.
This is the topic.
So they waterlined the Kaiulani up there, and it didn't pass in California. So he slapped 2 cheeks on the thing of Bondo.
Yep.
Right at the measuring point. Yep. And I remember his comment to me was, "When in doubt, Bondo out." These guys are surfing here now.
Yeah.
That's the quartering. They're getting
starting to quarter a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like Shell also kind of made a move on Huahine.
Yeah. And I'll just round out the story. That boat, we got smoked up there by Dennis and them, and it came back to Hawaii, and we won Molokai. That was 1980. So that's the one that the NBC show was done.
Yeah.
And you guys were in the Kaupico. We were in the Kaiulani, which
what did we get? Second?
I think you were third, because that's Billy and them were in a Malia. And Billy told me after that race, he goes, "You guys have got such a boat advantage now that we will never come back and race Molokai again unless we can race in the same boats." And then so that's when we went ahead and started designing the Hawaiian class racer.
Right.
And then that kind of went into the next generation.
Yeah.
No, but that was good. You know,
the Olympic paddlers with you.
Yeah, that had something to do with it.
Yeah, a little.
So anyway, it was a migration at that point. And Sonny was started. His boats were starting on the West Coast and that sort of thing. So anyway, that we're way off topic, as I say. But yeah, those were fast boats back then for their time.
Yeah.
No, nonsense. You know, the point of this, right? This is just a watch party. You know, we wanted to get theoretical and historical here, and you know, and just kind of check in with the race. Oh yeah, the Huahine is making a move, and you know whatnot. So it's just great to have you on. You know, when we had you on the other week, I meant to ask you, you know, again back to the job you did with covering Molokai Hoi. You know, we admired it, but I wanted to ask you, as someone who covers races, you know, there's times where I'll be with Justin, and you know, we'll be following a V1 race, and I was like, man, I'm not gonna lie, Justin, like this kind of pains me not being out there. I want to race. You know, someone of your stature as a paddler, do you ever have those thoughts? Are you still getting on the water these days? What's going on there?
Well, I definitely, you know, I hunger to get in there, and what we're watching right there where these guys are going fast and surfing, but I'm realistic. I can't. In fact, everybody else gets on me, all of my contemporaries and friends. Hey, come on, come paddle with us, masters and things like that. I go, you know, my memory is just a little too good, because I still remember what it felt like to go fast.
Yeah.
And it's not, we can't do that anymore. So,
it's not capable.
Yeah, but I mean, the equipment.
Buy a Malama and you'll feel fast again, I promise.
Yeah, there you go. So anyway, I had to take a pretty big break for some time, but I'm back on the water, trying to get consistent on my OC1 and just get out there and paddle a little bit.
No V1?
I have, you know.
Yeah. No.
Who knows? You know.
Come on.
What's your OC1 of choice these days?
Well, I've been using a lot of different ones. I've got an old Pueo that I still play with, and I'm hanging on to give to my son, because he's just getting into them now as well. So rather than upgrade him, I'll upgrade me.
There you go.
Yeah,
let's
figure out what
shift.
But I've had a chance to paddle a lot of the different boats, because Outrigger has kind of a fleet of them.
Yeah.
So I've been able to hop around, and I don't want to necessarily pick a favorite at this point.
As a quiver, right? Always, what's the boat of the day? You know.
Yeah. Oh, look at this conditions.
Yes.
And that's Kevin. Then they're still holding on.
Yeah. This is going to be a wild one.
Uncle Walter, have you been keeping up with the race in the last couple of days?
I have. I've been watching it. Yeah.
So how about that day one, right? That line that OPT and Air Tahiti took over Shell.
Yeah.
Advantage.
It took, it worked for him.
Yeah. I wonder, I mean, do you guys think that Shell knew that they were behind? Because according to like their body language, the way they were paddling I wasn't picking up on that at all.
Especially after Coach David had said they wanted to win all 3 stages this year. He's on a mission. So maybe they had no idea. Maybe they didn't know until they converged and it was like, uh-oh.
Yeah. They definitely had an advantage, what they did. I mean, they were ahead, literally. And then when they split, it like, where's the other guys?
Yeah.
And when they dropped back in, it was like, wow, that far ahead. And those are the kind of things that happen in races, Walter knows as well, when you get into like the Molokai race. And if you're going to do a straight rum line, or you're going to, play a little bit high towards Makapu or Cocoa Head and then take that inside run and just run down the line. All of those little things happen, and there's advantages to that. And we've seen them in the past where guys have been on the straight line. Everyone thinks they're ahead and, and then inside line, there's another canoe that just flew right by you. So that's kind of what happened, I think.
When we went down with Team Hawaii a number of years ago, it was very similar to that. The top teams split apart from each other. And it looked very much like, I think it was Shell at that time too. And it might've been OPT or somebody won that day and shocked the world a little bit, but it was the same kind of thing. Once they got closer to the island and came, you start coming down the reef instead of the straight line, man, there's some huge acceleration that takes place, potentially. So I could see that happening. Yeah. And it was interesting that they'd leave each other alone a little bit and split up and, roll the dice, but they all have their own theories and they should know that water so well. And, somebody in a boat the day before could be checking currents and things. I'm sure they're very sophisticated on all of that, and have their own individual theories on it.
Looks like we got OPT on right here with the yellow jerseys. Yeah. And that's a friendly reminder that this, not just this race, but the sport of canoe paddling it's a voyaging sport, right?
Yep. Community voyage. You're bringing it all with you. But yeah, the canoes from those days to today, and then just watching what these guys do, these magicians, and how they jump into these swells and just
right here. Look at that,
and then
look at that.
Connect to the next and connect to the next, and is that Huahine ahead of Shell?
Yeah, still, yeah. They had like they have about 3-4 boat lengths.
Yeah,
last time they showed that.
At least, yeah. Crazy.
Speaking of, so like you got Shell, OPT, who's on screen right now, the technique and the cadence in their stroke, the variation between all 3 teams, I thought was fascinating. Especially on day one when, I was thinking like, oh man, okay, it's early in the race, it's early in the event. The likes of Air Tahiti, OPT, they're just attacking. They're just chasing everything. And then you had Shell just cruising along. And that's why I wonder, I question if Shell actually knew that they were behind. I get the sense that they thought that they were in the lead. And
their calmness.
The way they were so calm.
Eager.
They didn't seem eager. But I also wonder, did they know, like, hey, it's a long 3 days, we're just gonna conserve energy. And they definitely made a statement yesterday, right? Breaking the record. But just the different styles of, everyone fascinates over Shell's technique. They're doing the long hootie stroke, but
or their techniques.
Exactly. Yeah, their gears.
Long paddles.
Yep.
Yeah.
Their paddles are
like
super
54s,
long. High leverage. Yeah.
But yeah, so I just wonder, I mean, even today, right, is considered a long day, right? What is it?
This is the longest stage.
34 miles? Or something?
Yeah.
So, we'll see what happens, but I don't know. I get the sense that Shell was a little lackadaisical on day one.
Hey, look, it's Pat Dolan.
Is that?
Yeah,
Was that?
That is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing too. Kareem said it this morning. He goes, "You can see a Hawaiian in a crew of Tahitians. They stand out like because the strokes. So it's just a little different. But
so true.
Yeah, Pat Dolan paddling with a Viropole and Tuarongo too, both KLK guys.
Oh.
Yeah. It's
Steering?
I don't know Tuarongo steering. Looks like he's steering, but I don't know. I mean, he's Tahitian, so
They all steer.
yeah.
It's fascinating that
They got a lot of what do you call it, melatonin in their skin. It's hard to tell.
Stay in there.
well, like 2 weeks ago, both those guys were paddling with Kalahui
That's
Kai
right.
for the channel.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
do you guys any insight there? You guys know what happened to Kalahui Kai?
Nope.
No, I don't. I don't know.
How about you, Uncle Walter? I know you're in Idaho, but any intel there or what?
Yeah, nothing. I just came up here 2 days ago, so I haven't been up here the whole time. But I don't. For some reason, I think Alan decided he didn't have enough of the crew together or couldn't fill it out. And I think they made the decision a little bit late. I know that some of their guys still went down at Hunter, and some of the other guys went down because they had the catamarans were reserved. So they're down there probably watching from the side on this
race.
now.
Yeah.
So I think they kind of pretty much released their guys just to either go have a good time and watch and play, or in this case, jump in another boat.
Mm-hmm.
I like that word, released.
Released.
I
know.
You're free. You're a privateer.
Hey, speaking of release, let's talk about your old throttle days when like this what is this motorcycle I'm so glad that we have both of you guys on right now.
Oh, bro. Yeah, so I just found that shirt a few weeks ago, and I went to look for it again. Our Outrigger racing shirt with the motorcycles.
Yeah,
I can't find it. I was so bummed. I
lost it in that much time?
I lost it again. Yeah.
You released it.
I released it.
Yeah.
Somebody's probably washing their car with it.
It's a little tight though.
Yeah.
Medium.
It's a medium.
Those were fun days.
Man.
That was our off season. Well,
Training.
Kevin, you remember what I missed paddling with you in '84 because I was in a cast.
Yeah, like a couple 2-3 days before, you were doing something during the week you were riding, wasn't it?
Oh, no, it was about 2 weeks before Molokai. No, it must have been longer than that because we had a cutoff date, and I flipped off the bike backwards and landed and broke my wrist.
Yeah,
and missed paddling with Kevin when he won. They won and set a record, and I'm in the escort boat in a cast. That was
bummer. I was really bummed out about that.
I was looking forward to it.
That was such dumb luck in that conversation with Uncle Walter, because it stood out to me when I looked at it in the list. I'm like, motorcycle club, I'm just going to bring it up. And then when he pulls Kevin's name out, and then I went back through the Outrigger has an unbelievable archive of photos. And I just happened to find, I was like, oh my God, here it is. It was so perfect.
And Ackerman, just all the guys on that shot of the guys for the race for the club. That was John Beaumont he was like a legend. He did all the machining and all the repairs of our motorcycles. Built us our bark busters. Never washed a bike in his life. And I said, that's how you don't wash it. Then you can tell where the oil is. It's like it's all oil.
He was an interesting guy. He was a stud. I mean, he was in his 70s riding with us and keeping up.
Yeah, and
he was
sharpshooter,
former Olympian.
Right? Yeah, Olympian in was it
pistol shooting?
Pistol shooting. Yeah, he was an Olympian for the United States, and he I think he taught almost everyone that was during the war period. He taught almost everyone. He was like the armorer for the military. He trained a lot of the shooters.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, he was legend, man. Just incredible man. And then Kala Judd, I believe, was in there. Was another legend in the paddling and kayak world.
He was our coach in 98, 99 when we won.
Shell's coming up on that looks like Shell coming up on Huahine right now.
On the inside line.
On the inside. Mm-hmm. The tail on that green canoe, man.
It's shorter.
Yeah, it's
a lot less volume.
It comes out of the water.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So what kind of was your cast in '84? Was that kind of like the end of the motorcycle club? Like, how come in 2024 there's still not a motorcycle club?
Well, I think the membership kind of got wind of. Wait a minute, we're paying something for these guys to go.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that
we had these mechanic bills.
Yeah. Well, they gave us a budget, and we obviously we bought uniforms, and it kicked in a little bit. We basically paid for everything ourselves, but we raced against Jerry Lopez and some
Malcolm Smith.
Wow. Okay.
Malcolm Smith, some big name guys would come over and race on the Big Island. That was a real big race. 2 days from sea level up around Mauna Kea, back down the second day to sea level. It was a big deal. Yeah.
Wow.
Big deal. Yeah.
And I imagine back in that day, the trail access was probably a little bit more. You guys had more access, right?
We had access.
Less lush. It was more open.
I don't know if you could call Hilo open.
Yeah,
it was pretty deep. It was pretty thick,
rainy,
man.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, you had
Yeah.
half a mile of mud puddles that you had to get through.
Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty thick.
Yeah, it was amazing, but they have not been able to get the same kind of access. And the guys work so hard. They work year round up there. The stuff's always falling down. They got a chainsaw. They got
Yeah.
It was a lot of work for them.
I'm gonna try and bring on Johann right now. He just popped in. He's got a little bit of service. Let's see if we can hear him. Johann, can you hear us? We've been having problems with his audio. I can't hear you, Johann. I'm sorry.
Besides French, Johann, can you speak in sign language? Well, I can't understand sign language, but but maybe some of our I don't know. Oh man, he's probably got a lot of good things to say too right now. Darn it.
Yeah.
Shoot. Yeah, I wish we could pick up what he's saying. He's got headphones too, so I imagine Johann, you can hear us too, huh?
Yeah, he can hear us. Yeah, he can hear us. He's thumbs up. Yeah. Bummer.
Yeah.
It's okay. When we get closer to Bora Bora, then
perhaps we can hear him.
Yeah, we'll probably get him.
Hey, but well, he's off screen, looks like. But Johann, we're happy to be here. Oh, there he goes. Man, how cool is that though? We had Johann, Uncle Walter Guild, and we got Uncle Kevin Olds all on the same time.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like the Avengers.
The Defenders.
The Defenders.
Oh, Wally, I miss you, man. That was good days.
It was. We went to Mexico racing together. We went up to Oregon. Yeah, we had a good time.
Did you come with us to Oklahoma?
No, I did not do that.
That was the 6 days.
Hey, real quick, why do you think Uncle Walter's in Idaho right now? He's probably
on a bike.
He's bringing it back, man.
He's building a motocross track as we speak.
I'll show you what I'm doing up here.
Oh, nice.
Hey,
that was the furniture. The furniture that he delivered. Yeah,
you got your flags.
Yeah,
right on.
Your buggy whips.
Yep.
That's
Very
awesome.
nice.
My friend lives up there, Walter. We'll be showing up with an RV there soon. We just got to plan it out.
Let's rendezvous.
Yeah, definitely.
Ooh, we got Pete A on right now.
Stevie Boy sitting in
you could tell he's in 4. Yeah.
So,
he's so distinct.
Yeah.
So how we say that word? Everyone's saying Pete A. Pete. Pira. It's Pira.
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 Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's the proper way to say it. Pira.
Pira va'a.
Yeah. Solid club. Orange and white. They had orange hulls and white stripes back in the day, or green. Yeah, they were a solid club back when Fa'a, Mighty Nui, then Ihilani broke up from Mighty Nui.
Okay.
They were the townies, so they took the guys from Tautita, 60 kilometers away, and they all went to Papeete to work. So they said, hey, let's just create a club there, and the club didn't want to separate. And a soy, I believe, Chinese Tahitian gentleman brought that club into Papeete and created Ihilani.
Oh,
so that was a break off of Mighty Nui.
So speaking of Pira, how would you? And you kind of mentioned that they're a townie club. What Honolulu? What Hawaii club would you compare them to?
These guys all attend Farrington High School.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, they heard
They
they're
heard
laughing.
you, right? Talking about Farrington.
Flying for Farrington.
Yeah.
Flying for the Govs.
Man.
Oh, bruh. Wow. That's always something you got to think about for the rest of the day.
I
You know, those are things.
Yeah,
those
that's
are
why
things.
that string is there, right?
That's their paddle. Yeah, they whip their paddle over and they put that down on it, and it helps.
Yeah.
It helps. Yeah. But yeah, they're a solid club. They've been around and they've been consistent for years. Them, Oahu, Mahina, Point Venus. There's so many clubs there, and there's so many more now. But I have some pictures. Maybe I'll pull them out later of my voyages to Tahiti back in the 70s, and what the canoes look like. And you know,
that canoe jump.
Boom, I know.
Boom.
Every stroke.
Oh,
it's incredible.
Yeah.
Still having problems with Johann's audio, but he's got signal.
So it sounds like there's similar to the channel, right? You have three kind of
you got three lines.
Yep. So tell me, guys, like, what is the whole Cape Mount Ote Manu, Cape Turiroa, Cape Maupiti? Is that what they're aiming for, like on landmarks?
Those are the 3 points, I believe, of the mountains, and they pick one of those as a guideline. So if they're going to go to the more northern route, you know, that's the one that's going to angle surf back in, or they're going to be on the straight or stay to the southern side and kind of sneak in on a quarter.
Okay.
But like in Molokai, if you go high, what really is high, Walter? What did we consider high if you took a rum line? Was it a quarter mile? Was it a half a mile above the line?
Sometimes a mile, sometimes over a mile.
Yeah. So, you know, and
that's still sometimes over a mile.
Sometimes over a mile high. Yeah. Since GPS came out.
Yeah.
Once we knew those lines, and we can dictate where boats were, and you know, quarter mile is not a lot,
right?
A mile is a lot to be high, and then to find the advantages in the end. So you're thinking you're sneaking off the course a mile, probably taking you 2 minutes out of your way, if not 3 minutes out of your way, to take an advantage to create that 8 minutes faster to get down ahead. So it's kind of one of those gambles.
So, Uncle Walt, the last time we had you on, we were talking about the line from this past race, and I forgot to mention, or from this past Molokai Hoi, I forgot to mention that even though we were considered north, I do recall our escort boat driver saying that we're the furthest north technically, but we're still like 200 meters south of Rumline.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that. I think. Yeah, the other guys were south of the run line when we were looking at the tracker, and the course on the tracker, the line that you saw. I'd have to go back and look at it was a digital line. It wasn't precise.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a little bit hard to tell, but I believe that. I think that might be accurate.
Yeah,
I think they were all south of the rum line a little bit.
Brother, you say you had a cramp?
he's so immersed into this race that he's catching cramps already.
He started stretching out. I'm like, right, you're not that old, Kevin. Come on, man.
You know, while they have this shot up, I just want to mention something that there's a lighthouse on the reef to the left, to the outside. So
at that point, yep.
Yeah, so where you're looking at Bora Bora, the actual curve of the reef is way over to the left of what you see land.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So if they're pointing, it's real interesting. If they're pointing to the island, then they're planning on surfing left and down the reef line.
Yep.
The guys, it may look, if somebody were to take a straight line to there's a lighthouse out there. Yeah, Kevin, I think at the corner.
Yep. Big
they
one.
will. Yeah, see, they're pointing pretty much to the island. They're probably thinking as they get out away from Taha'a, the swell will start to allow them to surf left. Is what my guess would be there.
Yeah, wrap around. Yeah, because you can't see the lighthouse is probably in that direction right there. Well, even that's probably more like it to the island, to that mount.
Who is
got smoothed out again now?
Yeah, I was just gonna say it looks like the conditions kind of dropped a little bit, huh?
Yeah.
And maybe that early move that Huahine made that could pay off. Huh?
Could, yeah.
Who is that? Is that a what they call a veteran team that Shell is kind of passing right now?
Passing by right now, yeah.
I think so.
Masters team?
Yeah.
We're going to bring on another special guest here. DC.
Hey, guys.
Oh. Hi, Danny. How you doing?
I'm good. Just
Thanks for joining.
How's it, Danny?
Yeah, just watching the race.
Yeah, same with us.
Hey, congratulations in your finish in Molokai.
Oh, thanks, man.
That was good. That was good to see. I saw your boys, but I didn't get to see you. I knew you guys were so busy.
Yeah, I was in and out.
Yeah.
Me and a guy were on the first flight out that night. That was kind of
wow.
straight off with the wives.
Oh, yeah. Right, yeah. Keep them happy, bro.
Yeah. So early. We just got to be back immediately Monday morning.
Yeah. Yeah, you got work at 7 a.m.
Oh.
You know, one question, Danny, I was thinking of when we were talking about having you on was on day 3 here, what does your guys' nutrition look like going into day 3 after paddling a couple stages? And I mean, I can only imagine the amount of stress on the body, you know, for this, especially if you paddle every leg.
You know what's interesting is it's definitely evolved over the years. Originally, it was kind of whatever food, calories, sugar you could get into your body. And I remember the first couple of times we went, Perpetuum was a big thing. Try to do that hammer gel Perpetuum. Always knew that if you took a lot on day 1, you kind of had to spend day 2 not paddling because it just tore up your guts. So definitely some of the stuff we're doing now is a little better. 2 years ago, I was introduced to that Martin product. That one seemed to do the trick. But for the most part, day 3, I mean, if you're looking right here, I just remember it being surfing, but hot. So hot.
Yeah. Well, the wind's at your back, so you're probably not feeling any kind of wind at all.
Yeah. For whatever reason, every time I've done the race, day 1 is amazing. Day 2 looks super uncomfortable, hot surfing as well in the lagoon. And day 3 just always seems to be very similar. It looks like it's going to be good. It tries to be good at the beginning, and it just kind of gets, still behind you. Like you said, that.
Kind of like what we're seeing right now. It's like
early. These guys are hurting.
Oh yeah, look at that green canoe.
Yeah, halfway, not even.
No, not even.
Not even, yeah.
Barely, not even 2 hours into the race yet.
Oof.
Yeah.
So it looks like today's lineup. So Danny, so we got some intel right from Ryland. So we got Team Hawaii. You got the Koho'okele brothers. You got Tristan, Kekoa. You had Ryland in the middle in 3.
Yeah, he said he was going 3 with I think Avon behind him and Miles and then Jimmy Austin.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a young scrappy crew. I like the sound of that team. We haven't seen them in frame yet, but yeah, what do you think of that team?
Oh, that is going to be interesting. That's a lot of the top talent right now. But again, the experience, like you said, it's young. You got Jimmy Austin in there, so hopefully that'll bring some experience to what's going on. A lot of those guys are young, but they have a lot of experience as far as going out and participating in this race and others. So it'll be interesting. The Team Hawaii contest has been around for a long time, and there's always a year or two where the older paddlers pass their knowledge on. They're usually in the canoe and sharing that knowledge during the race with these guys. I think with COVID and that big break, this is that first opportunity of, Jimmy Austin's the older guard, and technically like Ryland and Tristan and some of those guys are the older, more experienced paddlers. So hopefully Fody's yelling everything they need to know on the boat, but he can't get in and pull them around.
Right.
Yeah, I guess they got to stay 25 meters away from the escort boats. So that's a pretty long shouting match.
Yeah.
Jimmy will take care of it. Jimmy will take care of it.
Molokai Cowboy.
Yeah.
Well, you could do the water drop, and if Fody wants to jump in there, you can just put on the life vest and helmet and go yell right at him from the water.
That's true.
Right.
It looks like Shell's doing a water drop as we speak.
Oh, yeah. There it is.
I'm gonna get some hydration.
Kind of looks like kind of reminds me of like a school bus. Look at that
Right?
The short bus.
Oh no!
Hey, come on! They're all wearing helmets and life jackets.
Life preservers are going to be required on buses now.
Oh,
that's funny.
They're dropping some fuel as we speak.
It's probably their
Coca-Cola
drivers.
and Hershey chocolate.
Yeah.
Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola and Hershey
Ooh,
chocolate.
I remember that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Wake you back up.
Uncle Walt, what was your nutrition back in your day?
Well, we got some pretty ugly stuff.
Snickers bar.
We were right at the beginning of the gels and the things like that, which we thought was the greatest thing in the world, right?
Yeah.
And I remember Cytomax was one that we had.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Man, which I won't say anything bad about them because they were sponsoring me, but at the time it was great. But I learned some real hard lessons with that. You know, mixing it the day before and have it sit in the cooler and bubbling by the time you start drinking it. And it's a whole different deal. So I think, you know, we were trying to stay pretty basic with just water and simple things at that point. There wasn't a lot of experimenting going on. Some Gatorade and stuff like that. But I do remember, which I'm sure everybody still does as well, is that last hour or so of pop the Coca-Colas and Red Bulls, right?
The fast burn.
I remember in Huinalu when I was kind of making my way up into the crew at my young age, and the guys were like, "Okay, everyone, pull down your pants. We're gonna get a B12 shot."
No way.
Yeah.
Like on your butt. On my butt.
Yep. Dr. Block showed up. Popped us. Everybody in the crew got one. And then they were like, okay, now you got to drink coffee. I'm like, I'm 14. I don't drink coffee.
Classic.
Yeah. The diets were different back then.
That's funny.
Ivan Drago. Before.
Peaches, cans of peaches. Literally clean peaches.
Fruit cups.
Fruit cups. Exactly. Fruit cups.
Pickle juice.
Oh yeah, that's good for cramps. Yeah. Danny, I don't know if you know this one, but so our Molokai Hoi a couple weeks ago, you remember Ross had his own freaking little cooler with little poi bags?
Oh yeah. He was mixing them the night before, getting them all set up, telling us the story on how he learned about it.
Yep. So him, it was me, him, and Birdiac, right? We're on the escort boat at the start, and Ross was like, "Hey, so I put together a little Joe, open that cooler there, check that out." I was like, and I got so excited because we were on Molokai for the last couple of days. I haven't had any poi.
Oh,
and I was like, "Oh wow!" He's like, "Yeah, that's my nutrition." I was like, "Hey, you can have some if you want." I was like, so I remembered that. So every so often I would come like, I'm gonna grab a little one of Ross's little poi bags. So he made little Ziploc kind of custom Ziploc bags, and you just kind of bite the corner and squeeze it like it's a goo. Yep. And I remember, we're like a little bit before Diamond Head, still on the Hawaii Kai run, and I opened the cooler and there's one left, and I was thinking like, the gentleman thing to do is not take the last one. But I was like, so I just kind of yelled out loud, "Sorry, Ross," and I forgot I did that. And so earlier last week, we're paddling in the dark and doing our early morning sprints, and I'm with Matt, and Ross comes out. We're in the dark, and he's like, "Yeah, which one of you Hawaiians stole my last bag of poi?" I started laughing. I was like, "Oh shit, sorry, Ross, I forgot I did that." Yeah, that was me. But anyway, that awesome. Poi was so good.
He yelled at me for that when I got in the motorboat. I'm sitting there and I kept missing, I kept refilling my water system with whatever I needed, and then my water bottle would disappear. I was like, man, somebody keeps smoking my water bottle while I'm in the boat. And so he walks in, he goes, "Hey, you ate my poi." I go, "Whoa, dude, that's not me." Whoa. I just got here. But he was all pissed. But yeah, long story short, he blamed me. I was getting mad because I thought someone was stealing my water bottle. I had no idea it was falling out of the bag, and everything ended up in the corner of the escort boat, around the corner, hidden. So we were cleaning out the boat, and I find all this food that everyone's been bitching is gone. It's all shoved into the corner of the motorboat from the waves.
That's funny. And wasn't Judson stealing all your food or something like that?
That's what I thought. And then I realized everything had slid into the corner.
Okay. There it is.
But every time I got out, I had to mix a new bottle of nutrition. I was like, man, where did that go?
For Catalina, going into Catalina, I remember, you remember T-Loy, he's flying the drone and he did that excellent post-production video. He was interviewing all the paddlers. So he had like a, question. He's like, hey, so like, what is your secret, like, chase boat nutrition? Like, what is your go-to? I was like, honestly, bro, like I'm the kind of I got like the seafood diet, bro. Like whatever's in front of me,
Eat it.
I eat it. I try new things on race day. I'm that guy, like that does those things.
Iron stomach.
The experiment.
Yeah, it's like whatever calories, electrolytes, just give it to me.
I think that
breaks every rule.
On, Bruce's Wild Ride, bro.
Yeah, Danny reminds me of that.
Right. Yeah.
Right on.
Anyway,
this
but
is
yeah,
sloppy now. This is so. Do you think they're working their way up through? Oh man, look at all that boat weight.
I know.
Yeah,
wild.
It's awesome to be in the front. Well, when you get to the little bit to the back, you're gonna take that
Victory at Sea
beating. Yeah, the Armada.
Oh, is this the Hawaii boys?
Yep.
Yeah. All white.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh no, it's Arue.
Yep.
Arue. Arue.
Okay. I would say that. Yeah, that looked a little different than Tristan and Kikoa.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
The guy in front kind of looks like Rylan, just a little tanner.
Yeah, a little tanner.
So is Arue? Is Va'a News? Is that kind of their sponsor? Do you guys know? No. Kareem shaking his head. He's like, no.
I think it's everybody's.
Okay.
I think it's on everybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't make wild claims, Joe.
No, I'm asking. There was a question mark after that. It's everything I've said was question marks. Like, ...
Yeah, they'll have main sponsors that everybody has on their
place.
Every boat.
Yeah. Like they the stickers go on, they come off the same
right
day,
off,
and then next race, whoever the sponsors are, premier guys up front, middles for your club, and then the rear, right?
They give you like
sponsors.
A whole chart.
That's where the Broadcast Braddahs sticker goes.
Yeah, they give you like the whole chart of like this one first, next one next, and it goes all the way down, and they actually have like a whole paper pamphlet of where you can put your stickers. That's like a whole.
It's like a model car.
Rigging.
Yeah.
Hey, so Danny, you guys are down there in Tahiti one of those years, and you guys put up all the boat numbers, like 33, 360, all the guys that you guys were hanging out with, and everyone's like, "What's all this number stuff?" And it's all of the club boats that I was kind of like, figured, oh, that's how it works.
Yeah, every club down there has its own like number forever.
Yeah.
So like I think those are PDA is 22 and 360 is OPT.
Right.
And so they all like rock their like jersey number.
Yeah.
They go.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
I like that.
Hey, so Danny, what's the scoops with? Do you have any intel? Also, that team Enviropol, right? So it sounds like they got Tarongo, Pat Dolan, and did I see that they have Tituan on that team?
They do. I was messaging him the other day, and he's like, "I'm racing." I go, holy crap!
That's interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, they pulled together a good team.
Yeah, yeah. You got Tituan. He's still doing his thing on the stand-up. He's out of New Caledonia. Yeah.
Yeah. I think last I saw, he was like the director of like water sports or something out there.
Oh, wow.
So he's doing it all. But yeah, they grabbed him, Pat Dolan. I guess I didn't know Tuarongo's on there, but that would make sense.
Yep.
And they're a good 6 guys to start. I know they won one of the races this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The guy in the back that looks like Jimmy Spoto.
Spoto of Cascade Locks.
Yep.
So I can't help but to wonder how come, Pat Dolan's not racing with Team Hawaii. Like what's going on there? I mean, I guess if you win the Kaiwi Solo, you can kind of choose wherever you want to go race with, right? You're world champ, but like what's any intel there?
I'm sure to Uncle Walter's point, having made the announcement late that they weren't going to race, I bet Team Hawaii already had their team set up.
Okay.
So when they got released, right? Yep. They
Released.
Yep.
I think KLK had been planning on going down up until probably like around Molokai. I don't know whether their finish, was one of the deciding factors. But the Team Hawaii group, I believe, they were identifying who's going to be on that crew for some time prior to that. So that probably was it.
Yeah, I think he was released after the trade deadline.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Free agent.
Free agent.
Yeah, I think that invite from Alan was going around a little bit, right? Danny, I think you and Will both got asked if you guys wanted to go down and race.
Yeah, no, it's always nice to be asked to go down there and do that race. And so it's always, I always tell the same thing. I go, hey, it can't land on my anniversary or Halloween. If it lands outside of those 2 days, we're good to go.
Yeah.
Those are the two. The wife's always like, no way.
I love your guys' Halloween costumes this year. It was really cool.
Thanks. Yeah, girls wanted to do like the Descendants, Alice in Wonderland type theme.
Mm-hmm.
And then wife was the Queen of Hearts, and I was one of those card soldiers.
Yeah.
Nice.
The ace.
Oh, yeah. Things like 8 feet tall. Ooh, here we go.
They just got some fuel.
Yep, they're passing it around right now.
So,
Boy,
Danny,
really?
what will it take to get like a team like Lanakila to Hawaiki Nui?
Ooh, that's a big process. I know Josh Creighton has already worked on it, sending a women's crew. Was that last year or the year before?
Yeah, he helped with Dana last year. Yeah.
Yeah, so getting him down there, but he had asked us to go last year, and I mean, my first experience was a long time ago with Team Hawaii, and then I did 1 year. I know Walter was down there coaching. The logistics are pretty over the top to just be down there, find the right people, know people to get boats and places to stay and all that stuff. So I know Josh started last year by just going and meeting some people and understanding what it takes. So that was step one. This year we put all our resources into Molokai, so that was the big step too. And now we're probably looking a year or two away from trying to make that investment.
Yep.
So, I mean, if you look, Team Hawaii is back. They got all their best paddlers, and it's a big ordeal to go down there and then be competitive. And if we can make this happen in the next couple of years, it's going to be one of those learning experiences before it's a racing experience.
Right.
So the nice thing is you get 3 cracks at it. So when you mess up on day 1 and day 2, you get one more swing before you go home.
Well, they should
don't always want that swing.
Yesterday. They definitely looked great yesterday. They got beat up a little bit on the first day, but
that's the best I've seen Team Hawaii do in a long time on day 2. That's been notoriously like the struggle. Is decent day 1s, good day 1s, and day 3s, but day 2 is always that line up on your mark, get set, everybody crashes. They don't see the turn coming. It's real hard to get out of there unscathed, and then it's a hot 2-hour sprint.
Right.
Yeah, maybe I know Matt has been pushing us to formulate a masters team, for like Brazil or I'm about.
It's all about travel, baby.
I think you got some years left on you before.
I got 3.5 years.
Yeah,
so if we want to take the 3.5 years to like plan it out, I'll time it perfectly. Take a trip to Tahiti. That'd be fun.
I think I'm still like Walter. I got that good memory where I like going fast. I don't know if I want to go masters yet.
Yeah.
Yet.
Well, let's wait. Let's wait for Joe. I don't want to lose Joe. I don't want to lose. If I get the opportunity to race with Brylan, I'll race down.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. True.
Got to wait for Will.
Yeah.
Remember, Joe, if we move up, it's just, you, me, Rosh, and Josh again.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
How old is Ross?
I think he likes to go with he's continuously 45 now for the last 15 years.
Yeah.
Uncle Walt, do you are you kind of filled in on that whole how old is Ross question?
Yeah, I've got bits and pieces of it. Yeah.
Man, that so funny. He had
kind of a range, right?
Yeah, it just depends, on the moon.
Yeah. I do have to say that the commentary you made on Molokai Hoi, where you called Josh Creighton the senior, I'm never gonna let him live that down. Never gonna let him live that down.
Dude, I can call him that.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I tell you what, when he was stroking, when Ross came in to stroke the Hawaii Kai run, that guy looked like he was in his late 30s.
Oh well.
man, like we called an audible, and that guy came in. I was like, look at that guy go, man.
I'm pretty sure we left him for a triple there. We're like, no, he's good. It's Ross.
And that's where
he's almost warmed up.
Yep. And I think before that triple, or it was either before or after, he came in looking for that poi, and I I smoked him on that bag of poi. It was like,
oh.
You got.
I would have taken that secret to the grave with you if I.
Joe called me actually almost bragging about it. He goes, "Guess what I did?"
No, I did not. Ross, he reminded me. I totally forgot I did that. I was so locked in.
He shouldn't have offered.
Yeah. Oh, he did offer. Yeah,
I know.
yeah.
Hey,
He
check
should.
it out.
Yeah.
Save one for me. No.
Yeah. So it looks like we got Air Tahiti and OPT back at it again.
Yeah, and Shell, they're all really
they
close.
converged.
Yeah. They're neck to neck.
Oh. It's like a three-headed dragon.
The Hydra.
So what about the kind? So did Huahine, are they still kind of out in the lead? Do we know?
I haven't seen them on screen, so they must be up there a little bit.
Yeah, you'd be surprised why they're not getting up on that.
They might have taken a different line.
Yeah.
Kevin, he's
independent thinker.
Yeah, man.
It looks like OPT right there. So that's OPT, Air Tahiti, and Shell.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm pretty sure they're all like a minute apart in the overall standings anyway.
Yeah.
I think OPT and Shell was overall 7 seconds, and
apart.
I think Air Tahiti was like a minute 20 or something like that off of OPT. And then Huahine is 8 or 9 minutes off, or 8.5 minutes off, or something like that.
Man, they could make that interesting if they hold.
It's crazy to think that after the miles they paddled in the first two stages, that they're 7 seconds apart.
Hey, missing a couple strokes.
I know.
Yeah.
So right. One bad change.
Is that 2 boats over to the right, or one right there?
It does look like one to the right. Yeah.
There's one there. Oh, here they are.
Oh,
Here's
that's Huahine.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
No, that's not them.
That one's got an RA sticker on it.
Yeah.
Oh, here's your shot.
Look at that.
Yeah, it looks pretty calm, huh? Yeah. Considering
I could see Billy Whitford having a heart attack right there.
Get these boats out of here.
Yeah.
Get these boats out of here.
So speaking on that, so like, what is the rule? It's 25
meters. Yeah.
So like, if you're behind, like it's really hard to kind of maneuver your way. So, and plus, boats have to give way to the canoes kind of behind them, right?
Yeah. They should.
And you can like, how do you guys
I don't think they give way.
No,
Yeah,
that's the ones in the back.
If you're behind, you're in the
behind
the soup.
You're in the
stuck, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's too hard to govern that.
You're better off the kind sitting on that boat wash, huh?
Well, the old Manuia Owens team, the Huahine crew, they used to just go sit in fourth and surf the boat wakes, and they'd sit there till the very end, and then they go shooting ahead.
Makes sense.
It was pretty nice. Even day 2, you'd see them like let everyone go, and they'd slide over into the motorboats, like straight in the middle of them, and they'd come through like all the catamarans and stuff, and then go pop out top 5.
Wow. Is this him steering?
No, this is a different team.
Yeah, this is they just posted it up like district. Man.
So Danny, earlier we're talking about like the difference in technique or gears that between Shell, OPT, Air Tahiti. We kind of even saw it in Catalina this year.
Oh yeah,
it's interesting, right? Like how and how effective it is. We were saying that, like, I don't know if Shell knew that they were behind in day 1, just based on their body language. It didn't really look like they were attacking. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I got a chance to watch that the other day. One is freaking awesome. The surf looks so good. But if you watch when they paddle, you can see they sort of cruise for a little while, and then the nose drops and they go, and it looks like all the best Hawaiians on their one man in a Hawaii Kai run. They go when they need to. They completely stop, have a conversation. You see the nose go up, and they just start again. Mm-hmm. And like watching them and how they were paddling, it looked like they thought they were going to be fine. And when it converged, they just got spat. Yeah. And I know from experience, we've done I think the first race we were out there, we had a run with Team Hawaii where we were battling for the lead, and we basically were like, ready, set, go straight to the pass. And it didn't dawn on any of us that all the waves break into the lagoon and all the water comes straight out the pass. So we basically came to like a dead stop trying to go into the pass from where we were, where everybody went to the right and came down and to the left and came up. And I think we entered the pass like third or fourth and then had to come from behind and try and catch everybody. But, that could be one of those things. I don't know exactly what the course was or where they came in, but if you come in the wrong direction, you just take a beating at the very end while everybody is just bombing downhill and down current.
So that's Huahine back with Enviropol. So that means Shell, OPT, and Air Tahiti have moved up.
Okay.
Wow.
So so they opened it up. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Man, if we're seeing Enviropol, where's the Hawaii boys? We didn't see them at all.
Yeah.
Okay, so Huahine still in 4, so that's that second pack.
Yep.
Okay.
That's them right there coming in the shot.
Yeah, so Enviropol is a couple boat lengths back.
Okay, so they're all really close to each other right now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So they're kind of reeling each other in. Looks like it's kind of calm.
They're right behind if you look.
Wow.
Because that's that whole flotilla to the right. That's the Shell, OPT. Where's Air Tahiti?
They're up there with them too.
Okay.
Yep.
That was the other boat up there.
Yep.
Quite the support system up there.
No kidding.
Look at that.
All the fans on.
That's the soup that Uncle Walter was talking about. Man,
Bro, I'm going to watch the race. Get a one-man. Go sit in the back of that group.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yep.
Tag along.
Yeah.
So the distance is roughly 34 miles, day 3, right? What is the distance between the channel? Like as soon as they leave, so after the first hour, what is that? What are we looking at? Like 24 miles?
Down, yeah, I guess. I think 6 or 7 miles in the lagoon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so 28 miles or 27 miles.
Okay. Yeah.
So looking at the course, it looks like everyone's staying to the north, to the Point Te Manu. They're staying on the high side. And then
come down with the reef.
Yeah, come down with that corner reef. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember when you're sitting at the start line of day 3, you can almost see the finish line, but you got to go all the way out of the lagoon, the wrong direction, and then you get there, and then you got to go around the island, around the lagoon, and then go around the island the other way.
Oh my god!
To the end.
Yeah, I want to say like half the course, like maybe however far the race is, it's only half that distance in miles that go from point to point straight across.
Right.
Yeah, I've talked with some of the guys there. It's like, hey, we know some UDT guys that can go out there and set a couple little devices to open up a canal, but they said nah.
And are they staying north? Is that mainly because it's kind of on the calmer side?
You can see the swell looks a little quartering. So. It's quartering a little bit too.
Yeah.
So they're going to come down on it.
Yeah.
So in Tahiti, right, you have like the likes of the postal service, the electric companies, the Shells, the
trash
fuel
company,
the trash company with Enviropol supporting these teams. What do you guys think if there was a team or if there was a company in the States that you guys would want to support a team out of the States?
Oh, yeah,
who's your guys' pick? Anyone that's dropping cash?
Yeah, pretty much.
Pacific Honda.
Pacific Honda? Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's already taken. That was already.
That's already taken. Yeah.
But that was the concept, right?
Honda, Toyota. Well, Toyota. Yeah. You guys kind of got Toyota lined up.
Yeah, I was thinking I was just gonna go straight to the top. Like, I mean, we've been using the Starlink. Like, what do we get? Elon.
Verizon.
Get Elon.
Starlink.
Hit that guy up.
Yeah. Star Crew.
Make it a Starlink type of project. You know?
Right. Yeah. Right.
We'll have the Broadcast Braddahs follow the whatever team.
Yeah. That'd be awesome. There's a lot of corporations here, but they don't know about us, and what they've seen a little bit of. It's we need to get more. So this is only helping.
Right. Yeah.
What we're doing.
Yeah,
This is just this is starting it up. Really, this is the beginning of hopefully a good future for our sport.
I see Ocean Paddler just commenting. Say hi, Walter. How's it?
Yeah. Speaking of, right, like kind of growing it. We got the likes of OPTV on. This is all we're doing is just feeding the canoe. We're just just getting it out there.
Rising tides, brother. Rising tides. Yep.
The whole world can see, and that's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, Walter, when you mentioned the NBC, I thought it was ABC, but it was NBC did that shoot for us that year in the 1980 with Fred Hemmings.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
just that alone.
Oh yeah. So that was an inside job because Don Omeyer, which who was like the head of NBC Sports at the time, did the Super Bowl and all that. He was married to Muffy, who's Liz Perry's sister. So he knew he would come to the outrigger and see what's going on. So I think Fred kind of talked him into doing that. And of course, Fred was doing the Duke surfing contest with ABC on the North Shore and all of that. So he had the credibility and the name to pull that off. But that was a big boost. That was a big deal. That was national. That was the
one. TV. I think one time did ESPN ever do it? Or
I don't believe so. But that video has now been downloaded to. It's on the Outriggers historical website. If you can get in there and see it, that full 1980 television show is on there. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. I
I
remember they interviewed
young, skinny guys.
Oh yeah, that was definitely young then. But those were good days. It was fun. I remember Fred gave me a flag at the end of that, the NBC flag. I kind of dragged that around with me for a few decades. I don't know where it is now though. It's kind of like my outrigger motorcycle shirt. Oh.
So I think they're explaining technique on the screen now.
I was just gonna say, they're talking technique.
There's so much when you look at Shell's different aspects to their stroke with their hoot day and their their big long stroke, and then the way they recover all in sequence and all at the same angle and get their extension, and then when they go into their pine or their quick sprints to jump on a wave, and then they immediately calm down within a second of they're just so in tune with the boat and the crew.
Danny, what do you think about that? Shell using their paddles are 54, 55 inches long. It looks, I don't know, it just seems really advantageous in some, I don't know, just
leverage.
Yeah, leverage. Right?
Yeah,
leverage.
If you can choke up,
but how do they burst?
Lower the hand.
Well, timing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's always been the big thing is the longer paddle comes with the advantage of you get higher top end speeds, you get more leverage. But if you find yourself out of position and you're fighting against the crew, then you have a bigger weight that is hitting you in the elbows, the shoulders, the neck, the back.
Oh, good point.
So, I mean, if you've been in a good canoe, they always talk about the feel, and you can see the movement in these boats. There's OPT right there. When the boat gets light, it never gets heavy. Like when you're moving fast, you're always making the boat light. It's only those times when you lean into a stroke and someone doesn't go or the boat's not ready, where that longer paddle is going to kick your butt. Something's going to move, and it might not always be the boat. That's how we learn technique. Well, don't do that anymore.
Right.
Yeah, that hurts. Don't do that.
Well, that's why it's so amazing how we got Stevie Boy right in seat 4, just like that guy. It looks like he's pulling more water than anybody. The fact
he's initiating the movement. Whether they're ready or not,
creating the drive. Yeah. That's an art in itself. Being able to do that. Driving the source from the middle of the boat.
Yeah, we found our best paddlers. You can tell when they paddle with 10-year-old girls, because the girls will feel them every time they take a stroke, fast or slow, and they all start paddling in time and calling changes and doing everything. Where when you just throw someone paddling with the young kids, they just sort of, if you paddle and no one feels you, they put their hands in the water, they look around, they turn around in their seat, start talking to you. They have no idea you're paddling. But you watch when Stevie hits the water and when great paddlers go, you're going to see the whole boat jumps and everybody in the boat's like, that's when I'm going.
Yeah.
And if they don't go, then it's just going to hurt you for a while.
Kareem just overheard that Pita is actually making a move and closing on Huahine right now.
Nice.
Oh, wow. So dare I say, did Huahine kind of blow their load early?
I don't know.
They're not that far behind yet.
Kareem said hi, Danny. He wants to
Hey, what's up, Kareem? Where is he?
He's behind the he's behind
backstage.
Yeah.
He's
oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Producing.
Nice.
Yeah, he's producing.
Yeah. International production.
Yeah.
Do you guys know where Stevie and the boys are? Are they further north, or if they're making a move? I don't see any boats to their right.
Yeah. Looks like they're close to the flotilla. So
Darren in 5.
Yep.
They got us
a chance to follow that guy for a while last season.
Yeah.
Scrappy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is that Huahine to the north of them?
I believe that's OPT.
Yeah.
That's
so they change it.
Black
Okay.
yellow.
Oh, we're looking at it. Okay.
Yeah. That's OPT just above them.
All right. Commercial.
Yep.
Hey, speaking of commercials, Danny, talk to us about like what you got going on. You've been posting about a new project you're working on with Taha'a and
yeah, let's talk about that.
Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah. So I was approached, I approached and was approached by Tehuti Taha'a and their V1, so Stevie Boy model specifically. And so I got a chance to meet Mark Tehuti Taha'a and chat with him. And under our 404 brand, we're bringing them in, and that was going to be our first attempt to build V1s. And so we're working with, we have a couple manufacturers for our stand-up paddleboards that we've done through 404. And we're going with one of them to produce the boat. And the thought is, great boat design. I've used it before, absolutely love it. They got great riders, got to meet the owner. So we're working together to produce the boat at a higher quality, nicer, stronger, lighter, more durable. And then bring in some of these cool extra features that we can, like adjustable foot braces, foot straps if we need them, just kind of clean it up, make it work. And while we were doing that, we were presented the opportunity to build an OC1. So I've been working and designing some of our stand-up race boards for the last couple of years, since just before COVID. And so I took those kind of ideas and thoughts and applied them into an OC1 that I'd been working on for about a year or so, just sort of playing around, see what I can come up with. And then given the opportunity, they're like, let's do it. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
There it is.
They look
the
good.
brothers up front.
Yeah.
Riley lost his hat.
Look at that blondie in seat 3.
Handsome lad, huh?
That's cool, man. Yeah, that's it's I've got to sit in the Tehuti Taha'a V1 a couple times, and it's a very big, long, nice waterline, very comfortable V1. And it's I know you've been racing on it, especially with the V1 series here. So it's really cool to see you continuing to do more to do more stuff with them.
How about your OC1 design, Danny? I'm really curious to hear a little bit about that.
Yeah, so that, I've been working with Johnny since the very beginning with Kaku Designs. He gave me I think he was my second sponsor. Got a sponsor for like 6 months before that. Steve Blythe actually got me his old Kamahi right after the wave blade.
Yeah.
Well, I got a wave blade first, and I paddled that here in California. It didn't quite work out. Combination of not enough waves and way too big of a rudder. So if there's no waves to catch, your big rudder catches all of the seaweed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I had Steve Blythe for a year, but then worked with Johnny since 2001. Before Kamanu, before Pulakea Designs, all that. And so I got a chance to work with those guys. Got to race with Kai Bartlett, and whenever I'd go and stay with them, got to use all the boats. So just sort of taking my experience and some of the things I learned from that, put them into a boat, and then tweaking things to fit more what I believe today's paddler would need the most. That being said, all the canoes are really, really good. So the fact that I can just have something that I've paddled and feel confident that I can win races on, confident that are easy and simple and comfortable, that's kind of where I feel good about it. Just making sure that When you sit in it, you're not uncomfortable. When you paddle it, it's never super hard. And if I need to go really fast, I can. So more of a flat water concept. And then if we start with flat water, we can add in, can it also surf? So it was pretty interesting, kind of putting all the different pieces together, things I like from Johnny's boats, things I like from Kai's boats, things I learned from the V1, and then, of course, trying to blend it all and then making sure that it works together. It doesn't fight itself.
Yeah.
So I was listening to you guys earlier, Walter, talk about the Manuia and then the Hawaiian Class Racer, and I'm sure you did something that's just totally going to work, and like, nope, take that off, put this on.
It's great to hear that, you're just adding more variety, to the paddlers out
Options.
there. Yeah, more options.
Yeah.
Well,
just giving a different perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Evolution.
Yeah, and I laugh. I've since then I've put together 4 or 5 different versions of a canoe on the computer, checking out the designs, and then recognizing really quickly why all of Johnny's boats look similar to Johnny boats. All Kai's boats look the same.
Yep.
Everything I've come up with looks pretty similar with little tweaks on it. So just that different perspective of what you think is going to work in the water. And then, watching this, there's a boat that'll do that better, and there's a boat that'll do the Lagoon better. How do I get a little bit of both? And
yeah,
my big thing is let's make sure whoever's getting that boat, whatever customer decides they want it, gets the one they actually need, not the one that's just sold to them.
Right. Yeah, people self-select, right? One thing on that note, speaking of perspective, I found pretty interesting is, everyone's kind of talking about, like, hey, if you want to take that next step as a paddler, you want to get better at paddling, you need to paddle the V1. And I can't help but to celebrate the fact that the wahine, the ladies from Hawaii, just came to Tahiti and just
dominated,
clean house. Yeah. And a lot of those paddlers, I don't know this for sure, but I don't get the sense that they're spending a lot of time on the V1. You got like you got Lauren Spalding on there. You got Kristen Foster. A lot of them are just, really good OC1 paddlers, and they just went to Tahiti and just dominated. So I just think
they're really good paddlers, and
yeah,
they've been around. And we touched real briefly earlier is, I think the coming back with the Team Hawaii guys and even the KLK and coming back year after year, there's a learning curve to paddling well. There's experience that needs to be passed on. And I think there was a big break with COVID and some other things where, if you look at just this race, Team Hawaii used to take the core of their group and they would always add younger people, and it would slowly evolve and shift. And so, back from when Kevin and Walter and you guys would go down to the Fodies, into the Bartletts, I started going down in 2006. So by the time I came back last year, or 2023 with KLK, it was pretty clear and obvious if you had enough experienced guys that knew it was going to happen and then just put the talent around them, that's how they learn. And I think with the women, you can see they've had a core group of the Bradley girls that they've built off of. I think 2010, Johnny was sick or something, or had that alternate plans. They got a chance to coach the Bradley girls across Molokai. It is pretty simple, Hey, get back in. Oh, you're really good. Who am I going to take out? Oh, I got to put Lauren back in? Fine. I guess I can do that.
Oh, yeah.
I think I made one alternate call, which was, hey, I think Noi's been steering for 4.5 hours. We should put Lori Nakamura in for the 20 minutes leading into Black Point and watch him surf. And just in case you get 4 people, I'm also going to add Charisse and Andrea Moeller and Lauren. And she should be okay back there.
Yeah, I'm looking at other names. You got like the Kristen Fosters, Alana Goo Frazier. She's been at it for years. Monica, Anella Borges, of course, Lauren, Beata Markin,
It's a lot of talented,
a lot of girls,
a
lot of solid
hammers.
Yep.
Yeah, and they keep adding new, younger versions of themselves and bringing them up.
So
that's been a process. It's been a big, long process, and now you got that big depth of talent and experience, and all these girls are starting at the top and then learning to go up from there. They don't have to teach themselves again.
Right.
Well, it's kind of like what we're doing at Lanakila. You know, we can look up to the likes of Ross Flemmer, 62-year-old version of Ross Flemmer. You know, he's been at it for
62, 45, somewhere in there.
years. Paving the way for us, like us up and coming paddlers, and so
his ears are burning.
That's a big advantage. I mean, we learned it back in the day watching, the outrigger crew build itself and the Lanikai crew build itself. And so at Lanakila, it's always that big, hey, we got to keep developing because otherwise we'll be stuck paddling with the same guys for the rest of your life, which also is still true. We still got Ross, we still got Josh, still got Sinkus.
Mm-hmm.
So looking at an old photo from like 2010, I was like, man, are these guys still in the crew? Joe, go beat them.
Well, and that's the, and that's where I think experience, like it takes, that's one thing you can lean on is, back to the whole, like, you have to paddle a V1 in order to be take that next step as a paddler. I don't know. I think I think experience just paddling, paddling with your team, paddling with your crew, you can kind of collect those years, like you just touched on, especially Team Bradley. They've been together for years. And,
the V1's helpful. You get a little more feel. You got to be a little more patient. You got to love the sport a little bit more some days because it's rough. But that experience, that time paddling is always the most important. And then if you look at the teams right now, that time together. So Shell paddles every day together.
Yep.
OPD paddles every day together. Mm-hmm. The Bradley girls don't paddle every day, but they paddle often and together. And, Joe, you were there. Ross is still in the team.
Yeah.
We've been paddling together for 15 years.
Yeah.
Josh is still in the team. Again, that's, for me, that's 25 years of experience paddling with somebody, knowing their ticks, their nuances, their feel, when they're tired, when they're fresh. And you can get that over the course of 2 decades, or you can just do it every day until you figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of ways to go about it, it seems.
Yeah.
I think also, I remember the impact of the OC1 coming onto the scene back when the Lanikai Canoe Club was the first one that went, we're going to select our crew based on time trials of the OC1. And, that took the sport to another level for us in Hawaii and California. You think back then, everybody, we talked about it, everybody had to be a stroker, everybody had to be a steersman, and everybody had to be a navigator and understand the conditions, the currents and everything. So it elevated the sport. I think the V1 is the next step up from that to take the sport to the next level. So
yeah.
So the OC1 still solves a lot of things and gets people
learning
that
curve.
wouldn't normally be at that level. But if you want to go up to the level these guys are at, I think the V1 is the natural progression up to that. It's like the newer, replenishment drinks and diets and things like that. It's the next level up.
It's the upgrade past Cytomax. Oh, I took Cytomax when we started. I remember you guys were all doing it, and I'm like, of course I got to drink this thing.
It's what we had.
It worked.
It's what we had.
It worked.
Yeah, it came in that white tub, right? And I want to say it was like
powder.
Yeah.
And there was certain versions of how much to mix it. If you mixed it a lot, this would happen. If you didn't mix it enough, this other thing would happen. And you never mixed it before you were going to drink it. Just like right away and go.
Yeah.
And
don't let it sit overnight. Keep it cold for sure.
Yeah. Don't let it boil.
Yeah.
So that was interesting, Walter. You brought up when the Lanikai decided, and I think we had a little bit to do with that when we went down to Hamilton. And I remember we brought the 40th and the Lanikai crew and introduced them to the V1 down there. And I had their Jim and John's ear for a few weeks or a couple weeks down there, and telling them what the attributes to that canoe and the skill level. And I pushed and pushed and pushed, and they went with it, and they figured out they had the people, they had the beans, they were skilled, they were aggressive, almost too aggressive. And I was like, you just got to calm some of your boys down and get into these canoes, and then pick your crew from that. and see how you do. And they evolved from that. The day they figured that out and they went with it, I just like, hey, they're gone. They're going to be untouchable for a bit. And they did. But that was that Hamilton trip.
Yeah, that was the big, everyone can now paddle a lot. You didn't have to wait till practice. You didn't have to go with only 5 of your friends. You could paddle on your own, and you created this. If you did it right, you had this cool inner competition where you would race each other all the time. And then you get to race day and you're like, thank God these guys are on my team.
Right. Exactly.
Someone else is getting their butt kicked today, not me. They're all in my boat.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
Yeah. Well, that was awesome. But yeah, Walter had a big part of that, getting us down to Hamilton and racing around the Whit Sundays. That was fun races. Really cool, oh my God, that was a great race.
Hamilton, is that Australia?
Australia, Barrier Reef. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Great Barrier Reef. Whit Sundays.
The Hamilton Cup, right?
Keith Williams, I believe, was was it Coca-Cola? Was he the Coca-Cola rep? And he also had the lease for the island.
Well, yeah, he was a developer, so he developed that island because Hamilton Island is exactly the same latitude south of the equator as Waikiki Beach is north.
Oh wow!
So
yeah,
it's trade winds and warm water, and so his vision was to create a Hawaii type resort there, and then he got hooked on outrigger canoe racing when he came through Hawaii, and went all in.
That town definitely looked like pioneer town, like Lahaina.
You get like the harbor side with the bar, and then over the hill you get like the beach and the resort and the swimming pool.
Yep.
That's where
all those islands.
They are.
All those islands close together.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's right.
There goes Wahine.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that they're no longer in the top 5 right now, just given how well they look in the surf.
I think they are.
Yeah, I think they're still in the top 5.
I think they're still top 5 right there with Enviropool right behind. And
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry.
The boys will be north.
My bad. Yep. My bad.
They're that next group.
Pira is 5th. I was thinking that. All right, that's pretty much where they are cumulatively, right? Huahine.
Yeah, they're that beginning of the next pack. But what team is really good on day 2? Hinarea, or aren't they right there too?
Hinarea.
Yeah. The white boat with the little purple armor. God, these guys are fast on day 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
Every year. I'm like, oh, here they come. Top 5 again.
Uncle Walter, really, really appreciate your time with us today. And look at surf sailing canoe. I love it. Squirrel. Yeah. Thank you very much for joining us. I got a call coming in from Brazil, and we're gonna put on Igor here in a minute. So thank you so much again for joining with us. And
Uncle Walter.
Yeah.
Good seeing you.
My pleasure. Good seeing everybody. Kevin, keep a lid on it.
I'll
keep watching. I'll keep watching. Have fun.
Enjoy the 4-wheeling.
Thanks, Uncle Walter.
Okay, brother.
Take care, guys.
Aloha. Love you guys. Love you.
Aloha.
Keep a lid.
All right, guys. We're gonna bring in our next guest.
Justin is really excited right now to be bringing on a Brazilian.
Igor, you can hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, and you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Great.
Right on, man.
What's up, Igor?
Hey guys, good to talk with you. Good to stay here with you.
Well, thank you for joining us very, very much. I know you. Where in Brazil are you right now?
It's 5 p.m.
5 p.m. Okay, all right.
Yeah, I was at work. I leave work like very fast to come here.
Nice.
Leave early.
Well, Igor, while we have you, I'm really excited to talk about the IVF next year and what you guys are expecting for the event, and anything you can add to that. I know that there is some apprehension on people's parts for traveling down there to Brazil because, everywhere outside the United States is the most dangerous place on the planet, right? But I want to kind of put that to bed for people because I think that Brazil is such an amazing emerging market for paddling, and I've been saying it since Joe and I have been doing this. I just see you guys slowly sneaking up on a lot of top teams in the world, and anything you can add would be great.
So A lot of people talk about the problem of violence here in Brazil because we have some bad news that arrive in all the places in the world, right? So it's true we have problems with violence, but it depends where you are here. So if you stay next to the right places, you're not going to have any problem.
Where's the race going to be held?
Yeah. And like, I'll make an example. The past days we had the qualifying series, the Challenger series here in Saquarema. And I was with two of my friends. One is Vahine Fierro, the Tahitian surfer. And the other was her boyfriend. And they stay in my house without any problem. After
Very
the
cool.
competition in Saquarema.
Is that away from the favela?
The favelas are in all the countries. The favelas
Everywhere.
are like neighborhoods.
Yeah, East LA, bro.
Bro, there's
East LA,
favelas over
yeah.
here.
I know.
Watts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we have
the competition will be in the city of Niterói. Niterói is just the neighbor city from Rio de Janeiro. You just need to get a car and you go because it's in the other side of the bay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. But the airport's in Rio, and then you get a car and you drive for 30 minutes and you are over there.
I see. Okay. Very cool.
Yeah. And for sure, it's going to be a good time here for everybody that are going to come. We have so many things to do, like the Corcovado, the Sugarloaf, many beaches.
Copacabana.
Copacabana, right?
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever been here?
No, I see too many pictures.
and here's too many songs.
Too many songs and too many bikinis. Like,
you know,
and I know that many guys, many people, many paddlers from Brazil call Danny to come here.
A little bit. Yeah, I've been trying to get back. I went 2007 for the Pan American Games for spring kayak. And so we were doing all of our races, and then I ended up grabbing some of the guys on the team, and we ran down and did an outrigger race, and then we ran back because we were still racing.
Wow.
Nice.
So we stuck an outrigger race like one afternoon in between races.
That's awesome.
So it was such a cool setup, and like you zipped out, and all of a sudden there was like wind, and you surfed all the way down, and then you ducked back into like the lee, and you paddle back up where it was flat. But yeah, it was really interesting. We grabbed a bunch of high nil canoe guys, and they were really good on one side.
That's what I was
on one side. Yeah.
You grab all your sprint guys from the team. Was it all U.S. guys?
All U.S. guys.
Well, right on. Right on.
So Igor, I know
probably the IVF will be held on a place that is inside the bay, but the race will go outside of the bay. Oh, yeah. So we're gonna have flat water, choppy conditions, a lot of current, also maybe some wind depending on the time.
I saw Team Mirage, a couple pictures of them paddling in a new style of unlimited, wave piercing bow style unlimited canoe. Do we know what canoe we're going to be using down there for the world?
I think that it's not unlimited. It's fiberglass.
Okay.
But it's a kind of V6, like a Tahitian model.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks really nice. I've seen them training in it.
That over here, the V1 will be Timmy, and the V6 will be a V6 model that looks like Patoya model. Patoya came here a couple of years ago and made a V6 model.
Okay.
So it's not going to be one big RA commercial then. Is that what you're saying? For Brazil, yeah. It's not going to be one big RA or Matahina commercial, just like we've been seeing lately.
I wish that was Matahina that we have here.
They don't have Jollibee down there, bro, so they don't go.
Hey, so I know we're talking about the IVF next year, but I know you have some experience with Hawaiki Nui. what team did you get the chance to? And you raced last year, yeah, Igor. What team was it with?
Yes, I raced last year. I raced with a small team, Tahitian team, called Heilani, and they are from Punavia, and it was so great. The only problem was the language, because like 2 or 3 guys, they were speaking a little bit of English, and I don't speak French or Tahitian, just a small words, just a little bit.
Portuguese, is that the main language?
Yes.
Yes, Portuguese. Yeah, Portuguese.
Yeah, but the Romance
Portuguese.
languages aren't the same. Portuguese is not the same as French
Oh,
and
no.
Spanish. It's so different.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, I can understand some words, but only a few words in French. I always make a joke that I understand more Tahitian than French.
Same. Same here. Yeah, once they mix, when I get along with the Tahitian, and then once they throw the French in there, I'm out. I'm out. I don't lost.
But it was an amazing experience to be over there training and doing the race. It was amazing. It was like what I imagined. It's very big, all of those teams in the course. I just did the second step.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I was supposed to go to the last step, like today, but I was sick after race because I think that I drink not good water in Taha'a.
Yeah. Did you have some of that fafaru or what?
No, it was water, not fafaru. And I was in the boat going to Bora Bora, was like dead crazy.
So it looks like Air Tahiti is what, passing up OPT?
Well,
is that
Shell's kind of off
no, Shell.
Yeah, Shell's off their quarter in the.
Oh wow.
Yep. Starboard side, just ahead of them.
So Igor, in Brazil, are a lot of the paddlers kind of keeping up with Hawaiki Nui as well?
In the history of Hawaiki Nui, I think that we had only 3 teams from Brazil.
Okay.
And last year I was with a Tahitian team, and also my friend Robert. He was with Huahine, and also this year he's the number 3. He's over there.
Ah, cool. So
our champ, our Brazilian champ.
So imagine. So are there a lot of your paddlers there keeping up with the race? This weekend.
Yes, for sure.
Very cool.
A lot of friends are watching the races because of Robert. Some of them are go, and then some of them they are like, oh, this guy. Yeah. We have all these kind of people in all the places, but he's a good guy. He's so humble, and it's good to watch him here in Tahiti battling with the big guys.
Yeah,
and in the last IVF long distance, he was 3rd place behind Pilon and the guy from New Caledonia.
T2.
Yep. Exactly. And 3rd was Robert from Brazil. Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, like in your guys's, when you guys say R words, you use a H, right? Like Hubbard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's always so interesting too. Like because we were talking about what is the last time I saw you, you were saying that Rio de Janeiro is, you guys say Rio de Janeiro?
We just call Rio here.
Rio. Yeah. That's so interesting too.
Testing 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2.
That one's tricky to get used to. Substituting R for the H.
Yeah, it depends on the accent the place that you are in Brazil, because it's such a big country, such different accents, like USA.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
So you've been keeping up with the race the last couple days, I imagine. What's your take? What do you think's going to happen today as we kind of come up towards the last 1/3 of the race?
Wow. It's hard because I was watching at work and I saw that in the flat water it was a battle with Huahine and also Shell. But now it looks like that shell, it's just a little bit behind, or behind. No, sorry, just
You
a
got
little bit
Shell
to the
just
front.
in front. Air Tahiti and OPT are right next to each other.
Yeah.
And Huahine is fourth. Yeah.
Seconds between.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I hope that Air Tahiti won because
Yeah.
Hotu, the steersman, he's like my brother.
Oh yeah.
Hotu?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's been since like 8 years ago, 2016. I stay in his house for 3 times in Tahiti, and I hope that they can beat Shell and also OPT. But it's like it's difficult to expect what is going to happen because
Yeah.
last year Shell they didn't go very well in the last step. I think that 2 guys they had some problems.
We're looking at it right here. Look, that looks like the top 3, right? You got Shell kind of on the top of the
Yeah,
triangle
kinda
there in the lead, and OPT slightly ahead of Air Tahiti. You gotta wonder if OPT, right? They're like, oh damn it, we're more than 7 seconds behind.
They gotta hold 7 seconds.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just
Did
5
they?
seconds of
What
difference.
happened to Shell last year? They lost some paddlers, right?
Yeah, they had 2 that had
2 paddlers. They
Yeah.
finished with 4 guys.
One at a time.
Yeah.
One at a time.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
I think that they finished with 5, right?
They finished with 5. Yeah. Mhm.
Jeez.
Yep.
And also Kalahui Kai guys, they had a problem. They had a bully at
Crack Ama.
Ama.
Mhm.
Ama broke, yeah.
Yep.
And I saw from alive because I was on the boat, and then my team passed it then, and I saw the guys. It's a big problem, but lucky they finished the race.
Well, that's why they carry extra Amas on top of their support boats.
Yeah.
And those they get banged up pretty good in those. I mean, even from having Matahinas on our beaches here, it doesn't take much to split the seam in those Amas.
Yeah.
They try and lay them up as light as possible, so they're really, really lightweight. The Ama is, and they don't take much to split the seam.
Exactly.
No.
And
So, Danny,
last year
the
was
year-
crazy. The second step, because so many boats and all the time go, catching some waves. And I
Yeah.
was lucky that we did well. I think that we finished 20. It was the best result from the
Nice.
team. Yeah. We was just a little behind Kalahui Kai, and we passed the guys from Team Oceania.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
man, they showed up this year in Molokai.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They were
Had a
very
really good steersman too.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, Danny, looking at the conditions this year, would you say it's a lot smaller than the year you did it?
Not day 3. This was similar to what day 3 looked like.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, you're thinking. So it's 2023 day 1, which
Okay.
was big swell right. to
Oh
left.
yeah, you're right. I am confusing that. Yep.
Day 3 looked like this.
Okay, so it's pretty hot then.
Yeah.
So guys could be dropping like flies here towards the end.
Yeah, we actually did a 4 up to 1 change, and 1 slide back to 5 in the lagoon.
Jeez.
Oh,
Wow.
It was hot. It was uncomfortable. The rate got a little too
Like
slow.
sluggish. Yeah.
So we just told Ryland, not only are you moving to seat 1, but you're doing it going forward from 4.
Hmm.
Swim fast, brother.
Yeah.
Forward.
And don't drag.
We slid Hunter all the way to the back, and I stepped forward, and it was perfect timing because I'd just run out of food. And I
Wow.
stepped forward into Ryland's seat, and he still had his whole goose,
Nice.
water.
Took his last poi bag.
That's the last poi bag
Oh
score.
man, it was like 4 poi bags. It was.
Oh, look at Air Tahiti making a move here. Looks like.
Go.
Oh.
So
Wow.
that's OPT. They're
Yep.
both trying to run down Shell.
Yeah, they're working each other.
And so what? I guess it kind of just depends on what the tide is doing here. Like who's in a more advantageous position.
These guys.
Yeah. Doing what they're doing. Yeah.
Who's on the outside there? Is that Stevie and them?
That looks like P-Day. It is
Yeah.
P-Day.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, so it looks like they went a little more north because they're coming down on them, and they're going to
Okay.
be coming right alongside the reef there. And I'm always shocked at how good those guys are at surfing completely sideways to like what looks like pipeline barreling next to them.
Right.
Right off the edge of the
That's
reef.
just totally comfortable. There's a boat wake and a barreling 10-foot wave, and they're just surfing across it.
Was it last year they had a canoe went up on the reef on someone got killed last year?
What?
Or was it a different race? It was
I don't know about that one.
someone cut the reef too close and they got
I thought
smashed.
that was a racing Moria.
Oh yeah, Manuia, that's right.
Wow.
Yep.
Whoa.
Jeez.
Because I think last year we just had the problem with Kevin the first day.
Yeah.
That's
right.
Oh yeah,
how's
look at
that
that.
Styron combo in the back. Manuia and Kevin.
Yep.
Catch a wave, have a snack.
I love how they give like the slow-mo afterwards. Like look at this.
Yep.
Look at that timing.
Watch Manuia. He just accelerates and then he goes one stroke to help you.
Yeah, that's it.
So
They're getting closer to.
coming back.
Oh, look at this, boys. Look at this right here. Oh, I think OPT's got their 7 seconds back.
There it is.
Wow.
So they were third just a few minutes ago, and they came past their Tahiti on that run.
Right.
Wow.
Holy smokes.
All right, so
Still a
Joe,
lot of
we do
race.
these Ironman races every year.
Mm-hmm.
How long in the race, when you're racing against somebody, are you this close?
Yeah.
Couple seconds?
10 seconds. Yeah. The fact that it's what
240?
30. Yeah. I'm looking at the clock right now. It looks like we're at
241.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they're this close. That's insane.
I'm so used to like your races on your mark, get set, go, and after about 5 minutes, everybody go get in your spot, and that's where 2
And
hours.
sit there. Yep.
And this is they went. Nope, they went early. Coming back. Just wait for the surf. Just wait for the lagoon.
Jockeying. All the whole time.
Meaning, how lucky are we right now, boys? Like to be able to witness this.
Yeah.
Right. This is amazing.
Thank you, Polynesie Premier One, for allowing us to do this. Pretty cool.
Yeah, Maruru.
Look at those 57-inch paddles.
I know, right?
Stand-up paddles.
Look how long they are.
Yeah.
Hey, like 2 feet underneath their hands.
They probably it's kind of calm this year. Let's switch it. Let's go from 54s to 57s.
Right.
You know what it looks like? They took. You know how the Stingray? There's like a foot and a half before the blade.
Exactly.
They just did it with a normal paddle.
Yeah.
Man, look at OPT right here.
Yeah, OPT's making a move. So this is the difference in technique that we're kind of talking about. Like, look at OPT; they got more of a jump stroke, right? And then Shell is just kind of more out the back right now.
Oh man,
they are.
But Shell changed a little bit their stroke this year again.
Did they?
Yeah.
A little more.
Yeah, I think that they are a little bit faster and not going too much to the back like last year's.
Look at this. Oh, they're like, give me my 7 seconds.
Where's Andre Bouit?
Now you're -7. Let's go.
Where's Andre Bouit when we need him?
They're right on it.
Joe, this looks like morning practice in the dark.
Yep.
When the guys are all side by side and they're just waiting for the last 10 seconds to burst.
Yes. Or like when you waited the last 200 meters when you were going against Hiti Tua and you gave us the look, gave Justin and I the look at that view line.
I waited for the last 20 meters. I wasn't going to make it.
yeah, that's right. It was 20 meters. Yeah.
I had one swing.
Nice.
Oh, there they go.
They're going up again. Yep.
They got their water, take their boat length.
So So we learned this morning that is it OPT's coach? OPT's coach is George.
Oh, Kronstedt?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
That's what changed.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. Interesting.
A blast from the past.
Kareem's been dialing us in here.
Yeah.
Thank you
Look
very
at
much, Kareem.
Air Tahiti just joining the party right now.
Yeah.
Boys, wow. This is
taking the V.
This did not happen last year, right?
No.
Well, so Shell was winning and they lost one guy.
Right.
They came back. They lost the second guy, so they still had 5. And they were holding on up until about this point with 5 guys surfing.
Okay.
And then they turned, went into the lagoon, and you can see the current, and it went flat, no surf, and they lost probably 8 minutes there, just the lagoon in.
So I mean, we're kind of in that zone where guys could just go down, right?
Oh yeah.
This is kind of
it's not happening here. Not these guys.
No, we don't think so.
No, they'd be
You
on
had
the
already seen it.
so much longer. You can see they still have a lot of rhythm and control over their throttle. Although Air Tahiti might be holding on. I can't tell. I haven't seen them take a break yet.
They do look like they're
way
scrambling.
higher.
Yeah.
They're and that's their style. Wow, they got that.
Yeah.
And you think is that
they are right
someone like Kyle Tarafal kind of leading that charge?
You can see it. The guy who looks like Kainoa Tanuai in 4.
And C2 too. Check him. Like C2 looks like he's. Joe, look at that armada of just whitewashed.
Wow.
So I want to see how far back the Stevie Boys are. Where they at?
Yeah.
And Huahine, because they had a cow coming in on the reef. Oh,
So,
I should look how close they are to the wave.
Well, how far are we from the finish? We still have a bit of a ways. We're at three hours. So. Okay.
You gotta go up around the reef to the lighthouse, then turn and come all the way back around the island.
Okay, so they could they could kind of hit a new zone where they kind of just settle in with each other, right?
So these groups, that's probably the case. I mean, unless you're Air Tahiti a minute something back, you got to start making things happen.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
But I mean, realistically, if you're Air Tahiti right now and you're battling these guys, you're not putting a minute and a half on them in the last hour continuously. It's going to be like in the Lagoon hammer, because they're not going to make it for an hour if they pin it at this point.
Right. Right.
So you're gonna watch OPT and Shell. They're kind of going to be sizing each other up, is my guess, and essentially trying to break each other.
Yeah.
But she's going to put Air Tahiti on this. Hey, if you guys dick around, we're going to leave.
Yep.
And hopefully nobody sees us.
Yeah. Slide into the right.
Yeah. Sneak it away. What?
But like OPT right now, you got to think that they're feeling good about it, right? Like Shell made a move. Yeah. And they responded, right? And they're like, all right, like, you guys want to make a move? Watch this.
Yeah.
Do you know their average age from the guys from OPT? Because they look like very young, like 25 years old. Most of them.
Yeah, that'd be my guess.
Yeah, they look pretty young when we saw them kind of on day one. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of young postmen, huh? Delivering the goods.
Yeah.
Delivering the message, baby.
A lot of breeders in that island, Braddah.
Watch out for the mailman.
Yeah.
Here it comes. Oh, but okay. So Shell. Yeah, Shell. I don't know. Yeah, it's I think you're right. It looks like both crews, their timing's locked in.
Yeah.
And they're just look at the slide on the canoe. They're just
there. It is. Change of speed, little one.
Boom.
Woo. And when you're in, kick it.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Opportunity.
Yeah.
On the bump.
Oh, wow.
Gonzos.
They're down. They're down.
Look at that. I love how all of them stop same time.
Boat length.
What's crazy to me is I'm so used to chasing waves here in California that don't have a lot of energy that you can go across or that you can paddle back into. That groundswell has so much energy, they just stop and let the whole thing go and wait until they're back up and they go again.
Yeah.
So you see Shell just took the next wave. They're like, you'll come off. I'll be on this one.
Yeah. It's interesting how it's, we're used to the lighter unlimited canoes where they kind of lift, right? Kind of like an OC1 does. It lifts and it hovers, right? And you just kind of keep the speed on it, where the these canoes, they slide a lot similar to like a V1, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
when you drop in that extra momentum, that weight is more like the spec canoe where you're in the wave.
Inertia.
Right? But on the same side, how locked in they get when you miss, you've missed.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Paddle away, come back in 5 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you really need all 6 guys to just get it back together.
Yep.
Or
you just need 4 more Ross Flemmers, the 45-year-old
the 45-year-old version.
45. Well,
I'm glad we brought that guy up again, because when they all stopped and slid, I was going to say like someone like Ross would still be paddling.
Still going. Take the whole boat by himself. I'm sure everybody has that guy or girl in their club where it's like, I'm not stopping, and we all look and be like, it's okay, keep going. You won't get tired.
Yep.
Yeah.
They kind of put the stiff arm on Air Tahiti a little bit. It looks like Air Tahiti was kind of making a move, trying to join the party, but they put up the stanchions. They're like, no, not today, Air Tahiti.
Hey, take a look when they zoom out. Let's see if they're just sitting on the draft.
Oh, that was an Alma. Okay, I thought that was RTD's nose.
No.
Looks like it.
Oh, this is great, guys.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Neck to neck.
I'd be so pissed.
What if you're
going 2-3 hours and then them sitting right next to you the whole oh my god.
Superhuman, baby.
Yeah. But honestly, like that keeps you engaged, right? You know, mentally you're in, you got something to just kind of keep you in check.
I think it depends who you're talking to. You get a lot of new young paddlers who aren't used to doing it, and they don't like that uncomfortableness. I think these two teams love it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They thrive on it. They know they can play. They know where to go.
They've been in it for a long time.
Yeah.
And so what, guys? Like, so how close do you think their escort boats are? Because we can't. We're looking at the media boat.
25 meters. Yeah.
So like they're kind of coaching over each other, right? So they can hear each other kind of giving commands and coaching. Like, you know, you got David on the the bullhorn. You know, you got to know what their input is.
It triggers. Oh, there they are.
Yeah, there's Air Tahiti.
Right on them.
Yeah, they're backdooring it.
Boat length.
I don't know. OPTs,
OPT.
man. I just love the way they surge, but yeah, Shell just responds. They just get right up in there.
Oops, someone's getting a water drop. Looks like Air Tahiti.
Gotta do it.
Yeah, gotta.
So even that's kind of strategic, you know, because that couple seconds of stopping to retrieve and the next guys.
What would we do right now if someone water dropped next to us?
Oh, we'd call it up for sure.
Oh, hit it.
I mean,
take advantage of it.
Hey, look at him go! Look at him go!
We call it up. I mean, that's how I'm getting flashes to when my daughter was born. That was what we did. You know, it was like push, next change, let's go. Yeah.
Uh-oh, guys.
Wow.
We got a wild card coming in here.
Who's this?
Oh my God!
Kauai in the
That
house.
What's up, boys?
Hey, Micah.
Hey, you watching this right now or what?
Just started watching now. I've been listening.
Oh,
to
you picked a good time.
It's like the Halloween special over here. It's a haunted house in here. Not a chat room. It's a haunted house. The skeleton. Store a skeleton in there. Hey,
how's
Good,
it?
brother.
Missing link.
Yeah, brother. How are you?
Good, brother. Good to see you. Congratulations
Hey, thank you, man.
on your newborn. It's another one. You and Joe.
Well, I got luck out on this timing. This is the perfect time to check in.
I know, bro.
Yeah,
What do we got? What's happening?
How's it?
How we
Well, OPT just took the lead over Shell, and Air Tahiti just fell back a little bit, but they're going blow for blow right now. I mean, yeah. And OPT's got to hold a 7-second lead. They got to hold a 7-second lead, and
now it's 14 seconds.
Yeah,
Look like
right.
Because overall OPT's still up by 7.4 seconds or something like that.
Wow. So they've round the white pole, the lighthouse. The stick?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, so they still got a while.
Yeah.
There's still some time.
Oh, there's
David,
speaking of David on the
David on the
bow. Man, you gotta wonder what that guy is saying right now as OPT kind of marches forward.
Big balls, big balls.
I think that he was angry yesterday.
He was angry yesterday?
Bro, that guy's been angry for like, what, 12 years now?
I think that he was talking about the sport boats.
Oh, yeah.
Air Tahiti and OPT, they were catching some waves, but the second step is like that. He had to deal with that. Last year, he did the same.
Right.
Wow. Hey, so Micah, so you kind of you have a feel for the geography over here. If you can think back to your NAC boys, almost 10 years ago, at around this part of the race, do you guys remember who you're battling with? How are you feeling? What was the conversation?
You know, dysentery starts to set in. You know, you shit into an eye of a needle. The blisters have all, opened up and
it popped. Yeah.
Everything's just raw. But just smiling, man. I can't remember. There's a couple boats around us, but this section right here, it seems to kind of clean up a little. So, it just kind of finding that rhythm again. You know, with this, we did 3 days in a row with our team. So by the third day, you know, there's not a lot of talk or anything. You know, everything is very quiet and it's all just together. You know, you guys, you know when to push. You know when to settle down, when to ride bumps. But yeah, it's just, you know, right, like you're just in the zone. Yeah. This is a great time. Then once you turn back into the past, you know, then you start getting that headwind, and you gotta bite down a bit.
Yeah. Was it Will? Did Will take the third day steering? Or was
no, it was Campbell.
Halloween,
Brent.
Campbell.
Yeah,
Brent.
Campbell,
So Will took the second day, and Tyson was the first day.
Well, and I
Tyson.
remember you were telling me a while ago, you know, the philosophy, your guys' philosophy back then was just to just bring 8 guys, you know, which I thought was eye-opening to me. I was like, because what, you can bring up to 12 guys on your crew?
Yeah, we took seven guys.
Yeah. Oh man, sorry, I was referring to Casper, I guess, and to the 8th guy.
Yeah.
7 guys.
The first time we went, we took 6 guys and then 6 guys from Hawaii. So we had 12 guys in the team. And the second time we went with 7 guys.
Wow.
And both were, you know, very different experiences. But you know, the first one going with 12 guys was awesome. We had Mario and Topo Worthington, and, you know, just a bunch of really good dudes from Hawaii, and mixed in with our California guys. And it was just, you know, just going down there and getting that experience. And the second time we went down was with 7 guys from California. And yeah, man, it's just a different experience. It's really bonding, man. You know, like you guys are all together. It's just 7, you know, it's I say it's the way to go. There's less logistics. You know, you cut down on the amount of, you know, you don't need that extra motorboat to take more luggage and more people, and everything is just like a smaller, tighter crew. You're more maneuverable, like traveling.
Yeah.
And having connection, of course, we're, you know, gracious enough to host us.
Host you guys,
really take care of us. So having 7 guys is much easier on them too. Trying to round up 12 of us for crepes and getting dinner done. But yeah, this drone footage is cool.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Oh, the coverage is so good.
You see that? Huahine was kind of riding the bullwhik up, on the outside. They're making a move. So last time we saw them in Pira. Was they were back, and looks like Huahine is there. Hey, I like join this party now, and OPT is just kind of, they're putting their foot down.
Well, that's OPT. Is somebody in front of them?
That's the veteran team. With some master team.
It? Okay.
Yeah. There's still a distance to go to the lighthouse, even.
Man, OPT opened up there.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, Justin. You can't pull up that photo that Micah sent? Yeah.
I had it and I had to redo the deck.
Yeah. Oh, so no can.
I can't pull it up.
But
well, let me see. Hold on.
Yeah, that photo shows everything. Yeah, I don't want to do that. But Micah sent a photo and he showed it to me. I remember, you know, a few years back of just like the brain damage on a lot of these guys, you know, coming into Bora Bora, you know, and it makes sense after, you know, going 7 deep. You know, I mean, selecting that team, you gotta really know your paddlers, you know. Like,
look at Huahine. Woo. I don't want to risk bringing it up, right? I might dump the whole feed.
Yeah, no, I don't want to do that either. But
I was having problems this morning with that computer, and that's when I started recycling all the stuff, and I had to change the decks. Anyways.
Yeah, he's talking about a photo of us at the finish, Bora Bora. And it's a picture of 4, 5, and 6 seat, which is, what is it? Jimmy, Will, and Campbell.
And Campbell.
And the boys are toast.
Done. Yeah. That's the one. That's the one we had.
Yeah. All curled up, bro. He's like
spit
coming off of his beard, and Campbell toes flat out on his back. Jimmy's photos leaned over the other way forward.
That's awesome.
Yeah, man. But yeah.
How far is the finish from here, miles wise, guys?
Oh shoot. Well, probably 12.
15 maybe. It's still early. You're going way around that corner to that, almost close to that point on that island to come back in.
Jeez.
It's a bump.
Yeah.
Igor just got a shout out by Margin. Cheers, Margin.
Like that.
Yeah.
Team Hawaii will pass Shell and Tahiti.
I know. Look at them on the outside line. I know.
On their own, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, they
impress.
Yeah, I don't know if we lost Danny or not, but I just want to thank Danny for coming on.
He's gonna come back on.
Oh,
he got a phone call.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know if we lost him or what happened, but I appreciate him being on. So yeah, it's cool.
Brother Micah, how's the life on in Kauai these days?
How's fatherhood, brother?
Hey, it's good, man. I got some spit up on my shoulder.
Yep.
Got,
that milk smells fantastic, isn't it, bro?
Unreal. Yeah, no, everything is.
That's the
everything's
smell you'll
wonderful.
never forget, bro. There's that smell on your shoulder from your son, or just let it loose.
Yeah, before work, I make coffee, pick up the boy, and we just go walk around the block for a little bit. Watch Waimea Town sort of come alive at 6 in the morning.
Wow.
Oh, very cool.
Roosters crowing.
That's where you're at, Waimea now?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, all on the west side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You paddling with the club right there? What is that? Lokahi?
No, I'm not. But I'd like to. You got a good junior crew down there at the river down in Waimea.
Yeah.
And I'd like to kind of get in
Bro, a
touch
lot
with
of busted one mans down
Look
there.
at Huahine on the outside. Look at this.
I know, man. They're just.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. What?
It's flat, it's really calm.
But it looks like they're riding that bullwig on my side.
Kevin kind of found that quartering outside swell. He's turning down on him.
Wow.
Jeez.
From the distance they were behind?
Yeah. Yeah, you got to wonder if one of these teams, like a OPT, are they going to cover? But they got to make a right-hand turn. So, it's.
I think he's going to try and take the swell in that quartering move and do a right-hand turn.
So the guys on the inside have to still come out a little bit to the left.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, with Kevin being outside, he has a better angle on there.
Okay.
But
So you can
because of
turn
all
down.
those boats are out there, I mean, I would even slide a little bit more outside to get a better advantage. But he's in a good line right there.
The guys from Hawaii, they were disappointed with their first day because the line that they took wasn't the better. And then probably today they are going very well because of the line.
He's supposed to be here. 1 second, hold on, guys.
Go ahead. No worries, Micah. No worries. Hey, thanks for calling us from the sanding shop.
Yeah, I was wondering, he's still at work right now. He's
Yeah.
probably vacuum bagging
bagging a mold.
a giant, catamaran.
He's building a 72-foot catamaran.
Yeah. Have you
72-footer.
Have you seen those boats out
I
there? on
saw
that
the
side?
drawing of that one that they're building. It's
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah,
It's an amazing
impressive.
boat. Yeah.
It's getting ready for Hawaiki Nui 2028.
That's going to be the Broadcast Brothers boat for our broadcast.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Raja.
That's our Nepali boat.
The
Oh, there you go.
Yep.
We'll sell it. We'll sail it from from Kauai to California, and then we'll go back down to the French Polynesia.
There you go.
Live stream the whole way.
Yeah.
Starlink.
Uncle Elon.
Yep.
Uncle Elon. Yeah, we got to get on that.
Yeah.
Get a little
sponsor
Elon
action.
sponsorship.
No.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Right on. So Micah, are you at work?
No, Micah's still. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
off the.
I don't think he can hear us right now.
So Igor,
we're back.
He's back.
Right, we're at work, boys.
Yeah,
I know you are.
Hey, I gotta tell you, bro. Ever since you left, we've been patching our canoes with surf wax and duct tape.
Nice.
Come on.
Ever since you left California,
Yeah, let me see if I can turn this fucking thing around.
Oh, look at that! Is that it?
Look at that thing.
Yeah.
You beauty!
Wow.
How's that going?
Wow.
Big project. So we got like 2.5 years to get this thing done. But big 74-foot power cat.
Jeez.
Big diesel pushing it.
That's what we're saying.
so
Oh, did we lose him? Shoot.
No, a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, he'll come. I'll get him back up. We're just getting word that Shelva rowers are getting a little tired.
Uh-oh.
There you are, Micah Scott.
Oh, yeah. Hey, boys. I said I gotta get back to it. But,
Yeah.
Just wanted to check in with you guys. I love what you're doing.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
stopping by.
Keep
Thanks,
it up.
brother. Yep.
Right on.
Miss you,
Aloha.
brother.
Miss you.
Yeah,
Aloha.
miss you, boys. Aloha.
Love you, bro.
Love you, bro.
Bye.
Yep. Aloha. All right.
Uh-oh. So
Jeez.
so it sounds like the kind OPT came up and like
they
threw
crutches
blows,
on him.
They threw blows a little bit, huh?
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, what a turning point.
Yep.
Crazy.
Interesting. And what do you guys think there? Do you think they spent too much energy yesterday in their record-breaking efforts, and today they tried to just make a statement? They tried to make a statement yesterday.
Well, like Will was saying this morning, he was wondering what crew David would go with, considering they have depth obviously, but considering their performance yesterday, that was something Will was kind of airing concern for. Like, I don't know who he's going to go with, because I know they're whoever they used yesterday probably got worked pretty good.
Yeah.
Huh.
But do you guys know if they changed the 6 paddlers from yesterday for today?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I didn't see the crew lineup from yesterday. So I don't know. But
because I know that many teams like Wahine and Tahiti, they changed like 4 or 5 guys.
No,
maybe they just stay with the steersman.
Wow.
Look at the swell picking up again too.
Hotu doesn't come out of the canoe. He does not come out.
No. And normally Steve doesn't go out, but yesterday he didn't go.
Right. Oh, he didn't.
He wasn't in.
Yesterday, I think not.
Huh.
But we can check. But today he's he's number 4 over there.
Right.
Like always.
Hey guys, real quick, I just want to give a shout out to our support that we got here in the backstage. We just got a little musubi delivery.
Yeah. Spam musubi delivered.
Shout out Hisano. Thank you, Hisano.
Thank you, Hisano.
Hinano Hisano.
Hisano was paramount for my Japan trip.
Oh yeah.
This year, man. Oh,
Speaking of which, we're gonna in about 15 minutes here. We're gonna have Kenny Kaneko come on with us.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Is that confirmed? Did he say?
Yeah.
Ah, right on.
Yep. 2:00.
Oh, that's
we'll
great.
In too.
Man, we're all over the world today.
We're international.
Yeah.
Idaho.
That could be considered a different world.
That's a different world.
Yeah.
When Danny comes back on, this is something I wanted to talk about, especially after seeing day one. Just the different technique and stroke philosophies. Everyone's raving about shells, Houthi stroke and how like buttery and smooth they look, and I don't know, something like tells me that some like in a race situation, like situational paddling, you just need that grit, that experience, and like they make it look pretty, but sometimes I wonder if that really messes with your identity as a team, because you're just so, they got a lot of young guys, but everything is so uniform and just so precise, detailed. But sometimes you just need that. You just need that like punch, I mean, and I don't know. I have no idea. I'm asking that, but like, I just from what we're seeing right now, we just saw it right before our eyes. A team like OPT, who kind of, they're just throwing more punches. I don't know. What's your guys' take on that?
I think what we were kind of talking about, I think they conserved their energy a little bit yesterday. They knew they had, lead. They just knew they had to be in a certain place at a certain time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they saved themselves for today, knowing that they were going to have to battle it out.
Yeah.
And neck to neck all the way, and then figure out when they were going to make a move. And it looks like that's what they're doing. So I think that's strategy. I think they just strategized.
Yeah.
I mean, Shell's got a bunch of young guys. I know they have one of the youngest paddlers.
Yep.
On one of their teams, or one of their crews.
Yeah.
18-year-old kid.
Yep.
And one, I forget one of the other guys, like 19 or 20.
Yeah, there's
one guy that is Keone.
Keone.
So
yep.
Yeah. They're stroker. Huh?
Yep.
But we're kind of looking at it, right? Like you look at last year, right? They lost paddlers in the third leg, and I mean they're gathering experience, I guess. In the last couple of years, and they're a well-oiled machine.
Yeah.
But sometimes you just need that grit, that mental fortitude, especially for a race like such, like the Hawaiki Nui Va'a.
I think to Danny's point too, I think that, like he was saying, using longer paddles like that is good and fine if the timing is good, right? But if the
Everything's
timing
working.
falls out a little bit and guys start carrying load more than they should,
Yep.
they're gonna get hurt.
Stressing
They're gonna get
joints.
tired.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Body parts.
the small muscles start to fall apart.
Yeah.
Well, ligaments.
Ligaments.
Yeah, those guys.
You know,
It was,
speaking of
water drop.
experience and grit, you know, shout out, we got a Hobie Beck on, you know.
Hobie.
All right.
That guy's the man. He says these guys lucky
Legend.
Kauai. That's no stay there.
I can throw it up. Hold on, let's throw it up there.
Yeah, you know,
I like it.
We learned firsthand, you know, Hobie, you know, going across the channel this year. You guys are on it. So yeah, I believe.
That's cool. That's cool.
And I think that their technique, the Huti party, is not easy for most of the people from the world because you need a lot of power. I can't stay for 3 or 4 or 5 hours keeping that
Here's the lighthouse.
strong stroke. Sometimes we need to push a little bit our
Yeah.
cardio, not just the power.
Yeah, and perhaps that works like on yesterday, you know, kind of like on a time trial, shorter distance, smaller conditions type of day where, you know, when you're that precise, you know, and that team is locked in, the timing is great on a shorter distance, you know, you can have a good day and, you know, break a record. But, you know, as we saw yesterday, or sorry, the day before, the channel crossing and today's channel crossing, you know, it's a different beast. And sometimes you just need, I mean, again, I don't know, I'm not there, but, you know, from what we're seeing, you know, just the way OPT just, you know, dropped the hammer and just like, look at them. They're just walking away now. They just destroyed. They shut the door. They shut the door on Shell, and they did it like straight up.
Yeah.
And now it's OPT and Air Tahiti very close and just a little behind Team Huahine.
Yeah.
It's just the resilience of these guys, you know, and now, and then once so you just saw the lighthouse there. Now it's going to quarter again. Now that the swell pattern will change again because of the angle. So they're going to be headed more down. So that flat island out there, they have to get, I believe they have to get around that and then go all the way back up to that point almost at the end.
We're going to try and bring Johann on here real quick. Let's see if we get the audio from him. Johann, can you hear us?
I can hear you guys.
Oh, I can hear you now. We got you.
Yeah, everyone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
What's happening?
Hey guys.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, great. How's it going? I'm with the officials. Yeah, so awesome race. We saw when OPT started to pass Shell, and we could notice that it seemed like Keone Sulpice in seed number 1 was having a hard time keeping up. And so that's what we thought on the boat anyway, that he was having a hard time. So Coach David, I think he wanted to give him a chance to redeem himself from last year. And then I guess I think it's a mental thing because Keone is one of the better in shape kind of guys. And then today just didn't work. So it's crazy to think that at this level that you can still have doubts in your mind, in your capacity, especially if you've been on the first team all year long, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
History repeats itself.
I know. Jeez.
So that's David always said Hawaiki Nui is just so many factors, there's so many things to take into account. And winning here is they may have won 9 times, but it is not easy. Some of them they can look easy, but it's not. And Team OPT just, you know, George is just, you know, I'm not surprised. George has always been one of those coaches who demands a lot from his athletes. So because he demanded a lot from himself, you know. And I remember taking some clinics, you know, translating for him at some clinics in Hawaii. And somebody asked me, how many hours a day do you train? And he said, well, it depends on the days, but usually on average about 5 to 6 hours. And everybody was like, what? But that's George.
And Johann, so it looks like Oh, we lost him. Darn it. I was gonna say that we noticed that OPT also has some young guys. A lot like Shell.
Oh yeah.
So what is
you have to.
What is George doing that's different than what than David is doing at Shell? And when we had our race recap from Catalina, Justin brought up some good points that Shell lost the couple local races
right before,
and I was kind of thinking about it afterwards. Is like is Shell won Catalina, they won Molokai,
right?
Are they a better 9-man team, right, than an
team?
iron team? Like a on a stage race, kind of.
It seems that that they've produced when they do change out and they're ready to roll. They turn it on.
They got that system, right?
Yeah, it's just this one it can be right at this point. It could be a mental thing.
And is this Huahine making a move?
Yeah, so they're all
on
up.
OPT.
Every one of them, they're right there.
Wow,
neck to neck to neck.
They had that outside line and they just dropped on them.
And look, they're getting a water drop. Look at Huahine is gonna pump it right now.
Boop, yep. Oh yeah, that drop right there is going to put them a boat or half a boat behind.
Wow.
Just that right there is going to give them an advantage.
I'm so glad we got Johann on.
I know.
That was great.
Yeah, a few seconds though.
Johann's there.
Thank you, Johann.
He's our correspondent.
Yep.
Huahine is now leading the race.
Oh, it looks like they're leading the race.
And they got a boat length on that little water drop, and that's just basically picking something up out of the water and putting it into your mouth.
Wow.
And that's the kind of timing. And win's a win, no matter how slim. But every stroke is going to give you distance. But they're not they're not done yet.
They still got 8 minutes
come.
to make up, right? The whole.
Well, OPT is not giving in yet, so they got their nutrition and they're ready to hammer again.
But Huahine slugged it out pretty well in the flat early in the first 6 miles of the lagoon.
Oh yeah.
So they might do okay, coming back into the lagoon here.
Yeah. Well, that's what they've been known for. They love the flat water.
Yeah.
And that the time we came through this with the NAC, it came down this coast around that corner.
Hey, what's up? Sorry, I don't remember where I got cut off. You guys know?
I don't know, but Huahine looked like they made a move for first place.
Now I wanted to answer the question about is Shell Ba'a a better 9-man team, changing team? And yes, they are, because they train for it. I mean, I spent some time with David, and he said each race they train, they adapt to the race. Right, so the fact that the Catalina, Molokai Hoi, and Tahiti, of course, I like to about they're so close to each other. I don't think you have enough time to train necessarily for the race mission. They shall can because they have a pretty good base all year long. But when it comes to the specifics of training for a particular race, that's incredible what he's been able to do. It can work, but apparently it's not going to be working for longer than this is over 100 miles, 3 days. Yeah, so I think it's important to factor in. And so that's why I say, they're better 19 for sure. Yes, they can adapt to it pretty quickly, but the long distance like this, you understand why Team OPT, Eric, and all decided not to come to Molokai Hoi because they felt that maybe this year was a chance that they could win easier. And it wasn't easy because Shell, of course, they have a pride in themselves, of course, they're the best team. They represent their only team, really, that goes out on the international scene and represent our country and our values and our bond, culture. So, we have to give credit to them for that. And they said every time you talk about 13 times to Ohio, the only 9 times of Hawaiki
Goals.
That was cool.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Like
it's
the windage.
Well, I mean,
I
but
know.
still, it's like
the fact that, you know, he's there,
I know,
right?
on a boat, watching
able
it.
to report, you know,
Yeah.
check in with us. We really
Solid.
appreciate him doing that. Thank you so much, Johann.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next year
Yeah.
we'll be there with you,
Yeah,
Johann.
Boots on the ground.
I know. I remember, you know, on Molokai, you know, meeting him. He was like, "Hey, what are you doing next month? Let's do Hawaiki Nui." I was like, "I'm about to have a kid." You know, like, I wish.
Mama's ready to hatch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, so many good points there, right? Like, you know, we talk about the Molokai Hoi as our Super Bowl, right? You know, like it's like. That's what I want. I can't wait till Danny comes back on, you know, and talk about like, and actually even get your perspective, Igor. Like, what do you consider the world championship? You know, because like, you know, Molokai Hoi has been coined world championship, but then you take a race like Hawaiki Nui Va'a, the world's best are there,
right?
Yeah,
and you know, so you take a team like Shell Va'a, they're just what 12 time. How many times have they won Molokai Hoi? 13 times now. 13? They've won it, you're right, and you know the other teams. They sometimes come, sometimes they don't, right? And you look at this year,
Evolve, yeah.
OPT did not come, Air Tahiti did not come, Huahine did not come, and
I think that Air Tahiti never raced these.
Yeah, and to Johann's point, right? It's like they're like, you know, go, you have your time, you know, with Molokai Hoi, but we're fixated. Our goal is Hawaiki Nui Va'a.
Yeah, right.
You know, this is our world championship, right?
And each to its own, right? It has its place, and it's over the years, it's created this monster. This is just an incredible event, you know, and just to have all these guys just neck to neck to neck, and you know, and then they come back from the back, they come back to the front.
Yeah.
Shell's not out of it. But they'll regroup. You know, there's some time. They're not even into the bay yet. They're not in through the pass. So there's a little bit of time coming up.
It's incredible though. I mean, we're 3 hours and 21 minutes in, and just the lead changes, right? Just I mean, the level of paddling is on a whole nother. You know, it's human. You know, we talk about the world championships, Molokai, but this might be the galaxy championship.
This
is the solar system championship right here, bro.
Multi-day solar system. Yeah.
And it's crazy when you see like Taha'a in the past, when you had 400 or 500 guys in the open man. To be in the first 100, it's like amazing.
Yeah,
it's crazy because if you go to another country and you are like 100, it's terrible. But over there, it's amazing.
Oh, look at OPT kind of answering back. They're like, "Oh, you want to take the outside line?
Yep.
Okay.
We'll take the outside line." You know, look at this. Look how they surf the ama.
That
look
angle,
at that coming from the left.
Yep.
The thing is, too, you got a couple different ama designs here between all three boats, right? So OPT has the Viper ama, which is part of their setup that they sell for. You can get them. You can order with a Matahina or whatnot.
Okay.
Kevin CJ is running a Phi Va'a ama, which is a little bit shorter in the back, doesn't have the volume that carries into the back seats. And then Air Tahiti is running the RA ama, which they have, which is kind of a balance between the two. So not that it makes a huge difference, but it could at some point in time, I guess. And Shell here is hurting.
Oh my goodness,
bro.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen them since they got passed up.
Drop back, a good 1/8 of a mile.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
So yeah, if you're OPT right now, of course you're battling with Huahine. You want to win. You want to win out.
Yeah.
Stage 3, but
look how fast that just changed.
Oh wow, you're right.
Look how fast that just changed. I mean, it's just you get the opportunity to take it, you're gone. And now, you know, Huahine's got to beat themselves back up to catch up. And now they got Air Tahiti on the side playing with them. So it's just
inside.
These guys know each other.
Yeah.
They're all friends. You know, they've talked and they compete, but they're fierce competitors.
You know what I love about too, you know, this type of racing, you know, you kind of saw it at the start. I mean, you hear about teams kind of converging on each other. They're kind of like running over amas. But from what I saw at the start, you know, like they had a pretty significant kind of space in between each other.
Yeah.
Right. And, you know, they go and they just hold their line. Right. You know, before the race starts, no one's pushing the line. And and I'm speaking as someone who races in Southern California,
Right.
and
Yeah.
and you know, they're all just kind of holding the line, and then boom, the race goes, and they're just kind of staying on their line. And there's a different level. One, there's a different skill set, right? But like the respect, you know, just the. I'm looking forward to having Kenny jump on, because like they're the way they race there too was like, you know, just it was almost like a quiet before the carnage, you know, before the bullets start flying. But but you notice how even here, right? Like everyone's kind of covering, but they all kind of take their own line. They kind of want to, you know, in Southern California, it's always about kind of getting directly behind the person in front of you, right? Like
follow the
draft. Leader. Yeah, follow the leader. You know, no one's really paying attention to what it's like the 405. No one's really, you know, you're just kind of, you know, you're just getting in line and
sheep.
And, and I just love watching.
I drive the 405 every day, bro.
Sorry.
Calm down.
Justin's got a Ram actually.
Yeah,
He drives a Ram, bro. But yeah, I just the skill set of these steersmen and the paddling, you know, to kind of just pick their line, hold their line, and make moves within their given space.
Yeah.
Unlike here, right? Where it's just like, you know, you got, you know, people just sitting behind you.
You've been fortunate to be in the lead pack of all the races here, you know, ahead of everyone on most every race, you know, you guys and Dana Point or whoever is with you guys. But the guys behind, just watching the antics behind you guys is and at the turns, and so is this guy qualified? What kind of canoe do they have?
Yeah,
that's the scary part. Oh, that guy's in a Montahina and ain't driving it well. And you come into a corner, you've got to give that guy away. Let him take his way, because he'll take
overlap,
take everyone out.
Right.
You know, if you don't have that set up prior to that, but that's the respect that these Tahitians have, and they've been doing these kind of crazy turns, like all the way from the Fete days in Papeete Harbor, where they'd race around their coral head, right? Motu, and those guys give way, but they do play games. They do set guys up to take out other guys,
cover a line and then cut on them. Yeah.
And all you do is have to deviate 10, 15 degrees off a course. And, you know, you're taking out, you know, 10 or 15 boats to your right.
Right.
And then that guy's open and free. He can run.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
So it happens.
How's it racing in Brazil, Igor? Are you guys
nice to each other?
Yeah, are you guys nice to each other or what?
Play well?
It depends. Normally in the front back of the open man, it's okay. But if you stay more in the back, it's terrible.
It's the same. It's the same here too.
Yeah. And we have also the novice category, you know?
Yeah.
Right.
And it's crazy because some races you have like 30 or 40 canoes in such a small race, like 3 or 4 miles race with turns. And it's like a battle.
Yeah.
People screaming, hitting each other.
And so do a lot of teams do they draft there too? Is that a big thing?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. And people don't stop to paddle. They keep paddling and hitting the other.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Look at making a move on Air Tahiti right now.
Man.
Just one look, a half a boat length, you know.
Hey, you know what? OPT might win the whole Hawaiki Nui, but Huahine is winning the day, huh?
I agree, man.
Yeah. Impressive.
Yeah,
very impressive.
OPT normally wins. It's probably won most of the final legs in many, many years.
Brother Shaden hopping on. He says, "Let's go, Huahine." Bro, I hope you're doing well. Speaking of Kauai, that guy's he's one of the biggest representations to Kauai. I haven't seen that guy in years.
Looks like they're dropping a little bit of hydration. A couple boats in there doing that right now.
Wow.
Look at
Look at these 3 of them.
So speaking of, look at them all on their own. Like, look at the spacing that they have.
Wow.
It's impressive.
That's sick.
Yikes.
Okay, so OPT.
I think Johann is with the lead pack right now. I'm going to try and bring him back on. So hang tight with your ears because it might get loud. Let's see if I can bring him into full screen here. Oh, there he is.
Holy smokes.
Wow.
Air Tahiti.
Whoa.
Where do they come from?
Yeah.
You know why? They didn't pick up hydration. So they jumped on OPT, and Huahine picked up hydration, and Air Tahiti didn't get it.
Yeah. And we're looking at mostly boat wakes, yeah?
These
guys. This is just the kind they just carry. This is kind of similar to yesterday.
Yeah. The guys on the outside up in the lead.
Yeah. So like, you got to really know how to surf your ama.
Yeah. You got to keep it light.
And run it left.
Yep.
Right.
As much as you can.
Yeah.
Look at them getting after it, both of them.
Man.
That's cool.
Wow. Man, what a day of racing.
Yeah, guys. Again, like how lucky. We're so fortunate.
So crazy. Again, thank you to
the drone.
Yep. Thank you.
Look at this guy up on it. That's the shot. Money shot right there, baby.
Shout out to the Polynesie Premier One for allowing us to do this.
Oh, what happened to
that little deviation right there?
Yeah. That's the thing. Yeah, when you catch bullwhip, right? Like you catch that one runner, and it can just you're cruising. It'll take you 100 meters in no time.
I think that Huahine lose one connection, one big connection.
Yeah.
Wow.
Huahine, they missed one.
Well, they had a water drop too,
Yep.
So that could play a role in that.
I definitely think it's going to play a role in Air Tahiti because they didn't take a water drop. So when they get one, you're going to see OPT open the gap.
It up.
Yep.
Deliver
and here
the
they
goods.
go. You're going to see Air Tahiti right now get a water drop.
I think that this water drop is from OPT. This one.
Yep.
Yep.
The first time that I was in Tahiti, I saw that red boat training. The guys were training for Heva. They were like flying with the V16.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's some torque, huh?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the 16.
These guys just waked out Huahine too, both of them.
Tawati.
Yes. We were talking about racing here in Brazil, and a friend of you guys, Brent Campbell.
Yeah.
Yeah, Campbell too. Yeah.
He raced with me in the same canoe 2 years ago.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went down. His wife is from there. They got family down there.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He married
and
her.
I think that he came a couple of times, but 2 years ago was the first time that he spent all the time paddling. And their family, the family of his wife, was very happy that he was paddling.
Yeah.
And then after the race, we keep the training because he had a race in the beginning of January, and then he won the race.
Yeah, that's
he
right.
Beat two guys, Joey, and also Danny.
That was
he beat Danny. It was
Hano. That's right.
Yeah.
He beat Danny.
The winter.
Danny also.
Very happy.
Full disclaimer:
Hey.
Danny also had like this much weeds in his rudder. He'll never admit it, but yeah, we saw him like pulling in, but nothing to take away from Brent. That's
Speaking of Danny, we're gonna bring him on here. We're just talking about the time, Danny, that Brent Campbell beat you at Hano.
Oh!
Do you know his secret?
His secret?
He put kelp in Danny's rudder, right?
No.
He married a Brazilian.
He was training with us.
Married a Brazilian.
Here for 1 month.
Yep.
Yeah.
He said, "Hey, I have an important race, OC1 race in the beginning of January. Let's keep paddling." And I said, "Okay, let's go." I was supposed to be off season, but I was there training with Brent.
Nice.
Danny, have you been watching the last 15 minutes or 20 minutes? It's just been jockeying
insane.
for first place.
Oh, yeah.
Insane.
I was over there texting Joe. We had to go run. We got to go pick up the girls right now. We have to Target, so just hanging out with the wife.
Hi.
Our anniversary, so we're going out tonight. Had to go
Nice. Well, thank you for spending the time and jumping on your anniversary
with the Queen of Hearts.
With the Queen of Hearts, yeah. You can cut Joe's head off, not my head. Don't take my head.
Off with the heads.
Man, this battle is intense, though.
It's intense. It's just wave for wave, back and forth, and it's amazing. Pretty cool.
Yeah, and it looked like Shell's struggling again.
Yeah, we got some information from Johann that Supplice sitting in one. Keone is locking up pretty bad, I guess, and or maybe it's in his head from last year because he's one that struggled, and so they've kind of fallen off.
Yeah, it's a long, hard race, and he's young. My guess is it's probably more a nutrition thing. Mentally, you got a strong guys around him, so it's real hard to fall off mentally when you're in a group that's that good.
Yeah. Yep. Uh-oh. Maybe Keone should drink more beer. That always gets me, keeps me nice and sharp.
Like a butter knife.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, Danny, we were talking earlier about, you know, everyone raves about Shell's long, smooth stroke, right? And, you know, it's kind of it's like the new standard, right? But then you look at like a team like OPT and like a Air Tahiti, and today we're seeing a team like Huahine, just a different mentality. Attacking. Yeah. Right. Mm-hmm. And you know, the same advice you've given me is like, sometimes like, man, like you got to go back to what works, you know? I don't know if we lost him. Screen's black.
Yeah. Let me drop him out real quick so he can come back in.
But you know, it's the same, you know, yeah, we'll talk about when he comes back on, but yeah, you know, that's the beauty of paddling, right? It's like, you know, especially for like, you know, for instance, like Uncle Kevin, you know, you've been at it for years, and you know, you're going to take coaching technique advice, but hey man, like if there's something that always worked for you, you're going to go back to what works.
You can always fall back on what you've learned over the years and utilize that. Yeah. Always go back into the bag of tricks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's always something.
And I'm not saying that, you know, you gotta play like the hero ball, kind of do the hero strokes in your crew, but sometimes like I think the good paddlers like the Dannys, the Stevie boys, the Kevins, they can get the most out of their paddlers, you know, in situations, right? Like just take that one bump.
Yep, incentivize them. You can take the opportunity, and it's a, like I say, it's like almost a psychological thing.
Yeah,
you have this inner knowledge that you're transferring to the paddlers, and you're hoping that they taking that energy and driving with it at the right time. You know, you can see every opportunity these guys take to jump on something, they go. If the next guy doesn't get it, oh well.
So who is that figure on OPT's team? Do we know who's kind of like their? I
don't know.
Yeah, Danny, who's kind of like their head honcho on OPT? Yeah, who's their captain? I know George is coaching them, but who's the guy that's driving the ship?
Is what was it, Temuana? He jumped in with Kalahui Kai a few times, but that's the one name I know on that team. Well, the one name I've met on that team and talked to and stayed at his house. So, but yeah, I'm sure they have a couple people in there. And if you read through the list of names, top V1 paddlers, top paddlers in general, but my guess is it's probably that guy.
Yeah,
I think that he's the captain.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another good paddler from OPT is Tuteari.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
He's very good too. Yep.
Yeah.
So when we lost you, we were talking about like kind of stroke philosophies and technique. You know, like Shell has been like the standard, right, over the last couple of years. You know, with their big stroke, their big long stroke. But we were kind of just looking at the way OPT and Air Tahiti and today Huahine just attacking, right? I don't know if it's a mentality thing, but it's super interesting. You know, it's like history is repeating itself with Shell.
Yeah.
What's your take on it?
Shell kind of does what they do, and their whole push is, you know, technique and going. But you know, we talked earlier about the longer paddles. That might take its toll on people over time. And at a certain point, you get to this part of the race is you have your strategies, you have your techniques, but sometimes it just comes down to grit and toughness and who's in the boat. Everyone's good at paddling at this point, and your techniques be damned. You all got to do the same thing, and you got to do it tougher than everybody else.
Yeah.
Watch these boys; they do not look tired.
They don't look tired at all,
man.
They just made that turn into the pass.
Just bursting in there. Yeah.
They're playing with house money right now too.
Like,
look at 7 seconds to spare.
Yeah.
Look at Air Tahiti sitting right on them.
Yeah. So it's interesting is like someone who's new, who doesn't who hasn't been in the situation might be comfortable with, hey, we got a minute and a half on air Tahiti. We can sit up, we can cruise, we can cover. But this is more, I want this day also.
Pride, yeah.
That champion mentality of attack,
right,
and don't let anybody have it.
Right.
They have to take it.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was getting at after watching day one. Like the way Shell was paddling, they kind of remind me of that like basketball team or that football team who's like really good at offense, right? Like everything is so uniform and so clean. But sometimes, man, you go up against a team that just hits you in the mouth.
Yeah.
And they just that's enough to like win the game.
Yep.
Bad news bears.
It's that old Mike Tyson. Everyone's got a plan until they get hit.
Yep.
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, we had Johann on earlier. I don't know if you caught that, but he was talking about how, the likes of OPT, Air Tahiti, they're like, hey, Shell, go to Catalina. I mean, I guess all of them came to Catalina, but especially Molokai, they didn't come to Molokai. Their focus was, Hawaiki Nui Va'a.
Yep, and that's been said in the past. Shell's had kind of that same. And there was a long time where they would go and they would smash Molokai, set the record by more than they even set it now. And then they would go to Hawaiki Nui and they would struggle in day 3.
Yeah.
And I mean, you look at the guys and how close they are. Look, you got 2 boats in the screen right here. You got
right.
Holy smokes.
Screen. That might be the difference. And, one of the thoughts we've heard from this year is, hey, going to California and doing Catalina is far enough away and an explosive 9-man race where they can work real hard, but still come back, take that training, recover, and then come back and get ready for an Ironman 3-4 hour race.
Interesting, yeah.
So at this level, that might be the difference. I mean, all these guys are tough in their own right and good at what they do. But at some point, I mean, look at these guys. You're splitting hairs. Boats are overlapped at 3.5 hours into it.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe one less plane ride would do you in.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Because they did Catalina. They came back, raced a couple times. Then they came to Molokai. And then now, what are we, 2-3 weeks past?
It's enough.
That's enough. That's a lot of mileage.
Yeah.
I just want to thank these 2 teams for not coming to Molokai because they probably would have bumped us out of the top 10.
Shout out.
So as we're watching him, as I'm sitting back here armchairing this guy. Yeah. So
jeez.
Look at that.
I know. Whew. Amazing.
Hey Joe, remember that time when we were close to these guys and we could see them?
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty sure they were still in base training.
Yeah, I know.
Base training.
Yep. It was for a little bit. Actually, it was for a good amount. It was longer than I thought. Yeah. So that was pretty cool.
You guys were in striking distance for almost 2 hours.
Yeah.
So
Kevin and I were sitting firsthand watching it.
Yeah.
It was fantastic.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That was fun.
And Kareem.
Yeah, and Kareem too. And
Kareem's still here,
man. Hollywood
Kareem. There's a smile right there. That is it.
So we're 1 hour away, maybe, to the finish.
Less.
Okay.
Yeah.
30 minutes, maybe.
30.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, how far in are we? What's the time?
We're at
dude, we're close. It's
3 hours 42. Okay.
I'd say maybe 30 minutes, maybe like 20, 15.
Oh, 40. Kareem thinks 40 minutes.
Is it a 3.5 hour day or 4.5? I thought it was like 4:15.
4.5. Well, there's a long way in from there.
Kind of what you're saying earlier. It depends on who you're asking, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, they got to get past this mode too, and then there's maybe another one.
Yeah.
Man.
Where's what happened to Huahine?
So they had a water drop, right? There was a 3-way tie, the 3 of them.
Side by
OPT
side.
kind of took the outside, and then Huahine got a water drop, and like Igor was saying, possibly they just missed one because they were kind of in that boat wash, right? And they probably just fell off one, and then next thing you know, OPT just opened it up.
Well, they got so they're in the lagoon now, yeah.
Yeah.
And you got 2 Matahinas against the Attack, their whale boat.
The whale boat.
And they were crushing it through that boat wake section, and they always do well on day 2. Maybe they just, took the Bradley Lightning into flat water, and now they're struggling.
Right.
Okay.
So, I know they got a little attack, but it looked like they were going with these guys. And unless
they're not even in the frame.
Like they got dropped.
I totally commentary jinxed them because I was saying that OPT will most likely win Hawaiki Nui, but Huahine will win the day, and then
they got to go around that corner.
Yep.
Okay.
So they go right around that corner, and then it's another long, shallow water sprint.
Oh, and that's it gets shallow and hot, right?
Yeah.
It's already hot.
Yeah.
All right.
Man. So it's I mean, we're pretty much looking at, our champs. I mean, there's nothing really that Air Tahiti can do unless they stretch 2 minutes, right? But OPT's not going to let that happen.
No. But look at this.
Is that Kelia?
Right back up.
Oh, Kelia, say hi. Hi. We'll pick up.
School. Oh, that's right. Today's Friday.
Yeah, it's not Saturday.
It's not Saturday.
It's not Monday.
Yeah, Justin, you hear that? It's not Saturday.
Hopefully no one from my work is watching this.
Oh, here we go.
El Jefe.
Yeah. Do as I say, not as I do. That's what we do.
Oh, here we go. We got a boat shot.
This. They got a bit ahead there.
We're going to try and sneak in Johann here for a minute and see if we can prepare for your ears here.
Oh, he's in the shallow.
Oh, he's in the lagoon.
Yeah, man.
Lagoon.
Last year they finished the third step with 4 hours and a half.
That's where you guys finished 4.5 hours?
No, the first place, not me.
Oh. I was like, man, he's really fast.
So we still got roughly, kind of like Kareem was saying, like 40, 45 minutes then. Yeah. Oh, here we go. It's a good Air Tahiti's on an attack right now.
Yep.
Yeah. But I don't know if this year the conditions are better.
Responds right back. That's kind of been the story of it is OPT's resilience.
Yeah.
Right? Like
they're gritty.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just like
nails.
Yep.
Yeah. It's amazing how these teams will make a move on them and they just hold strong, They reel them back in. I wonder if that's I mean, Danny, you would know this more than anyone. Is that a George Kronstedt characteristic? Is that kind of his style?
That is definitely one of George's styles, but OPT's had that style for a long time anyway.
Yeah.
They've been good for a long time back when George was on the team. I think Johann might have been on shelf for a long time, but he might have been on the team for a bit. And so it's kind of a trait of a lot of those top crews.
Yeah.
Here's our run here.
Oh yeah, they're laying it out.
Hold on.
1 minute.
I don't know if OPT has a tagline, but I'm gonna coin it today, bro. OPT, Team OPT, delivering the goods.
Yeah.
Shell's one is ran out of gas.
Yeah.
Gas shortage. Sorry, too soon. I know we still get some race left, but.
And what's Air Tahiti? Still flying bad weather.
Still flying, bro. Yeah.
Still flying bad weather.
Yeah.
We're not Spirit Airlines. That's what they're saying.
We're not Spirit.
It looks like Johann's standing in the lagoon here. Let's see if we can get him.
I think Air Tahiti is we try them and fly them. We fly them and try them.
Yeah. Johann, can you hear us? Oh, I don't have your audio. Yeah, I don't have your audio, Johann. Gosh darn it. That's been an issue with his setup. But he's floating in the lagoon right now.
And the kind of think environment.
I had him.
Music. Look at that.
Johann, we can hear you.
Just that alone right there is how it is. Oh, man.
You guys can hear me? All right.
Yes.
Go to the finish line, guys. Just wait for the first cues to arrive. Yeah, that's been talking to everybody over here. What happened? Wasn't expected. He said he ran out of gas. But yeah, I mean, it is the high level intensity that you have to keep on all year long. At a certain point, it'll catch up. the thing that is remarkable. They've been able to hold on to 3 guys for 10 years. Has always had a pretty good turnover. George used to be part of Shell as well, so all the best paddlers, they usually come through it. They hang up for like 3, at most 4 years. And then the intensity, the practice schedule, being at, you have to be top notch at every single race, that takes a toll, mentally as much as physically. And so, yeah, some people are saying, is this the end of the era for Shell? Is David going to step down? There's so many rumors going on talking about, okay, they lost Hawaiki Nui, but it's that's how it is. If you start losing, it becomes a habit, and you don't want to lose in the team for sure. But like I said, every paddler that goes through, they're going to learn a lot from that experience, and they usually take it to their club teams. And so, look, I'm sure that.
Oh, we lost them.
Oh, but I mean, just hearing that, right? Like the amount of
losing becomes
pressure,
a habit.
the amount of pressure, right? They put on the
And if they believe that, which I'm sure Shell does, from a corporate standpoint, they're like, we're going to make a change.
Hey, speaking of, they show who's their president? Is it Albert?
Yeah, Albert. But
I always get Jerry Jones vibes, bro, from like just watching how involved he is, right? And like he's always in the frame, always in the picture.
The thing is that I want them to do well, so they keep coming out of Tahiti to race,
right?
Because I still want to see them internationally, But that's interesting. It's an interesting take that Johann has about what they're saying.
Yeah, it sounds like they're just gonna come to Catalina and just beat up on us every year, and we can't shake it in Hawaiki Nui, so let's just set our sights on Catalina moving forward. we'll take them 1 year. We'll take a Molokai.
We'll take a Catalina every now and then, right?
Danny, from a business aspect with Shell, do you feel that is? I mean, they do put those kind of questions forth in an organization like that.
My guess is they got to kind of lay out the schedule, and it feels more like since COVID, there's been kind of a press with Ade pushing the canoe and all that to get them to more places to show off the canoe, to showcase what their talent is. They've been good for 20 years, but in the last 5 to 10, it's become more of a household name in the outrigger community as opposed to fast people know who fast people are.
Yeah.
So, my guess is they're still going to do that. They're still going to work on that. They might pull back a little.
Oh, we just lost it. We just lost Danny too.
Man, right when it's getting good from everyone. It's all good.
Yeah, it's okay.
That Shell?
That looks like Shell.
That looks like Shell. Oh. Sure. And they're riding those.
And they're taking some boat wake too. They're like, we just need all the help we can get right now.
Oh, but look at their stroke rate. Look at that. Look at the energy. That does not look like what we saw from OPT and Air Tahiti. Oh man, look! Everyone's rushing seat 1 too. Small kind, you see them?
Yeah.
Yep.
They should go back to a 52-inch paddle.
That's an interesting point, because that's what like teams like. I remember we used to battle for Catalina. 1 year I heard Dana Point. When they got into the harbor, they switched. As the race progressed, they switched to shorter paddles.
They did, really?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, because towards the end of the race, you need more turnover, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Maybe that was probably their philosophy at the time, but it's.
Was that this year?
No, this was like years ago.
Okay.
This was like back in the Mirage days,
Okay.
So.
Mirage.
I think I saw 2 Mirages in the Molokai race this year.
You did?
Only 2.
There were some, huh?
Wow.
Yeah, there were 2. The rest were Bradleys, and then the 4 or 5 Koas, maybe 4.
Let's see if we can get Johann back up here. Johann, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello? Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yep, you're good.
We got you.
Wow. All right. We have a lot of the boats that came in. They've had this, as coming to the pass, they take a straight right behind Big Island that usually they would cut across, and ever since they put it behind A lot of people don't see what's going on, but that allows all the escort boats and all the fans that are nowhere to get into the Matira Beach at a faster rate. And then you'll have like hundreds and thousands of people gathered at the finish line for this most spectacular finish, I must say. Molokai Hoa is a nice finish as well, but when you have the water that's beautiful and you have this many people around, I'm trying to show you guys as much as possible here. Can you guys see anything here?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, the whole population, the kids are here, the parents, the grandkids, the grandparents, everybody here. Of course, most of them are here with the paddlers, when they have a family member, but it gives them a good excuse to come to Bora Bora, enjoy the day here. Water is beautiful, the ambiance is great, and of course, sharing and congratulating these people. These paddlers were 4.5 hours of racing. That's the accomplishment. I'm making it to the finish line here in beautiful Matira Beach, world famous Matira Beach. And you can see them coming through. See a lot of the boats coming through, anchoring right out here. And the water is like waist deep for a good mile out. You can go from the beach a mile towards the reef, and the water is about the same. It's about waist level deep. So that's why this beach is called. It's just so beautiful. Anyway, that's just the ambiance here at the finish line. We'll get to see the first paddlers coming through. And then, of course, I got to do my job, my part of the job, which is, of course, to cover the event.
Absolutely. Yeah, we appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Johann, how many spectators would you say are there currently? Might have lost them, but
we lost them.
Hey, but you know, OPT right now is making a move. Look, guys, this is a neck-to-neck finish here.
This is a neck-to-neck.
They're gonna have to the spectators are gonna have to widen the.
That's right. The finishing lane.
Yeah, the finishing lane, because usually we'd only see one team kind of come through, right?
Yeah, one at a time.
This is historic. I don't right.
I don't think I've ever seen.
I've never seen two teams come like this.
This is awesome.
What do you think, Kareem? You ever seen teams finish like this? No.
For first and second.
No.
They are going to finish in less than 15 minutes, I think. Maybe.
Yeah, they got to go around those bungalows.
Yeah.
Yeah, because maybe it's like 2 miles left.
Yeah. Jeez.
Okay. Yeah.
2 miles after 4 hours of racing.
Oh, I need to text Danny the link because his phone died.
Oh, it did?
Well, I got to text Leah. He's on his.
Oh. Hold on. Let me dig it up real quick.
So they have to what? They have to. Okay, so what did you say, Igor? They're roughly 2 miles to the finish.
Yeah, 2.5 miles. Okay. They are going to turn left and go straight.
Can you text that to me so I can? Oh, wait, it's on the email, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can just pull up that email. Sorry.
Wow, crazy.
Oh, and Air Tahiti has the inside, so they got the left.
Yeah, and now go straight for 15 minutes, maybe.
Yep.
They're very fast comparing last year.
This is incredible. You guys this is.
What is the time? What is the time?
We're at 4:16 right now.
What was the record?
3. Oh, I don't know. We're at 3:57. My apologies. I'm looking at our airtime. But thank you.
Yep. 3:57:45 time right now.
Wow.
I don't know what the record is. You know, if we had a giant studio and all kinds of stuff, we might be able to get that.
Production.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But instead, you know what?
Mobile.
We're having fun.
Yeah.
Exactly. I was going to say, this is a record of a time. The fact that we're just here.
I know.
You know,
bro.
Hanging out with you fine gentlemen.
Zero budget. Musubi budget.
Yeah. Borrow laptop budget.
Yeah.
Gotta love it.
Yeah.
Well, I can't wait for the stroke rates to start.
When they
start seeing
going.
the rooster tails going. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're only a couple miles out of the finish here,
I guess that gives me time to jump into the lure real quick, boys.
Better.
Right.
Go. Oh, Danny just jumped back on, and there we go.
Yo, sorry about that.
No worries. Hey, how about, I don't think I can ever recall a time Hawaiki Nui Stage 3 is finished with two canoes side by side like this.
No, it's normally a victory lap right here, or enough of a lead to where they're not worried about it. Not for the win.
Right.
It's
I mean,
gonna
right
get
now,
so shallow.
Obviously, OPT is going to probably win. I mean, not probably. They're going to win the overall, but Air Tahiti just wants this stage, I think.
So they got to go around that corner, and then it's like maybe 4 feet deep.
Mm.
Yep.
And when you come in, your speed disappears, and it
Sluggish.
gets heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The drag, ground effect.
Sluggish.
It went over here, right?
I'm waiting to see OPTs up at the end.
That's what Joe was just saying. He goes, I'm waiting to see the rooster tails and see everybody getting after it.
Yeah, I mean, your first instinct is to grab harder, grab more, but it's so shallow. You got to make sure you're letting go at some point.
Right.
And Air Tahiti boys are big boys.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, Kyle's been on a terror in the one-man circuit all season.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
He won all the important V1 races.
Yep. All of them.
I got to race him and Kevin next week in Hong Kong, so I'm hoping they're really tired after this.
Yeah.
Which race?
The Dragon Run.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dragon Run.
Yeah, that's incredible. This is gonna be the coolest finish because you got people lining the sides.
I know. They're gonna have to. That's what Joe was saying. They're gonna have to make space for both canoes to come through the buoy line.
I think these guys will be good enough to kind of like figure it out. But like if this was in California, we'd definitely be running over people and hitting each other. And just, wow. It's gonna look like bumpers in bowling.
Right.
Man,
jeez, how cool is this? Wow.
Thank you. Yeah, so I mean, looking at this here, is you're just trying to hold your own. It looks like because right around that corner is the up, but Air Tahiti is trying to get that little bit of separation.
What do you think the pain threshold is right now for these guys?
It's been on for the last hour.
Yeah, you're not even thinking about it at this point. I think,
Yeah, there's no lactic acid. There's nothing going on in there.
But you see that quick release and turnover when they're trying to catch back up.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That quick swing is usually a good sign. That and that standing wall of water behind their paddle is a good sign that they've gone up.
Yeah.
You know, we definitely were not seeing that from Shell, when they showed them earlier.
Nope. No. They look like they were struggling when they showed them earlier.
Look laggy.
Yeah, they're holding on for dear life right now.
Oh, man. That might be enough of a gap there. I mean, never with OPT, but there's no waves to help you on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And they got inside position, Air Tahiti does.
Kind of for the turn. There's a pretty good distance there. But here's Shell. I'm wondering if they're in third or
I think who was third and Shell was fourth. Yeah,
but
they were. Yeah, I'm just looking at the video here because they look good again.
Yeah, they're together for sure.
Let's get from our director. Hey, what's the word on? Is Shell running in third right now? Do we know?
Yeah, Shell.
Shell is third, so they passed up
Huahine. Yep.
Yeah, the problem is Brice did the 3 days. Because that
so Bryce did all 3 days?
Yeah, and he was trying to put only Bora Bora people to finish. And that's maybe
and it backfired.
Yep.
Yeah, but I think Georgia Constate is the one who changed it because OPT usually the conditioning was not there, but today they have conditioning, and Georgia is really good at
Here, talking to the mic, Kareem.
Yeah, Kareem, what did you say?
So what I say is I think Shell had Brice who paddled the 3 days, and the other thing too is David tried to put all the paddlers from Bora Bora
to finish
together.
Because they're family. They're together. And but I think the main thing is George Constant training OPT because the guy knows how to train, and mentally he's very strong. And because OPT usually they win always the last day. Usually, OPT never win the first day. This is the first time they did it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Yeah. And the other thing about Shell, they never win the second day. But
rarely.
They won the second day, and the last day is not working for them.
I see.
Yeah, there's something there.
Well, thank you, Kareem, for that.
Thanks for having me.
Well, it's a play. I'm just glad you're in town.
Yeah.
This way this whole thing came together last minute was like
amazing.
Kareem, are you here?
Hey man,
we need you.
No, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
But this is fun, man. Listening to you, listening to the Tahitian at the same time. This is great.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Kareem, for your time, brother.
And thanks to Danny for being here too. Let's go to Hawaiki Nui. I'll translate for you guys.
All right.
Interpret. Interpreter.
Yeah, so
We're gonna be
Huahine is still in third. The screen.
Yeah, it's showing who he in third.
Yeah, interesting.
Yep. Oh yeah, you can see it right here on the screen.
Oh,
Yep,
they're running
absolutely.
down right
here.
there, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, look at the way Shell's canoe is kind of just boggy, yeah?
Yeah.
Sluggish.
Oh.
Look at this.
Oh.
Whew. 4 hours and 4 minutes, and look at them.
Man, they look fresh.
Oh my gosh.
Fresh as daisies.
Send it.
I'm gonna say, Joe, ready? Awesome.
Awesome. There it is. I was
awesome.
Was that is that the first?
The first time today.
Wow.
Yep.
After 4 hours
4
and
hours of
23 minutes of
broadcasting,
broadcasting, you only
one
said awesome once.
Yep.
And you
See?
come a long way.
I learned a lot from Kalei Miller.
Come a long way, bro.
Right.
Call me to
Oh,
the
we got that
carpet.
little gap now.
Air Tahiti does.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Air Tahiti, they, look how, you see how they have that jump stroke? They just attack the front,
Mm-hmm. Run out of the hip.
And this is kind of where it pays off from what it looks like.
Yeah. Well, their catch is a little short, but they're kind of getting through that sluggish stuff.
Yeah.
They seem to be getting into that next stroke pretty quickly. Here's an
Well,
up.
OPT's on an attack right here. But you're right, Danny. I think that gap might just be enough. We'll see, especially in the conditions like this.
I'm wondering what the steersman strategy is for protecting a lead.
Potu's just gonna run.
Cover, yeah.
Yeah, he's just gonna.
I don't know what the rules are in Tahiti, but I know our steersman Josh. If someone's coming up, you got to go through us or around us.
Right. I have a feeling they abide by the same rules.
Yeah.
I don't think Hotu likes losing.
You get exactly 6 feet of space for you and your ama.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it was David,
No.
Yeah, no way. Yeah.
Man, look at that. Look how shallow that
Yeah,
got.
water's getting shallow now.
So you were saying, Danny, about 4 feet of water here.
Drag factor.
You're probably a good 6 out here, but you
6,
can see
yeah.
on the inside up there when you look closer to the
Yep.
sandbar to finish.
Really light colored.
So that's nothing. So I mean, if you've paddled with waves and then you've paddled in shallow, it is hard to take any ground in conditions like this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is the opposite of surfing. But I'm loving how Air Tahiti's their canoe looks light even with that power.
Yeah.
They're not letting the boat bog. So boom, take what
There's
you can.
there's a
get to
turnover,
there.
yeah. Yeah, they're separating as we speak right now.
Yeah, you get that light paddler next to you, just doot, 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 floats away. What is it, Miles?
Yep.
What is it? What they call them? The feather or the trash
The
bag?
plastic bag, bro.
Plastic bag.
Plastic bag.
Yeah, it just
Miles.
floats away.
That guy is just, yeah.
Yeah, Miles is out there today.
Yeah.
He's in 4. The plastic bag hammering. I'm sure he looks I bet he looks just like Kyle right here.
Yep, he's getting a full audio from the Paniolo in seat 6. I wonder how those guys are doing right now.
Paniolo.
Yeah.
My guess is pretty solid. I mean, Jimmy's never gonna let anybody sit up and relax. He'll crack that whip all the way. And Miles is too far away to yell back.
Oh, so the record time. Oh, because so they already passed. So the record time is 4:07. Shout out to Seve for providing us with that intel.
Nice.
So it looks like we're already kind of past that time, but
Yeah, at this point, it's not over, but OPT's got to do something to close the little gap. And this far in, you can't just put it on, I'll grind longer than you. You got to start taking little chunks somehow.
Sustaining it.
Just take a chunk and don't give it all back when you take a breath.
It's funny, Danny, hearing you say this in like such a calm like tone. I remember I was thinking back to like the last time, like I don't know who we were like behind, in the harbor, and like You said the same thing, but it was in a totally different tone.
A little bit more excited.
Yeah.
A little more excitable.
Yeah. A little more energy. A little bit more energy behind it.
Yeah. Just take a half a seat, then 2 seats.
Yeah.
You gotta start the car.
Where was it? You got your seat?
Hey, ladies.
Water in Bora Bora. That's why they have strong paddles, because they all have to paddle always.
Yeah.
The drag.
Yeah. So, Kareem just brought up a good point, and that's something that when I was paddling in high school, the very first time I saw Tahitian paddlers, was the remember the Toots Minville sprints?
Yeah.
So like the Tahitians came and they put us all on rudderless, and I was I used to do pretty well back then on the Naopio sprints, and then the Tahitians came and just clean house, and I was like, who are these Tahitian guys? They just came and just cleaned everybody, and I remember my uncles and people saying like they paddle in shallow water. That's why they're so good. Yeah. I'm sure it's more than that, but Kareem just mentioned, a lot of the paddlers here, they paddle in shallow water in Bora Bora.
Yep.
And that's why like the Toa Amuk teams, they're scrappy.
Man, look
good
at
in the
Shell
flat water.
scratching that Huahine right here.
Yeah.
Oof.
Hey, you know who else paddles in shallow water? And they keep developing giant new gray paddlers?
Who's that?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
So I've never
all right,
thought
guys.
of that. Interesting concept of being able to keep the boat light when it's not.
Yep.
We're bringing on the king.
With safety vest, bro. Look at this guy.
I made it just in time
Thank
for the
you
finish.
so much, Tupu. Yeah, man.
Tupu, your timing is perfect. Have you been watching?
I have been. Yeah, I've been watching, listening.
Incredible.
Unreal how this race has unfolded. I've been coming in and out, and it's just been crazy. Early on, I thought Shell's got it. Then David, and then
Oh, we're kind of losing him.
Yep. Oh, we lost him just a minute there. Oh, wait, he's coming back.
I'm
All
back.
right, he's back. He's back.
I'm back.
But yeah, what's the biggest thing that stands out to you, Tupu?
Oh, it's pretty incredible what OPT is doing. I think they definitely came ready this year, and backing up from last year's win, I think they look like they put the miles in, and it's paying off. Obviously, Tahiti are giving them a good challenge, but they probably know in their minds that they kind of have this overall one potentially in the bag. They just have to hold on.
Yeah, huge statement, right? Because like last year was like, Shell lost this guy and that guy, and then that's why OPT, won. But today, OPT just went toe to toe with Shell there for about an hour ago.
Yeah. Shook them.
Yeah. Just gave him one little left hook, and just walked away. So it's just impressive.
Yeah,
it's impressive.
Awesome.
Yeah, he didn't say it. You were setting up. We're saying Uncle tried to set him up for it. He tried to give you the volley, but Jason didn't take the.
I'm not biting.
He didn't take the awesome
Not
shot.
biting on that.
Oh, who else do we have coming on? This is starting to look like the Brady Bunch, you guys. Like, look at this.
This is awesome.
We got. It's pretty crazy.
Is it
Brazil, New Zealand,
Yeah.
United States,
Right.
and then Johann keeps trying to jump on, but he's standing in the lagoon at Bora Bora, and he's not got a lot of.
Well, we got
cell signal.
Japan kind of on deck, right?
Yeah,
Kenny's supposed
waiting
to
for Kenny Kaneko
come
to
on
jump
soon.
on too, but he hasn't. He hasn't jumped in yet.
I mean, it is like 6 o'clock in the morning over there.
Oh wow.
We can almost make a team here for next year.
Justin steering.
Yeah. That's exactly what you want. I'll eat all the food. You guys paddle. We'll be just fine. Yeah. Hey, Tupu. So you've done this race multiple times. What do you think these guys are feeling right now as they're coming into the buoy line?
Ooh, this is one of the toughest parts of the race. That last lagoon, 40 to 60 minutes in the lagoon. You know, it's shallow, there's currents, and you're at the end of 3 days of racing. So this one you're really digging deep, but you're also excited because the finish is just there and everybody's waiting for you with all of the support boats and a big line and greetings. So it's it's a pretty special moment for sure.
You have you wish you were down there right now?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely wish I was there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those like love-hate relationships, because when you go to do the Hawaiki Nui, you know you're going to be like dying in that race, but you love the competition, the atmosphere, and everything about it. But you know you're not going there just to have a holiday. It's like you're going there to work, and it's gonna hurt, and you're gonna go to some dark places, but it's worth it when you cross that finish line.
Do you think that your first Hawaiki Nui was the hardest?
That's a good question. Not necessarily, because I was so young and hungry and happy to be there. Every moment I just like cherished it, really, with Paddling Connection. And I think when I look back, I think I didn't race day one, but I raced day two, and we finished second. And man, we just felt like we were on top of the world. Well, I did anyway, you know. Me and Hotui today, we're in that team. That was his first time.
He was junior, maybe, and the Peperu.
Yep, and here he is now, you know, still winning the Hawaiki Nui with the third leg of the Hawaiki Nui with Tahiti. So it's pretty special to look back on those moments.
This looks like the last. This is the last bit right here, boys.
This is it. Yeah.
Air Tahiti's gonna do it for the. Look at the splashes coming off from the spectators.
Wow.
They're making that move to making sure they got that second place wrapped up.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's a good point, huh, Danny? So that means Air Tahiti's gonna bump up to second place with today's victory, right? That's incredible. So that oh, look at that. They quietly got it done for Air Tahiti, right? We're talking about OBT, Shell running out of gas, and Air
Yeah, congrats.
Yeah.
Nice to see those guys.
Time on that, boys.
4:16:46.
Maybe 20 seconds.
Maybe. If you're OBT, you gotta make a time right here, because you're trying to win over everybody. That's not. They got it. Yeah, I mean, that would still be.
Got it.
Well done, OPT.
2024 champs. Back to back, boys.
Yeah, back to back.
Back to back.
It's great to see a change.
Who in it?
We talked about this before in the episode. It's new, right? It's
That's three different legs.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Wow. And one of those legs was a record, which is really
and how about Shell?
Impressive to see what they can do with their resource in Wahine.
I'm very happy with Wahine because of that, and because a Brazilian guy made history. It's nice to see a friend over there in the top three in Hawaiki Nui.
For sure.
Wow.
You know, I know Air Tahiti, they won today, but I'm still claiming Huahine won the day to me, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Just watching them just kind of do their thing in the
slug
surf.
it out.
Yeah, that was so cool.
Man, if there was another 5 miles of surf, it might have been a little bit different.
I was thinking about that too, and their canoe selection. Maybe if the surf was big, yeah, it would have been cool to see how their canoe really operates in the big stuff, because it looks like there's a bit of rocker on that thing.
Yeah, you can see it in the nose,
the tail, and the tail. Look how thin the tail goes. You know. All right, so now we're looking out for our Team Hawaii.
Yep.
So this, is this Toa Amok?
Yep.
Coming home to Bora Bora, rounding out the top 5, huh?
Yes. Yep.
Just
oh, okay.
Let's see.
You could tell how shallow it is. Just like, in and out. There's just no glide, man. Yeah. No glide in that water.
Scratch. Hours of paddling, you got to deal with that. Ugh.
Yeah.
All right, Joe, we got to go straight into shallow water now.
Yeah, right? It's like, I was watching this finish. I'm like, man, I'd love to go paddle right now.
Right? You know? Look at the boys.
Stevie Boy.
There is.
P-Day.
Is that
shout out to all the paddlers who did all 3 days too.
I think that's 6.
Right?
Next level.
I
Kevin,
think Toa Amok is
3 days.
Shell was 4th.
Yeah.
Toa Amok 5th.
Yeah.
Pidaf 6th.
Yeah. Guys, this is amazing.
Tupa, you ever done all 3?
I've never done all 3. So big ups to everyone that has. That's I'd love to one day, but just to say I did, but yeah.
That's environable right there in the green yacht.
Imagine the kind of training for 3 days in a row.
That's right.
Is Pat Dolan in this boat today?
Yeah, looks like he's in 3.
Whew.
Pat might have done all
2, huh?
Pat might have done all 3 legs.
No, he did not do
the second
leg 1.
Oh, he didn't.
Yeah, he wasn't in there leg 1.
He was just obviously he's on the roster. That's how you saw his name, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, how's that shot of the finish line coming through all the people?
So
that's incredible. You know, it
we could do that at Spider Island. Just
a bunch of Duffy boats out.
Put a bunch of guys out there on the shallows and just stand there and high five
funny.
you guys when you come by.
Yeah. You know, the amount of spectator participation, right? Like that's there to watch the race, right, is incredible. Like Molokai Hoi is cool, you know, you're coming into the Hilton, coming into Waikiki, but half the people there are just kind of just there on vacation, right?
Yeah.
Spectators. Like, but here, right? This is this is everything for them.
They're there for a purpose.
Yeah. You know, it's so special. So this question applies to both Danny and Tupu. So what was the first thing you ate, drank after crossing the finish line?
Good question.
Which time?
Okay, let's go for your first one if you can, because you're always going to remember your first one.
Oh yeah, it was a nice.
I think Powerade is the sponsor, so they hand out. Yeah.
Oh,
Powerade, then straight to the Hinano, I think.
Yeah, Danny went straight to the warm one. It sounds like.
Yeah.
That's all they had after that race. There was no more ice. We used it all.
Yeah. You guys ravished the island on ice.
Yeah, if you could find a cold Hanano at the end of the day, it was a good day.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, these guys.
Who's that?
I think it's the first Masters.
Oh, okay.
Veterans. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, Tupu, Halloween over here in the States was yesterday, but looks like you're dressed up as a security guard or a parking meter guy. What's going on with the highlighted vest?
I'm at work. I'm actually on lunch break. So
what are you doing for work?
I'd have to. I work at Port of Tauranga. So the port here, and drive big machines.
Oh man, you gotta wonder what David is.
Listen to races from afar.
Yeah, there you go. That's cool.
Have you ever seen those clips where they show movie stars and they're like, they're just like us? They show them dressed like normal people.
Mm-hmm.
That's Tupu right now.
I know, yeah.
Just like us.
Yeah, I was getting the vibe. You guys, you remember the movie? Speaking of movies, you remember the movie Big Daddy? When they're doing the parking toll and he's like counting the change back for the that's what Tupu reminds me of. Hey, you guys, you gotta wonder what David is saying right now.
Oh, he's pissed. I think.
Kareem's our French.
Let me see if I can get it up here.
Kareem, can you translate for us? What Dang.
Hold on, I'm gonna bring you on. Talking to the mic.
Yeah, I have 3 young guys who don't have experience. That's why. But and I'm sharing now. That's why I'm not traveling with them. But with years, they're gonna be better. Next year, that's it. This is the last year that people will get us. Next year, we will come back.
Did he say that last year too?
Pretty positive message though from that guy.
Yeah.
He's so intense.
Yeah, I know.
But
Start training next week.
Right.
Yeah, I know, right?
They're putting the
maybe half of the team will quit the team.
Yeah, I think they're putting him on the boat, yelling at them. I think that's the deal.
City
it has to be city and just like the whole time, because after the race, usually he cannot even talk.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, that's a serious thing though. Like, for any team that is preparing for something like this, like you kind of have to start now. If you're, if you've never done the Hawaiki Nui before, you kind of have to really start thinking about it now and plan out your year, because it's no easy feat. The Hawaiki Nui, it's not just the logistics, but the physical preparation is. It takes time.
I remember I talked to the coach of EDT in 2014, but their crew was around 20 people. And he told me that even Molokai was just a training for Hawaiki Nui. But I think Shell, they have maybe 14, 16. I think that's maybe it's their problem, because EDT, they were more.
Yeah.
And they were able to turn around the team. And I think Shell need more people. So
you don't think they're not recruiting enough?
Yeah, they need more, because EDT at that time, they were like 18, 20.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can tell
people
who did Molokai didn't do this.
Oh, I see. I see.
The whole team changed the second day.
I see.
Yeah. Gone are the days where teams had 2 teams each. You had Shell A, Shell B, OPT A, OPT B. Now they're getting so competitive, and well, I guess maybe they're more dispersed, but there's not that A and B anymore as like it used to be.
Yeah, that looks like Tristan
That's
right there in
Tristan,
seat 1 coming through. So, what is that? Are they rounding out the top 10?
It might.
Is this 9th place that they're coming in, or 8th place?
No, I think that it's not updated over there.
Because they had some master teams, some veteran teams come through.
But for sure, they did very well.
Wow.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's amazing.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Tupu, I have a question for you.
Hold on.
When you arrive without your heart, is it a penalty or no?
Oh, sorry. Can you repeat?
When you arrive at the end without your heart, your cup, is it a penalty? There is a penalty or no?
I've never seen anyone get penalized, to be honest. But
okay.
Yeah, they probably just try to scare everyone so that you're wearing it, for the sponsors.
Yeah,
but I see Kevin wore it today.
It's funny, and Ryland put his hat on too. He had he was flashing his blonde hair earlier, and he covered that up.
Right now, David's filing protests against everybody who's not wearing a hat. So
that's for sure. Maybe they're gonna file for the second day,
right?
Yeah, because
really,
Albert Moose say they're not gonna do it.
Oh, Team Hawaii 11.
So it's top 10.
Thank you. Looks like 11 according to Seve.
Yeah,
but still, that's amazing.
That's awesome. Yeah.
You gotta. I was hoping that they could scratch their way into the top 10 overall. But still, like, amazing work today.
Anyway, guys, I got to get back to work. But congratulations, OPT, and thanks for having me on, guys. And
Tupu, thank you so much, brother.
Thanks. Good seeing you, brother.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah,
thank
you. See you guys too.
Okay.
Aloha, brother.
Sure.
Wow, that was awesome.
That's cool. That was cool. That was awesome.
That's pretty cool, man. Tupu spent time on his lunch break to
man,
hang out with us.
Yeah.
He messaged me. He goes, I messaged him. I go, "Are you watching this race?" And he goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Can I jump on?" And I could jump on. I'm like, "Yeah, jump on from your phone. Let's go."
I like how he waited for his lunch break, but Michael was like, sanding things and guys working around them,
Yeah. Hey, bro, where's the resin at, bro?
Yeah.
Don't mind a compressor.
Yeah.
That's cool though. So Team Hawaii, 11th place.
They showed 10th here.
Okay. Oh
They
yeah,
showed
on
10th
the
place.
10th on the
wow.
day. Is that accumulated? Or is that just 10th on the day?
It's probably just on the day.
This is not accumulated.
If they
This
can
is stage
accumulate right now, that's a whole nother level.
They stepped up from what, 21st?
Right. So
Do you know this guy? Darin?
Oh yeah, Darren.
Yeah, it's Darren.
Yeah. Scrappy paddler.
Below.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if Kareem can translate for us.
Okay, hold on. Let me bring up the volume a little bit. Hold on. He's such a nice dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
The two first day was hard, and we say we have to save the honor today to be in the podium.
Oh, good.
I know this guy for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steven, his daughter, his wife. Yeah, we try to get the top 5 today because the first day we have a technical problem. The second day we had some of our paddlers, they were not, in shape, and that's what happened. Today we did a top 5.
Well, they definitely put up a good effort.
Good effort, yeah.
Yeah.
You got to think that's a pretty emotional.
Yeah, he's almost crying.
finish.
So
Yeah.
we're gonna put the canoe and just go home and
Yeah.
say how much to
Yeah.
our
Yep.
brothers with us.
Kind of a really cool story about him is when Nico first met Steve. It was after Taha'a maybe or something like that, and they just went down by the boat docks, and Steve was there by himself, just drinking beer by himself, kind of hanging out, and that's how Nico got to meet him and became friends or whatever. And Steve's a very he's just kind of to himself, he's
humble.
Yeah. Humility, a lot of humility with that guy.
Yeah.
He's a good dude, man.
Yeah. He always tried to help everybody.
Yep.
Yeah.
And last year, my girlfriend, Julia, Joey knows her.
Uh-huh.
He got a place to do that in the women crew from Pireva. And it was funny because he said to the girls that Julia was going to arrive 10 days before the race. But the truth that she was going to come in the week of the race.
Yeah, that's hey Igor, do you were telling me you were giving me some really good news the other day. Speaking of Julia.
Yeah, I'm going to be a dad.
Yeah.
Oh, Igor.
Yeah.
Welcome to the club, Braddah.
Well, and not just the dad club, but the girl dad club.
Oh, you're gonna have a daughter. Congratulations. You're
It's
gonna
going to come in the end of April.
In all seriousness, and I told it to Joe, you're gonna feel a love that you've never felt in your life by having a daughter. And the saying here in the United States is that if you have a daughter, they'll always come back to take care of their father. So as long as you're a good father to them, they'll always be there for you for the rest of your life. And it's cool.
Thank you for the good vibes.
Yeah.
We're very happy with that.
Well, to add on to the good vibes, she's coming towards the end of April. So it could either fall on your birthday. It could fall on my birthday.
Yeah. That's going to be a good
beginning
gig
of May.
for sure.
Yeah. So
I'm April 20th. We got Hisano's April too. She's here. We got April's
and he said early May too. So I think Danny's early May.
Yeah.
So.
You're the same as Jimmy Terrell.
Jimmy Terrell's 420?
420.
No way.
Yeah, Brent Campbell 420.
I think so.
The kind too. Kelly's
the kind.
Woody's 420.
Yeah.
Also Adolf Hitler. He's 420.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Sorry. Sorry.
Get
Sorry.
into the broadcast.
So we went from
we'll see you later.
Went from Idaho to Redondo Beach to Brazil to possibly Japan, New Zealand, and now we're going Germany.
I know.
With that comment. So you're gonna love this one, Braddah. I just got a message from Matt Kainoni. He goes, "Good thing you and Justin are part Portuguese, and you guys can volao for 5 hours straight." Hey, you know what, Matt? So is the kind. So is Uncle Kevin Olds.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah. No. Uncle Kevin Olds all the time.
Yeah, he's
yeah. Keeping a lid on it.
Anyway, guys,
no need.
This is fun. This is Justin. This is something we wanted. Remember, we were talking about doing this last year, right?
Yeah.
Let's do a watch party, and we're like, yeah, but who's gonna watch us?
Well,
watch yourself. Yeah, we're gonna watch yourselves talk about.
The other problem is who's gonna support us, and shout out to Polynesie Premier One.
Yeah,
for supporting
100%.
That's awesome.
Johann
put this together. And Johann, man, he was very instrumental in putting this together for us. And right now he's working. I know because he's doing interviews on the finish line. But
speaking of Valhalla, that guy, he's a king of Valhalla, man.
Yeah, right. You bring him in, you just let him go.
Yeah.
Let him go.
Yeah, man.
Magic.
Yeah.
So
the number 5 of that team, he's from Chile.
Oh, okay.
Really? Just now, that one that finished?
Yeah.
Igor, have you been down to Chile to paddle at all or no?
Yeah, I think for 2 times because we have the South American race that now they are calling Pan American
race. Yeah.
And
how is the water they train in? Is it really big water?
I think it's a little chilly, right?
Sorry,
I had to.
I know.
Land that one.
The 2 times that I've been there, one time was big, and the other one no.
Okay.
But it's nice to paddle up there. Just a little bit cold, but it's not a problem for the guys from California.
Nah.
So it is a little chilly.
Little chilly.
It's nice.
I made the comment at the Samoa IDFs that South America, it's a lot of the countries in South America are coming really, really strong with their crews, and we were, I've always watched Brazil kind of from a distance. Brazil's always done very well in obscure sports. You guys picked up surfing really fast. You guys got the best bull riders in the world. You guys got, like random stuff. Obviously soccer is national sport, but you guys picked up paddling very well, very fast. And we watched Chile show up out of nowhere with a Masters crew in Samoa. That was really, really eye-opening. And it's cool to see the sport spread out, through, all over the world, which is what we all want,
Yeah. And they have also a good junior. He was the world champ, the V1 in Samoa, Bruno.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And he was training with EDT in Tahiti.
Huh.
Yeah. It's a good guy. I think he's just 18 years old.
Right. Another guy to watch, right?
Right.
Yeah. But now he's living in Spain, but he keeps training very well.
We have a junior kind of class that's moving right now, and you see some of these guys paddling in Hawaii, and it's just amazing. Some of these young kids, even in the Molokai solo, Wyatt finished top 10, right? Something like. I mean, to see it happen, and Danny's like, there's one thing I'm such a big fan of yours is your engagement with the youth and the camps you do with the kids and all that other stuff, and It's so important for the sport, and it's important for us to perpetuate that. But what do you see, Danny, in the future for the keiki and the young kids and now peels? Where are we going? How can we incentivize them to paddle more? Is there what can we do better?
I think, first off, there's a lot of people putting a lot of time and effort into that. And, that's where that keiki program, those kids start, is getting some of those top paddlers to take the time and take it away from the training for stuff like this and say, hey, we do need to always invest in the future and keep building that back end program. But one thing that was really interesting, talking with Rylan Hart, who was one of the juniors I started training in like 2010.
Yeah.
I want to say he was like 10 years old at the time. But the idea is that sort of investment, showing a path and giving them opportunities. He spent a number of years coaching KLK, and we talked about it for a long time when he first started. And I said, what is the goal of this? And he basically said, I want to create a sustainable club that keeps growing so that even at one point when I'm gone, it can run itself. It's not one figurehead holding everything together. And one of the interesting things is that was originally a Hawaii men's elite crew.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And if you look at kind of what it stemmed into is the women's program, the junior program. And not only did it spark the fact that if you were a good paddler in Hawaii, you can get this opportunity to go to Tahiti, to go to Molokai, to do these things that are difficult to fund time and logistics and money. And suddenly it was open to, like, if you put in the work as a 15-year-old, you might go to Tahiti with these guys. And not only did it make them fast, all the other clubs stepped up their game. Lani Kai's like, wait, if you got a junior team, we have the best juniors. Let's do it. Outrigger, hey, we want a junior program. Everyone's stepping up their game. And now with the women traveling over for Kalahui Kai, Team Hawaii's going. It's kind of sparked that big, what is the initiative and the incentive for putting in all these hours in work? Normally, I mean, Kevin, you did it back in the day. You did all of the work, then you did all of the planning, and you found all of the equipment, and then you paid for all of the expenses, and then you got to go do this.
Yeah.
And now some of that is being alleviated, it's more like soccer here in the U.S., where you get that, hey, if I'm really good, I'll make a club team, and my parents will pay a little bit of money, but then we'll go to these cool places or Riverside and compete. So I think that, that Kalahui Kai initial startup that Alan Pfluger did, that Rylan helped start, that Hunter Pfluger's a big pushing, that is pushing beyond what they thought it would be, which would be an elite men's program, and into this, hey, developing of everybody.
Yeah.
There's a growth behind it. And so the idea now is, since there's that incentive and those people moving in that direction for the kids, now on the top elite men's side, there needs to be some sort of connection from junior development, really good on a one-man, really good individually, to team, really good. So that's what you're looking at with Team Hawaii right now when you're putting in Rylan and Avon and Miles and, Tristan Keikoa. You're getting that younger development, super experienced 20-year-old. And eventually they're going to be 30-year-olds, and you're going to get that next group in. And that's where Hawaii will take a step. Anyone that's doing that, Brazil, you got a guy top 3 in Hawaiki Nui. All that information is coming back. If you can spread that out, that's going to be huge for growing the base and exciting.
About that, we had a Pan American race here in Brazil, and there was like just 3 teams from each country. But especially last year, we had 4, and my team was the 4th team from Brazil. And 3 guys from the team, they couldn't go to the race in November. And then I said, hey, Albert, do you want to join with us? And he said, okay, let's go. And then I called 2 junior boys to go with us.
Nice.
And it was amazing to them because they learned a lot with me and Robert. And we took, I think, 4th place behind 2 canoes from Brazil and 1 from Rapa Nui. And it was amazing for them. And then this year in the Nationals, the V1 race, the first guy was Robert. The second was one of these junior. And the third was the other junior.
Wow.
I was very happy.
Wow, that's cool.
The problem, it was that I wasn't there because I was sick, very sick. So I didn't race, but I was happy for those guys.
Yeah, those juniors pick up fast, and they don't know any better. You put them in that boat with you, and that's what they expect every time they paddle now.
Yeah, That's it. I just tell them, hey, keep studying.
Yeah, we've been with our Ironman races. We have the long distance in the season, but we don't have regattas anymore in California. There's no more kids races, the little short, 500 meters, 2 minutes. So we started incorporating short 1 and 2 mile Ironman races for the kids. And so there's this shorter than short course division. And I remember the first year I brought my daughter down. She was 1 and she's under 10. So she fit the requirement. So she sat in the boat and that was it. She was in the boat because we needed 6. And there was 1 10 and under crew because we dropped all the 10 and unders on the beach and put them in the boat. This year I was in a division of 4 10 and under boys crews and 3 10 and under girls. And the 10 and under boys for the first time ever, and I'm not allowed to paddle, actually paddled the whole boat, looked at me when I didn't take a stroke, kind of gave me the what's going on, bro, like help us out. And they were big enough and old enough to actually do all of the things I asked. And I laughed. I was like, man, this is incredible, skill and feel. And it dawned on me, we have been paddling together once a week in the summer since they were 5, and they're all big, gnarly 8 and 9-year-olds.
Wow. Little monsters.
So it's pretty interesting. Like, you look at the guys in Tahiti, they grow up paddling. And then when they're 16, 17, 18, we think, wow, how'd you get good so young? They've all been paddling for 10 years.
Right.
So you're like, oh, and they get these experiences. So, I mean, at this point, it's incorporating the kids. We got, Matt on our team has 3 young boys. We bring them down. Me and Joe, we got girls. Hey, January, first race.
Right. Yeah.
Sitting in the lap, just learning to get splashed.
I know. I get my kids in the canoes every weekend and do that whole deal. But it's important to get them out there and do it. And my daughter, she loves it, but she doesn't like big ugly waves.
Big ugly waves.
Learned that, yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah. She gets a little sketchy when we go out to the Bell Buoy to see the seals, but I'm getting her used to it, and so yeah, I just admire what you do with the keiki, Danny, and I'm super thankful that you're doing it. And if I didn't, if you didn't live so far away, I would bring my daughter up there and put her in your camp too. But that's a 405 freeway commitment. I don't know that I want to make.
It's only 40 minutes with no traffic.
Yeah, at 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
right. Oh, it's 35 minutes at 4:30 in the morning.
Like Joe, I told Joe, I go, you got to really want it. He goes, I want it. I go, yeah, I can tell because your time commitment on the freeway that's a lot.
It's easier at 5 in the morning than it is at 5 in the afternoon.
Not easier.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like the earlier that we get to expose our kids, to this activity, and and they can kind of decide, if that's something that they're going to stick with, and they feel the canoe, kind of like what you're touching on earlier, where like it was pretty impressive to identify that these kids can like feel the release and like, hey, he wasn't paddling behind me, and like to have that like
understand how it moves,
to understand it, and then just so it just sounds like exposure, is kind of like the, that's the earlier we can introduce, them to the sport, to the activity is, that goes a long way.
So I got to ask a question, Danny, segueing away from the keiki. In this scene right here, we're seeing the beachfront in Bora Bora. You guys get out of the canoe. Someone takes a canoe from you guys. Where do you guys go? Is there like an event tent where you guys go have beer and kind of regroup and hang out, or how does that work?
So it all depends where you finish, because if you finish in the top 3, they make you stand around and wait, and they want to do an award ceremony. So, it's one of the cons. They're like, hey, we're done. I just want to I want a beer and a sandwich and a nap all at the same time with a massage. And they're like, stand here in the sun. We're going to go to the awards soon. And it's a good 30 or 40 minutes till everything gets rolling.
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, most of the teams will come. You'll meet and greet, you'll give your boat away, and then they pop you out, and your support crew is supposed to come and pick you up with the escort boat and take you back to your cat, or if you're staying on island, you get picked up and you get taken to wherever you're supposed to be. But it's kind of like the end of any of our 9-man races, where your escort boat's one direction, your paddlers are over here, you're trying to coordinate how to get together.
Herding cats.
Yeah, you leave, there's a paddle over there, but your bag's on this side. So a lot of this is, hey, you kind of hang around your boat for a little while. People will come up and congratulate you, but for the most part, you're trying to keep your group together and move as a unit, essentially back to wherever you're staying. But what's interesting is, like, it looks like a huge party right here, but for the most part, all the paddlers disappear for a few hours.
Okay.
They all kind of recover and do their thing. They're all out on these boats out here, and they're getting taken back to their cats, which stay like a 10-minute boat ride away.
Yeah.
So every time I've done it, catamaran is the way to go, because you got a floating hotel that moves with you. They usually get a chef and put a bunch of food on there, so you're back kind of resting.
And you can unwind a little.
Yeah, but after the award ceremony, everyone goes back, and then I'm pretty sure everybody goes out and parties out at Bloody Mary's afterwards.
Yeah.
So that's the like, go back. We'll see you when the sun sets, and we'll be out till 2 a.m.
Yeah.
And is it a long journey to get back to, like, let's say you're flying back to California, you have to fly back from Papeete, right?
Yeah, so you got to go. They basically, normally the next day is you'll take a boat out to the Motu where the airport is in Bora Bora, and then you'll fly to Papeete, and then you'll fly home.
Okay.
And so depending on your
flights, in Bora Bora for a long time or not after the race?
Usually one night.
I stayed 4 nights last year.
Oh, vacation, huh?
Jeez, bro, that's yeah.
But I was sick because of the water, so it was not like the best thing, but it was nice to stay over there.
Yeah, I think 2 years ago when I did it, I flew out that night.
Wow.
So we finished the race, you hang out, you get all day, and then I'm pretty sure I went out and was gone that night or usually early the next morning.
Straight to the Dragon Run?
Take a nap.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but in order to get to the airport in Bora Bora, you got to take a motorboat from town out to the Motu, and then you're there, and kind of like flying Mokulele.
Oh, guys, sorry, Danny. Real quick, check out the results right there for the cumulative. Look at 3 seconds ahead of Shell.
What?
Oh,
wow.
Yo.
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh.
That's pretty close. And Huahine
3 days of racing.
They maintained their gap. I mean, they didn't lose any. They didn't really gain much. But I mean, what a show today! You know.
Wow.
Man, somebody with a stopwatch won that race.
That's what I'm saying. How did they figure that out?
Yeah.
Swimming time.
Wow.
Hopefully Johann wasn't on the stopwatch when we were talking to him at the finish line.
Oh, he got all distracted. Wait.
Sorry, hold on. I'm talking to the Broadcast Braddahs.
Oh, man, that is incredible.
Crazy.
One thing I want to ask Danny on behalf of my sister, she always wants to know. I want to know how Danny Ching turns a 24-hour day into a 30-hour day. Because it seems like you don't sleep.
Yeah, time is a lot slower for that guy.
Apparently so.
Yeah. Real quick before he answers that, last year at Catalina we hoolied, right? It was me, Matt, and Danny on the escort boat. Our team hoolies. We're running in third. We're like doing really well, and then boom, we hoolie. And then he jumps in. We all jump in, help out, flip the canoe, get the thing. And he's yelling, "Hey, just paddle!" Let the pumps do its job. And so the boys start paddling, and he looks at me. We're sitting in the water. He's like, "We only lost 1 minute and 30." Like that. I was like, "Bro, 1 minute 30 to you is like 3 minutes to most people." So I feel like time is a lot slower for Danny. Time's just moving faster for him.
Just always trying to fit more into the same amount of time. And I mean, if you're watching me drop in and out on these calls, I burned through my battery. That died. I switched to my wife's phone. We're picking up the kids. I was at Target shopping. We stopped at Trader Joe's. That all happened while we were talking.
Well, and what's cool about it is that I know how precious your time is, and it's really, really cool that you spent a bunch of time with us here on the broadcast. And we haven't had the opportunity to interview you formally, but Joe and I have been trying to come up with creative ways that get you interviewed, like where we can do it on the water and kind of, I don't know. We
got to be moving. We got to be doing something. That's what I told Justin. Hey, we got to be doing something.
Yeah, you get a workout in while you're talking to us about paddling and everything else. We're going to ask you questions from the skiff. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
But man, so thankful that you spent the time with us today, and this has just been an amazing event. And yeah.
Man, super cool setup you guys have here, and being able to simulcast and check this thing out and kind of watch along and talk about it. It's pretty awesome. I mean, Joe, I'm sure you and I would rather be in there paddling.
Yeah, you guys would.
Right now.
Oh, yeah.
This is the next best thing.
Yeah. Well, Polynesie Premier came through for us, and super thankful for them.
Yep.
Johann helped put that together for us too, and we're just very, very fortunate, blessed, and lucky, and you name it. I mean, we covered all those bases. I crossed my fingers a lot of times hoping it would happen. We asked for permission about a week and a half ago, and I asked Johann to get involved. He sent out messages to TNTV and to Polynesie Premier, and TNTV already had something going on with Ocean Paddler. We didn't know, and so I had no idea that they were going to do it. I didn't know what was going on, but and then Polynesie Premier came through and allowed us to do this, and it's been really, really fun. It's been great.
Yeah. Speaking of paddling, what time are we paddling tomorrow, Danny?
6 a.m. on the water.
Sounds good.
Yeah, last day in the dark.
All right, great. Oh yeah, it's daylight savings over here in the States.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. That's tomorrow's Leah and I's anniversary, and so she wanted to paddle before we do kids soccer, and I guess we're gonna go out tonight. So
cool.
Oh, there you go.
Fresh Daisy in the morning.
Yeah.
Multitask.
Well,
they said that men can multitask.
Make sure you do a keiki practice in the middle of your anniversary. That way you can maximize the day and the time. And we're good.
Yeah, everyone's happy.
Yeah.
Tired.
Soccer practice.
Yeah.
Right on.
I can't believe, thankful for the viewers that are hanging on. We still got 28 viewers hanging on, and apparently they listen to us follow out like crazy.
Yeah,
we're not talking about anything right now.
Yeah, shout out to the Kauai, a lot of Kauai community. I saw Bronson on here. Yeah, so thank you guys for watching.
There was a small chance that Steve was going to jump on with us after the race here, but after seeing him on tape today, and he's very, it's a big race for him, so I imagine that we're not going to get to see him, but congratulations to them.
Oh, huge.
Completing that race, especially after the tragedy last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, shoot, we're volleying so much that the rolling credits are on.
I know.
Justin, here
they're
closing the bar over here, bro.
The bar is the last call.
Yeah, last call. Get off the stage.
They're flashing the lights right now.
Exit stage left.
They're like, we're done. So,
man.
All right, let's wrap it up.
Ron, Malo, Danny. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Danny.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Igor, thank you very much for joining us, brother.
Malo, Igor.
Aloha, boys.
Thank you guys.
Obrigado.
Kareem, Isano, Kevin Olds.
Yeah, everybody.
Yeah,
thank you guys for watching.
For us, and
Yorana.
appreciate you guys. Aloha.